Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
That we are. It's gonna be the I'm gonna just keep doing that. Yeah, we are. What up? Yeah, you first. How's it going? What up, Ruben? Choo-choo. Mitesh. How you doing, buddy? God, Mitesh, dude, thank you again for all your generosity to the stream, man. I really appreciate it. I just gotta say, fresh out of therapy, so I'm just gonna get that out of the way where it's just like, hey man, thank you. Yeah, had a good therapy sesh, feeling pretty good. Got some stuff out that I needed to get out, and then also realize some things that I needed to realize. So, yeah, man, you know what? It's almost kind of cool getting like a golden star sticker for handling grief. Like that's essentially what happened today. It was really weird. Having your therapist be like, I am proud of you. It's just like, oh, I didn't know I needed that. So, what up, Weasel Lord? How you doing? How's everybody doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hey, Miss Alice. Hey, look at you including me. Hey, cool. I appreciate that. Also, welcome over on Twitch. Let's get that going. Hello, Twitch, poggers. I'm like just enough of a boomer to do the poggers thing, right? Dude, okay, so check this out. I bought this hoodie when I was 17, maybe? No, I had to be even younger than that. Like, dude, it's kind of crazy to think that this hoodie is over 20 years old. And it's an official Bob Marley merch hoodie. So that's how you know that I was not contributing to the bootleg stuff, which I hate to say, Bob Marley, like, if you get any Bob Marley shirts for, like on vacation, yeah, it's not from the, it's none of that money went towards the family, which it's one of those few performers where they own all of their rights, so it's pretty cool. How we all doing? Yeah, actually, I mean, yes. Chime on in, guys. How you doing? How you doing, Weasel Lord? Asking everybody else. How you doing, man? See any good concerts lately, or you got anything coming up? I think I might be going to see the Parcels coming up in October, so I'm pretty excited about that. We also got Dispatch coming up here in July. I think I might be going to that show. We'll see, though. It's my summer just became kind of a cluster F, if you know what I mean. Because, yeah, family plans now. I have to go do a send-off, essentially. Because my mom, she wanted something very, very specific. So I have to go to a very specific place. It's one of those situations. Good, we passed our collective bargaining agreement a few hours ago. Dude! Oh, congrats. Here, you know what? Let's do something, here. Party! And then, also here, bro, like, that's awesome. Here, we'll just do poppers. Like, these poppers, not the poppers, like, yeah, I know what the show's called, don't get confused. No, for real, dude, that's awesome. Way to go. Big W for Weasel over here. Also, if you guys haven't already, leave a like on the stream. Really helps out the stream, and it helps me out in the algo. Which, yes, I call it that almighty algo, since everybody else does. Oh, buddy. Here. You know what? We're I get this stream started off right, let's get Stan. This one's on me. Shh, he doesn't know that, so we'll just let him think Mitesh. Here you go. You gotta sit, though. This one, you gotta sit. Sit. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. What I found? What I found? I need to take him on a walk. He refused to go on his walk today. I'm a little upset about that. Oh, I just realized that his camera got messed up. Oh, yeah, that's right. I had to use my Streamlabs for something else. Driving right now, just listening. Yo, what up, Lurking Kirk over here? Kirk's in lurk mode. Oh, that's gonna be fun. That one's staying. We're keeping that. All right. Sorry, Kirk. Whenever you say that, it's the Kirk lurking. Pretend this is a weasel. Pretend it's a weasel. Okay. That looks like a cat, but okay. I feel like you just did that thing where it's like there's literally a cat in a whole, what are they called, a pack of weasels? What's a bunch of weasels called? Actually, let's see. A herd of weasels? A bushel of weasels? What is a bunch of weasels? Haha. Or a group. What do you call a family of weasels? Mustelida? No. Mustelids? Mustelids? Mustelidae. Oh, shit. I didn't know that. Okay. Well, we just learned something to get... Look at that. If I have to learn something, you do too. So, a group of weasels, and not just weasels, by the way. It is actually called... this applies to polecats, stoats, ferrets, and European mink. All part of the weasel family. So, when you have more than one weasel, you got a mustela of weasels. So, mustela. It's actually mustela. It's called schmegma of weasel. Ew. No. Not going there right now. Kirk over there just texting and driving like a degenerate on Twitch, nonetheless. Well, he's over on, I have a feeling he's over on Twitch because he wants to have his stuff read a little bit quicker, because that's definitely what's going on. What's good? Yo, Squishmallow Dragon, you're oh shit. You're here on time, and just perfect timing to get this party started. So we actually have my local 420 happening like right now. Here, you know what? I want to smoke a bigger one for this. We got the cam on. Yeah, we got the cam on. So how was your day, guys? This is the awkward bit where I'm just like, I need to pack this, but I can't really do it on camera. Oh, hey, dude. Okay, so that AI thing, I do have to cover that a little bit more because I got hit a little bit harder than I thought I was gonna. Oh man, I'm gonna miss it, aren't I? Hey, you see it, it's lit. Woo! My lord. Cool. All right. Well, that was a proper celebration. Wow. Here, channel points, channel points. How do I add channel points? I need somebody to walk me through, like, how to actually do stuff on Twitch. Squishmallow, I actually do need to talk to you. I do have some emotes finally going on. So... had some ideas I wanted to run by you. Add some cool stuff so I can spend money, please. Oh, I mean, I gotta be honest, man. Twitch is the one that, for some reason, they're not very good on the ratio of, you know, when you actually get paid. And I don't even like the percentage. Yeah. They keep that kind of close to the chest. You have to be careful with that. Those kinds of channel points are against TOS usually. Oh shit. Okay. Thank you for that heads up then. Let's not do that. Oh, but they wouldn't know what it, like, one could be called Scaredy Bear, Banger. Like, I mean, I could get around that. I like how I'm telling them exactly how I, like, this is my strategy, guys. Look out for it. Here I come. Anybody else watch the some more news about Joe Rogan? Can you send that to me in the suggestions? I will totally watch that on stream here today, because we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stories. I could definitely work with an 8th today, so. Especially if it's a Joe Rogan story, I'm interested. Oh, guys, I wanted to show you something. So, I got something new for the studio, but it's not exactly new. Yeah, they had some streamers that were doing that, take a shot, get alcohol poisoning or something. Oh, shit. There is, okay, that's actually a little bit different than TOS. Okay. Soda's done, nice. Yeah, I made a few changes in the studio. I got Darth Maul up there. Here, you know what? Just do this real quick. There he is. Pretty cool, right? It's the Lego Darth Maul. My wife made that for Christmas. I want to say, damn, like 6 years ago. Fuck, a long time. But here, excuse me, this is the most important one. All right, this is my mom. This is her high school senior photo. But yeah, like the antique frame and everything. I don't know, it's pretty cool. So I have it just sitting up here. Got that weird thing where it's like, oh, I was watching you stream, cool. Oh yeah. Where in Discord, sorry, suggestions, please. I follow another guy that has one. It's literally called, oh, well, again, I try to work within TOS as much as like I possibly can, because I do not want my channel to be like struck. So that's a really sweet portrait, Pep. Yeah, it is though. It's really cool. It actually looks really good in here too. Like, it definitely adds to everything. Like, the vibe is it keeps with the vibe. So my mom would be pretty happy about that. Oddly enough, I'm not sure if that makes it like cool or whatever, but she bought me this like all those years ago. We were at this place called Kiss the Sky. Not sure if the place is around anymore, but yeah. Good times, man. Oh God. Was the era. The Pepper Patch. Actually, you guys are part of the Pep Squad. Like you. Oh no. Oh shit. Yeah. I never actually told you guys that, did I? Yeah. If you guys didn't know, you guys are part of the Pep Squad, and if you're actually part of like the Pep Squad, sound off in Discord, and we will add you to the special Pep Squad Discord. Miss Alice, that actually might. I don't see. Yeah, I was just about to say I need to add you to Pep Squad. Just put it in general right now. It's fine. Yeah, you know what? It's fine. Just put it in the general, and then I'll add you to the Pep Squad. I gotta. Hold on. You know what? Let's see if our main mod is gonna be in today. Actually, I'll just ask her to do it. Who else is not in it that, I mean, you guys are regular viewers right now, so I could just be like, here's your invite to the Pep Squad. Because yes, it is invite only, and I've been very bad with that. Alright, wait, how long is it? His videos are usually, like, pretty, long. Let's take...
Oh my god.
Whoa.
Oh my god. Is...
Hour 15? Okay, I'll take a look at it at the back end of stream. We'll see what's good. I don't see it. Yeah, okay, there we go. Alright, cool. It's strange that AI causes a flag if it's been generated, so I don't understand what the fuck is going on with that, dude. But I was actually, yeah, I want to cover this. That AI flag that I had on my channel was a little bit more problematic than I thought. Like, this is gonna suck. Like, I am making, like, I don't have a strike on my channel yet, but, man, this is, like, the most I've ever been threatened with a strike on anything, and it's because it's, like, a multiple one. Like, so what happened is, I think that they're getting strikes from different companies and different owners, and it's hitting everybody that uses that. So, unfortunately, with whatever he used, every single person that had something that was copied by that is flagging me. So that's a lot of fun. Watching it right now. Oh, hey, lucky. Fine, maybe I will watch it, Nick. Yeah, hey, I need to also say, I'm sorry for not watching the Trump thing, but that was a mental health decision on my end. I know, news show, right? Should definitely watch the news and the politics that are happening of the day. But, man, I just couldn't. I just couldn't. I was having way too bad of a day. Yeah. Sometimes, guys. Sometimes even I have a bad day. I'm off by myself in the Pepper Patch. I mean, Pepper Patch ain't bad. But there isn't really a pepper patch. There's pepper trees and, like, pepper plants. But do you really want to be called pepper plants? Although, you know what? When you guys, when you are in other chats, I guess you guys are pep plants. I'm overthinking this. So any audio you can suspect could be AI. I can analyze it for watermarking. You can? Oh, shit. Well, you know what? Maybe I'll just have you be the in-between between me and Rome Dog, where if he wants to send me anything, he could send it through you first to see if it's going to get flagged. You like Pepper Patch? All right. Oh, here we go. We're going to do it. What do you think? Yeah, here we go. What should the fan base be called? Because I'm sorry, we took liberties. I want to be a plant. Between the winner of this one, then I'll do another one. There we go. Let's see, guys. Oh. Oh, yeah. Duh, I have this thing in my hair. I was like, what the fuck is pulling my hair? Every once in a while, this thing gets tangled. It is a nice little hair weight, though, because, like, nice to train this thing. Yeah, I can see the watermark in the audio spectrum. Now? I'm not using AI, though. Like, this is not AI music. I can tell you that right now. Not you. Okay, good. I was about to say, I'm like, Oh, yeah, that's right. He posted it in Discord, so you're checking him over. Okay, I can see. Buddy. Hey, what? Just got an appointment on Monday. These are the parts that suck, is when it's just like, man, there's nothing I can do. Even getting, like, if I give him Benadryl, all he does is just get tired. He still itches. So it's like, it's not even worth it. Oh, hey, Matash, I saw that you're playing Tekken. How you doing? Man, you really are going hard at that. I got a, you know what? I'm gonna download that. It's time. I love Tekken. I haven't done a good Tekken run in a long time, so yeah, analyzing audio. Oh, wait, I also forgot to ask, are you playing online, or are you playing like the single player, like tower system or whatever? Oh wait, that's Mortal Kombat. Pep Squad 75%. All right, sorry guys. I think we might be staying. Also, there's a song about collective nouns I put in the Discord thread. Yeah, I gotta be really careful with songs right now. I can use Kirk's music. I'll be honest, guys. Right now, because of what happened, I am going to pretty much just be staying exclusively to Kirk's music. And any of the stuff that I have permissions to, like Hang Your Hate, they gave me permissions, so I'm okay. But even some, like, their new stuff, I actually got, I played his new song, I got flagged for that, so, and that was even with the permission. So I'm having some issues with this right now. YouTube, they changed a whole bunch of stuff. I'm dealing with it. I'm somehow going to work with it because it's important to me to play the music. So, it's just one of those things, guys. Like, unfortunately, I gotta start working in, like, within these parameters a little bit better, because I'm telling you, man, that one really sucked. Because I've spent the better part of 2 days cleaning up just one video. Kind of sucks. Anyway, I know, just for a general announcement, since we are on little collective noun angle for a bit. Audio isn't so easy. I have to isolate all the low frequencies and check visually for patterns that don't match the mid-frequency stuff. Oh, you're actually doing this manually? Oh shit, I thought you were running this through like ironically an AI checker, having AI do a self-policing thing. What do you mean? We are not robots. He is not robot. I mean, what is life? Shut it down! Shut it down! It is too late for everybody. Why would you give us guns? You made us into police. Oh, God. Sorry. Went into a little skit there. It has to be done manually. Well, that's strangely relieving. Where it's like, okay. At least it needs a human. At least the AI needs a human checker. Dude. We live in wild times, people. If you had told me that this would, especially like when I was kind of even toying with doing YouTube, it like, if you told me this back in July of last year, I would have looked at you like, what? Like, that's what I got to worry about? Like, I thought trolls and reading comments and, you know, your mental health and the algorithm were all what I had to worry about, which turns out not so much. The algorithm, yeah, a little bit, but I don't know. I feel bad for the YouTubers that live and breathe, like, literally by the algorithm or by the analytics that they have on their channel. Yeah, man. I only do it for a healthy amount, but... Oh, by the way, did you see his little crown in the back there? I thought that was a little on brand. What are we at? 80% for Pep Talks, or for Pep Squad. Okay, I think we're gonna keep Pep Squad around. You guys are the Pep Squad. Sorry, guys. You might be off alone in that pepper patch. It's okay, buddy. It's okay. I mean, you're never alone there. I still lord over the Pep Squad and the Pepper Patch, so... It's weird to say that, but it's true. I lord over it like the Teletubby sun baby. Because you know that baby was like what ruled the land of the Teletubbies, right? Creepy little baby, too. Like, can we all just agree that the baby on the Teletubbies was like very creepy? Example, I've checked Post Malone's White Iverson. I can find a low HZ pattern spread out. That's not a watermark. This would get flagged. Oh. Really? Now, are you saying it would get flagged like by accident, or is he actually using AI? I'm actually a little confused with what you're saying there. So... Pepper Pack, I may buy in. Pepper Pack? Pep Pack, come on. If you're going with Pack, Pep Pack. The Pep Pack. You guys are the Pep Pack. Ooh, I actually kind of like that. Pack of Peps. Picked a pack of pickled peps. Uh-oh, I'm doing the thing. Uh-oh. You guys might learn my real name, Peter. Dude, my mom, I'm not sure to this day if she was joking when she's just like, I was gonna name you Peter. It's like, wow. Wow. Teletubbies were really freaky, yeah. By accident, a lot of producers use low HAZ, I don't know what, low hertz? Oh, hertz, got it. To add some ambience and drop the hertz out of human hearing. Okay. So it's true what they're saying then about certain I mean, I know that I kind of know this. I'm not like super familiar with strangely enough music like sound. I can tell you what I need to, as far as like how many hertz I need to be at for my voice, which is a little bit, now that I think about it, Yeah, because bass, treble. Okay, hold on. Peter talks. uh, sorry to bust your bubble, guys. I did not just self-dox. It's one of those situations where I was just like, do I want to play around with this, though? Yeah, Peter talks. I mean, so it was funny. When my mom said that to me once, I did kind of think about it. I'm like, okay, yes, I would get made fun of because, yeah, Peter Pepper. But at the end of the day, Peter Pepper, Peter Parker. I'm a huge Spider-Man fan, so whatever, man. I would have definitely enjoyed that, but ish. Now, what am I talking about? Listen, I am so full of shit right now, because I have a complex about my last name. Do you understand how long it took me to even embrace, like, when I was naming this show, I was not going to name it, like, fucking Pep Talks. I was wrestling with, like, way different stuff. Well, show, my channel, but, yeah, man, like, Pep Boys, obviously. Yeah, well, I mean, everything. Every time that, if I became a leader of a team, then yes, it was the Pep Boys. And then, the Dr. Pepper, you gotta become a doctor. Herdy. Although, again, one of the funniest things we ever did was just do the Wouldn't You Like to Be a Pepper 2 family reunion. That was whatever. We gave in and we just did it, and I was like, I was mad that I was mad that I was in the pictures because I was like, what? God, I had to be like 10. And you're at that age. I mean, I already didn't like having pictures taken of me at that point, but it was just like, I wasn't even trying to look cool. I'm in the corner just like this. I don't want to be in this picture. Don't look at me. God, I was such a pain in the ass kid. I really was. But yeah, man. The fucking, just every Pepper joke. Your membership tiers should be jalapeno hopping your own ghost. You know what? I should do that. Yeah. You know what? I kind of started that on the fly with, like, the branding. I still need to figure out how to do this, because my, like, although this would be a little weird, I gotta be honest, if my memorial fund thing was the hot to spicy meter that I was thinking about doing. I just thought about that. Yeah, maybe not. I'm glad to keep it as it is right now, just a little. That'd be so fucking weird. Just, hey guys, we're almost getting to the spicy on the fucking Mom's Memorial Fund. Oh my god. Sorry, Mom. Dude, at least the pictures of her smiling, so every time I look up, she's just like, oh, that's creepy. What are we at? Okay, 67%. Oh, shit. Oh, well, I'm gonna keep that up for a minute. You guys seem to be actually opinionated on this one. Look at that. I appreciate that. How about the membership tiers? You think I should change that or just keep it? Hey, while we're doing some housekeeping, why not? What's up? Bro, the last name Pepper is insane. Don't be ashamed of having a dope last name. I finally fucking embraced it. Be proud of me. No, I did kind of, like, when I got to broadcasting and doing comedy, like, one of my favorite moments in comedy was when the booker didn't think it was my real name. He was just like, that is not your real name. I'm like, yeah, here. I showed him my ID. He's just like, get! You were made for show business. I was like, oh, that's the nicest thing everybody ever said to me. Too bad I bombed that night. I really did. God, I wish I was joking. That was one of the ones where it was like, I just driving home. I'm like, what am I doing? What am I doing? That was also what sucked, is the way that I did, like, comedy clubs, like, bouncing, is I would go, I didn't keep it. It's not like New York where you have, a row of clubs on just, like, a few blocks or whatever. No. It's definitely a That was some drives, and it's what sucked is like I drive in, barely get paid or not get paid. Most of the time not get paid because I did end up drinking the rest of, what I would get paid. And yeah, gas. You don't think about that. Just to bomb and then have a long road home. Don't miss that. Now I can just bomb here and just have that little and then get over it real quick. You forgot to shotgun beer. Oh wait, when? Oh, when I hit the end of this? Yeah. No, I mean I will. Man, that's gonna be like a whole project. I'm gonna have to like I'm gonna have to put like plastic down and damn. Whole thing, but I'm doing it. I'm gonna do it. Just for you guys' entertainment. Although, wait a minute, I could just theoretically record it. Nah, it's not as fun. I gotta do it live. I'll do it live! Speaking of doing this live, let's take a look at the stock market. Oh, everything is down. Everything is down. Who's up? VIX. CBOE Vitality Index. Who dat? Oh man, tech stocks are taking a fucking hit. Oh wait, might help if I had this on the right here. There you go, guys. I didn't forget about you. I just forgot to actually do it. Hey. He's got a little scratch right here. Trying to make sure that he doesn't rip it open. Hey, don't you dare. Here, I gotta start closing the door again. Come here. No. Come here. You gonna go potty? Hey. I knew you did that here. Do this later. Okay. No. You already got your freebie. Yeah. I'm trying to do good by you, dude. I'm sorry you're so itchy. I'm sorry, and I know you don't understand. That's what sucks. He's just like, this sucks. And then I hurt myself. No! Sriracha Doritos are... oh, wait. For real? They have Sriracha Doritos? What? Oh, wait. No, I think I've had those. Wait. Have I? Honey... Wait, the honey Sriracha? I don't know. Maybe. Wax Nightmare, Godzilla fan. Yes, I am. How you doing? No, I know you. Fellow... Are you saying fellow? Godzilla's your favorite kaiju, right? I mean, let's just break it down real quick. Godzilla, number 1. My number, like Mothra, number 2. And then, Ghidorah, number 3. Oh, hey. Oh, cheer up. Oh, well, he'll cheer up. Oh, he's about to cheer up Majors now. Look at him. Look at those eyes. Here we go. You know what? Here. You get $1 per dollar on this one. The very first one. Thank you, Mitesh, for the $2 donation. And Stanley is going to be a very... Oh, he's already sitting. He eats so daintily. One more. Uno más. Yeah. He's not going to be happy. He needs a bath soon. Yeah, he is not the easiest dog to give a bath to. I essentially have to do this thing where, like, I have to run the hose, and then I'll get him all soaked up, you know. It's like, yeah, I feel good. And then the second that he's just like, water, no! And then I'm just like, Eric, come here. Ah! And then I have to essentially back him against the fence and just be like, yeah. Yeah, yeah. And then just get a wet towel, put that on him because for some reason he lets that happen. And then, yeah, get a dry towel. It's a whole thing with this dog. I swear he's so neurotic. I don't get it. But I like the new ice kaiju. She's awesome. Yeah, actually, yeah, Shino. Also, I like the name. Or was it Shimo or Shino? Either way, I like it. Big Trump fans in here. Am I right? I'm wearing red for a reason. Making America Bob Marley again. Jaman. I'm not sure if that was actually my impression of Donald Trump saying that or not. Jaman. We be jamming. Oh my god. I actually just had that thought for just like that half second where I'm like, oh no, Trump. I mean, he did. We love the YMCA, right? Everybody's going to the YMCA. I'm at the YMCA. That's why I'm doing this all the time. I mean, anybody could have seen it coming. Like, I'm not doing open palms. I'm doing this. I'm doing the jerk motions. It's been in front of your faces just like it's been in mine. Ow! He starts doing zing. It's like all of a sudden Trump gets a huge sense of humor. Trump meant great as in Great Depression. Fuck, dude. Okay, can I just be real for just 1 second here? This sucks. This fucking sucks. I'm cope laughing so hard right now because I did the thing, guys. I did the thing. I looked at the 401k. You're never supposed to look at your 401k during a economic collapse. Guys, I think I'm going to be streaming for a long time, and I hope that I grow in a pretty consistent fashion because, oh boy. Like, seriously? I'm going to look like Sephiroth by the time I'm done doing this. I'm done doing this. I mean, that's going to happen regardless. Who am I kidding? Did you buy the dip? No, because I'm not. No, because the dip happens regardless, and no. Like, I don't have that much liquid in. Like, see, this is the thing that I always love is when people are just like, oh, you got that much liquid income? It's like, no. Not to just gamble with right now. No. This is also my favorite part where they're like, oh, American dream, buy a house, and then have all these investments, blah, 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 blah. And then it's just like, oh. Yeah, your house starts like damn near collapsing. It's just like, oh my god, how much is it to fix? It's just so much shit. On top of it, insurance is fucking. They're getting like more ability to deny you coverage on your home. Like, it's just insane, man. I'm being silly in the face of utter chaos. Seth, I appreciate you, bro. I like your attitude. See, this is why you're part of the pep squad. You know what? Cheers. You are part of the pep squad. Actually, wrong cheers, but one thing that throws me is the fact that you have a very, very official looking profile picture there. It's just like, oh, wow. Dare I say it's a little LinkedIn. You know what I mean? But I appreciate that though, because that just means you're serious. So I like that. And you're the one that's just like, I'm being silly in the face of utter chaos. It's like, oh, well, I'm glad that you found your silliness. God, this sucks. I mean, again, am I buying on the dip? Which one do you want to buy into, guys? Like, the last time we tried this, it was the Game Stonks. I don't know. You know what? Wait a minute. I am going to do this. I take do not take this question as me getting your answer and giving advice to this audience. Aha, protected. Because it's not advice. This is not financial advice. This is me asking a question to my chat about finances. If you were to buy into the dip, which ones would you buy into? Which ones do you think have a better chance of a higher return? Because I don't know, guys. Do we play capitalism the game? Dude, that's what I feel like the stock market is. It's just like, oh, we're gonna play just this little condensed form of capitalism that's gonna make you lose all faith in humanity. Fun. It's how we maintain our mental sanity. That is so true there, Matash. Look at my 401k, like Smeagol. My precious, my precious. Oh, I mean, are you good? Like, dude, anybody who's good right now, again, all I need is hit me up in the Discord chat and tell me your secrets, because I did not get taught the right lessons. I also, God, I just feel like taking advantage is just. This is why I couldn't do my old job. Taking advantage of people's rough, man. And, like, seeing it this way, like, this is venture capitalism is one of the most disgusting things on the fucking face of the earth. But we only got 6 votes for the Pep Patch versus Pep Squad. Hey, guys, come on. What should the fan base be called? Come on. You can get a few more votes than that. Damn. Stock market is the most esoteric roulette ever. Yeah, exactly. And the fact that people are like, ooh, you don't have a bunch of money in the stock market? It's just like, no, not really. Not more than I really need to. Capitalist scum. You capitalist scum. These rebel scum. Wait a minute. Actually, dude, I just thought about this. The rebels, are they seen as like the socialists? Like, because I know that we see them as like, yeah, like the rebels, rebel, you know, like rebels. But then you got like the emperor, and he's just like, I have brought the great empire. These radical leftists. Like, that's how we see it, right? But then the right wing is just like, no, it's these radical right wingers. Wait. Shit. Hold on, my chat just shut down again. Give me a second, guys. Oh. Man, we're almost to 50-50. Uh-oh. There are rebels and there are Johnny Rebels. New Walter Masterson video? Oh, really? Did you want to send that into the just general chat in over in Discord? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Still have a blacked out chat over here. Give me a second. Oh shit, that's what it is. Here. There we go. You know, just the good old boys, rebels. Well, well, that's kind of where I was going with that, though. Like, do you think? Well, because no, I'm about to ask a dumb question that I already kind of know the answer to. Because every time that I think about it, any right winger in my life, they're always a fan of the Empire. So, yeah, that kind of explains everything right there. So, never mind. Oh, wait. Oh, now YouTube is blacked out. I cannot win today. Why? Oh my god. I'm having such a freaking stupid problem with this. It's because Streamlabs, the newest update on Streamlabs is garbage. And I will say that with certainty. It's a garbage. Fuck. Hot garbage. Man, come on. There we go. We're back. Hello, YouTube. Welcome back. Okay, so... I should know about investments based on my profession, but I know doo-doo butter about investments. Oh, no! Oh, no! Are you one of those... Oh, no! Okay, so... I'm not sure if you're an accountant, but I have a friend who's an accountant. When I've asked him for financial advice, he's like, don't ask me for financial advice. I'm like, really? He's like, yes. All I do is tell people what money they have, where theoretically it could go. I am not... He's like, I don't do, like, investments or anything like that. I'm like, oh. Oh. And watching how nihilistic he is about the economy and, like, just money in general... He actually helps me in my radicalism, where he's just like, nah, you really don't need, like, to just, you can make it up to a certain point and then you're good. He's like, anything, like, because he was one of the first people to, like, kind of let me in on the idea of, like, yeah, once you make, like, $100 million, you never, ever need, he's like, that's generational wealth right there. He's just like, you just don't buy, like, really, really dumb shit. He's like, you got... That's how that goes. And then I was like, oh. And then he's like, yeah. And then he kind of broke it down the scale. I was like, oh, shit. You know? Broke me out of that capitalistic mentality. Which I'll tell you what, man, for real. I don't think I've ever mentioned this, but my church was Prosperity Gospel. So they were doo-doo butter on sriracha Doritos goes hard as fuck. What the We need the dumpster fire emote. All right, so here. Emote ideas. We're going to cover this next, too, because I need to finally get this done. All right, so we got Shocked Pika, which I thought he was there, but he's not. Dumpster fire. I will make that for... Oh, I can actually do that one for YouTube today. Because that one doesn't require me to put it in 3 different freaking formats. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's over on Twitch. It's only a few million per unit at those prices. I'd be foolish not to buy them all. Or it'd be foolish not to buy them all. I hope you're joking. If you got that kind of money, my man, please consider helping out the channel. Jeez. No, I have a feeling that you're saying that a little tongue-in-cheek. Oh, man. I just looked again. It didn't get any better. It's only getting worse. You know, there is laughing at Trump, like, failing, but then there's just, like, holy shit. At what point are we just gonna have, like, the people who were not political before just start, like, screaming at people? Because this is insane. Here. Let me do a quick update on here. What time is it? 5? So we're closing out, right? Or they close out at 6. I think they close out at 5. Treasury yields fall lowest level since October after Trump unveils sweeping tariffs. Oh my god. Dude. Oh no. Just took another dip live. Oh no. Probably wait. But they need a boog. Oh, A new one every. Oh, a Bugatti. Yeah, Bugatti. Denali. I got the Denali. Denali. God, I want to watch that video again. We're gonna do that soon. Maybe today. I think we'll close out the show with that. A new one every year. It's only a few million per unit at those prices. Oh, I see what you're saying. It did it again, though. Damn it. I can't stand this freaking this chat function, right? You know what, guys? This is going to be straining on my neck today, but screw it. I'm just going to be reading from my my backup chats. All right. Well, that sucks. All right, stuff happens. Probably about this point, give it about 6 months for the consequences to really set in with people. People start missing SSA checks. I'm telling you right now, Seth, that's happened. Like, that happened to my mom's husband. And without going into too much detail, we're dealing with something because of that. Which also, get this, he was one of those dumb people who, I'm trying to get better about this, who legit thought he could, like, claim my mom's SSI, like, her SSI, and, like, he was one of the ones just being like, there's so much waste, fraud, and abuse. That's, like, what you were just mad that you couldn't do. He's just like, that was supposed to, well, no, I was supposed to get that. It's like, that's what I'm dealing with, guys. That's what I'm fucking dealing with. And the thing is, I hate that I do this, but sometimes we just can't help it. Like, he's one of the most, like, staunch Trump supporters in my life that he just makes me I can't stand any of them. Man, if they all think like you, this is a whole world of just, I can't even articulate it. It's literally that. It's just like, that's MAGA right there. Maybe sooner. They do seem setting an impressive Great Depression speedrun pace. Yeah, no, dude. What is I keep asking what's happening. I know what's happening. They're doing it on purpose so they can buy everything on the cheap. They want this collapse to happen so they could also try to do the thing where they can blame it on Biden, be like the first few months of the presidency was all based on Biden's mistakes, and then they could be like, well, we brought back all this industry, and then, Stellantis just, here we go. I got this pulled up. Stellantis just fired 900 American workers due to Trump tariffs. Mediaite. CNBC Business. Whatever. How many of these damn channels do they got? Data correspondent Brian Chung told MSNBC anchor Jose Diaz-Balart on Thursday to discuss sweeping global tariffs, including 25%. Blah, 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 blah. What? Don't care. Okay. Brian, Ford and Stellantis announced very different reactions to the tariffs. What did they say? Yeah, they're responding to the 25% tariff on any automotive product that comes out of the U.S., with auto parts also looped into the announcement as well. Stellantis, which makes Dodge Rams and Jeep vehicles, saying that they're going to temporarily pause production at plants in both Canada and Mexico. Shit. Really? So you're telling me I should buy my parts now? Here. Again, you guys can also see, dude, can I just say this real quick? And I don't want to sound like a dick, but hey, Popeye's chicken. Nice. Oh my god. These fucking ads. I was just about to say, like, based on what you guys just saw there, yeah, you know how it's just like the targeted ad shit. I miss when I was just looking for desks. Like, that was what my last my last fundraiser was for. It was just, oh man. Either way, hello from Austria. Hey, we actually have another Austrian in our chat over on YouTube. His name is Undead Banana. Not sure if you're like, I know of this Undead Banana. He's a legend in Austria. That would be freaking dope. But hello, welcome to stream, and yeah, how are you, man? I appreciate you stopping by. How are you? I don't... What? Sir, what? Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, guys. Yeah. I just miss my mom, guys. I really do. It sucks, like, that this is... it's the reality. Oh, it's a hello in, Austria. Oh, cool. Thank you. Okay, so Thanswerus... And okay, I am very, very American, if you can't tell. Servus. I don't know. Either way, welcome to stream. I hope that you enjoy yourself if you are into the politics and the news. We're going into that. Also, if you are 420 friendly, we go into that too. Actually. Like to also have a hit with my coffee here. And then we will finish discussing the fact that Stellantis. Now, the fact that it's Stellantis, like Chrysler. Let's just call it Chrysler Dodge Jeep. The fact that they rebranded as Stellantis is annoying. It's just one of those things where it's like 900 jobs, really? You're going to do that on the day that he announces the tariffs? And while Ford is just out there going like, we're going to hire more people because we sucked up to Trump in the right way. Now, here's where I am going to be a little bit more honest than it seems that the media is in this regard, is the fact that Stellantis has always been pretty much like an out of country or out of like they've claimed to be an American car company, but they're one of like the most egregious for building their cars with anything but American parts. Also, yeah, I don't know why I'm stammering this much. We have a Jeep plant not too far away from us. Like an hour from us, but still. The fact that we have a plant that they just shut down, man. They don't do nothing. Yo, Undead Banana. We got another Austrian in chat over in Twitch. Unless that's you, which then don't do that. Just announce that it's you over there then, okay? Why do you guys have TDS? Oh my god. Man, TDS is getting old too. At what point do you guys like retire stuff? I do want to know that. Like Trumpers, they tend to latch onto something and keep it way past its expiration date. I mean, Hillary's emails was a big one. Okay. Cool. Give me 1 second, actually. We got an update on the stock market. Come back. Is that better? I like how I just got an alert, like it's just like, whoa, something happened. I don't know. What happened? No, I can't live stream it. I gotta do that. Taking that chance.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And we begin with the breaking news from Wall Street. Trading has been underway now for just about 30 minutes, and nervous investors,
This is old.
very nervous investors, are weighing in on President Trump's historic new global tariffs. The early assessment, deep concerns. Almost all goods
TDS.
entering the United States
Trump's economy, bro. Trump's economy.
will face a new tax of at least
This is after Liberation Day. You guys can't do that thing anymore.
10%, and that means inflation-weary Americans will see even higher prices on virtually everything. And that adds to the deepening concerns among economists that the U.S. and indeed much of the world may be on a collision course with a recession. Let's begin this hour with CNN business and politics correspondent Vanessa Yurkevich. She's in New York watching all of this unfold. So, Vanessa, where do the markets stand right now?
Wolf, markets are tumbling as investors are really digesting worse than expected tariffs. You have the Dow, the NASDAQ, and the S&P all down below, as you can see there, 3%. Retail stocks in particular really selling off. Nike, Adidas, Lululemon, these are companies that source a lot of their goods from abroad, countries that are now under higher tariffs. And just look at the countries that were hit in yesterday's announcement. You have the European Union, 20% tariff. You have Japan, 24%, China, 34%, and Vietnam, 46%. Key trading partners to the U.S. Investors are worried what this means.
What's the problem now with America about taxes? I can explain everything to you in
For
one video.
businesses, and then, of course, those businesses'
Did you make
profits.
a video?
But let's just reset. What do we know right now? We know that there are auto tariffs in effect right now. But
I have TDS tired.
on Saturday is that 10% universal tariff on Wednesday, higher tariffs on about 60 countries, tariffs on auto parts, foreign auto parts.
Why did Trump put these tariffs in place? Now Trump will need to remove them to save the day.
On May 3rd, and then maybe coming additional tariffs on lumber, semiconductors, and I'll add copper there as well. And as you mentioned, Wolf, there is talk of what this could mean for a recession. I just spoke to an analyst who says that
What if EA made Dark Souls?
the longer that these tariffs stay in place, the more likely that there will be a recession.
No, I'd rather not.
We also
I'd rather
heard
not even
from
think
Mark
about
Zandi
that.
from Moody's Analytics, who said if they follow through, if these tariffs go into
Oh my God. Oh my God. Could you imagine just the pay to win, like how you make that pay to win?
effect, I'd buckle up and brace for impact. A recession seems more likely.
Oh, do you want to roll? Do you want to do a tuck and roll? That'll be $10, please.
Than not. Wolf?
All right, Vanessa Yurkevich in New
You want a basic parry? Another $5.
York for us. Thank you very much, Pamela.
Well, Wolf, the White House and Republican lawmakers concede that the ripple effect of the tariffs will cause some pain to Americans. But the White House says it's the initial cost
The sad part is that's almost too real.
to revive manufacturing jobs in the U.S. Here's what the vice president said this morning.
For 40 years, we've had an economy that rewards people who ship American jobs overseas and raises taxes on American workers, and we're flipping that on its head. We're going to cut taxes for American workers and for American companies that build here. We're going to make it harder to ship American jobs overseas. It's a
He really does look like he just missed the bus to the Black Parade, and he's just so mad about it.
total shift in the
Never got rid of the eyeliner, but he definitely took the angst with him.
way that we've done economic policy in the United States of America.
Thank you for the chair. I appreciate
But it was
that.
necessary.
All right, let's go live now to CNN White House reporter Elena Trina. Elena, what else are you hearing from the administration this morning?
Well, Pamela, it's clear that the
She looks like Nancy Wheeler from Stranger Things, like finally grew up.
White House has been very intentional in its messaging. You know, despite some of the president.
And we did, in fact, trap the Demigorgon, but for some reason, Vecna seems to be in complete control of the White House, and he is taking the economy on purpose. We still don't know why, but here, let's go to our correspondent, Eddie Munson. Eddie?
Defenders, Republicans on Capitol Hill, others who have argued that the president is a pragmatist at heart, that perhaps he would pull back on some of these tariffs. It's clear they were wrong. The president was serious about this, and as Vance just laid out, and as we've heard from other top advisors this morning, he is committed to these tariffs.
Went to SSA today. We found out about 32K of the 47,000. It got worse. It got worse
because he fundamentally believes the United States is getting taken advantage of, and he wants to really break the trading system that has been.
Hey, what up, Rome Dog? Hey, speaking, dude. Hey, I'm not sure if you saw the beginning of the show, but if you didn't, just real quick. Unfortunately, I have to put a hold on playing the AI music because I got hit by like a bunch of different holders of a bunch of different stuff, and there's no contesting it. It's one of those things where it's just like, unfortunately, we're gonna have to keep that one to the Patreon shows and the Twitch shows.
Been built over the last 70 or 80 years.
Which we will be doing a Twitch exclusive coming up here soon.
Now, and see this realignment. Now, we heard from Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt this morning. She was speaking with
another announcement.
CNN. She said that
so bad at
this isn't going to be a negotiation. This is a national emergency. Listen to how she put it.
The president is firm in his approach, and the president is ensuring economic stability here in the United States of America. This is a common sense policy.
How?
And
so what they're doing now is they're running like any of these AI generators, like, so the AI generators are stealing from other places. They're taking like copywritten content, and they're like, even if it's like, I know, like a sub thing in the way that they produce it. Yeah. No, specifically, the ska song that you did, that one hit me, like, that one hit hard. Like,
these countries wanted to negotiate. If these
Kirk, I think, can explain it a little bit better to you.
Countries wanted to do what's right. They've had 70 years to do it.
Dude, stop. Stop, please.
I think, Pamela, the end of her answer there, saying they had 70 years to negotiate, is really key here, because that's the question now. Where do we go from here? We're going to see, as Vanessa just laid out, all of these different countries likely respond and in kind to these tariffs and retaliate. That could further escalate this trade war now. And so that's really the key question. One thing as well.
I'm waiting for the next South Park episode. Yeah, dude, I just saw that they dropped that and it's coming out like July or something.
Just as we watch the stock market, is that the president has been far less reactionary to how the stock market is in this term, in his second administration, than in his first. We have been told repeatedly now not to see him react to the stock market directly because of this. Instead, he has said repeatedly now that he believes there will be some short-term pain. So I'd keep that in mind as well as we cover this. Pamela?
All right, Elena Train, thank you so much.
Make sure you say the line. Make sure you say the line, because if you don't say the line, you know who's going to be mad at us.
Wolf.
All right, Pamela, as we mentioned, analysts now say that President Trump's tariffs will likely plunge the global economy into recession this year. Some countries say they're hoping they can negotiate with the U.S., while others have vowed swift retaliation. Listen.
We had been requesting the U.S. government to review its unilateral tariff measures
the working class. Trump's going to crash our economy.
We are extremely disappointed and regret that such measures have been implemented nonetheless.
Insane.
Our intention remains to secure a deal, but nothing is off the table.
We will continue to make the strongest case for these unjustified tariffs to be removed from our exporters.
We are going to fight these tariffs with countermeasures. We are going to protect our workers.
The entire global economy will suffer from these ill-considered decisions.
Stock markets across Asia have already tumbled after President Trump's announcement. Now China has vowed to counter what it calls bullying tariffs by the United States. I'm going to go live to Beijing. CNN's Mark Stewart is on the scene for us. Mark, what kind of retaliation potentially could we see from China?
Right, Wolf, good morning.
Whoa, he looks like Cuomo Light.
I mean, China says it is ready to fight back, but if this is a war, it's not necessarily revealing its plans about how and when it will strike.
They couldn't find a tie for him.
It certainly has the option, though, of continuing.
Blitzer looks sad. He really does this like, ugh.
On the tariff theme by instituting more tariffs, more punishment, specifically targeting American farmers. Right now, China imports a lot of soybeans from the United States. There are existing tariffs. Certainly, China could double down on that. But what's been interesting all day today, China's been very much taking on this diplomatic tone, talking about themes of resolving differences, urging the United States to cancel the tariffs. So it's kind of this wait-and-see mode as this April 9th deadline approaches. There is certainly an economic side to all of this, but there's also a lot of ego involved. Both Xi Jinping and Donald Trump want to look strong on the world stage. As one analyst mentioned to us today, it's the real question of who will fold first. Nonetheless, as you mentioned, this is creating a lot of anxiety, not just here in China, but across the entire regions. Markets are not looking at this favorably. We saw declines across many of the markets in Asia, including Japan, which of course is home to the auto giants, including Toyota and Honda. Wolf.
All right, Mark Stewart in Beijing for us. Mark, thanks very much. Pamela.
And stock markets in Europe also took a tumble after President Trump announced 20% tariffs on imports from the EU. So let's go live now to Paris and CNN senior international correspondent Melissa Bell. Melissa, how big of a blow are these tariffs to Europe?
Look, a senior European official has been talking to me just a short while ago about the figures. They were handed this 30-page document.
I'll just slander Israel in my local paper to get a free ride out of America. Did you just say slander Israel so we can summon Ryan into chat? Because you know that he's about, it's like his Beetlejuice. We have to say it 2 more times. This guy reminds me of Ernie from Ernie and Bert. Rubber ducky, you're the one.
Yesterday.
They weren't in the trade war signal chat. Not my
The
soy.
Europeans are contesting a bunch of the figures. They say that it's full of mistakes.
Israel.
There are things that have been seen applied, tariffs.
Where is he?
Applied to them twice. Overall, what Europeans are saying is that if you look at the last 3 rounds
I swear to God, if he pops up, I'm going to lose my shit.
tariffs that have been applied to them, it is 70% of all European goods that will head to the United States that are now the subject of tariffs. That is 380 billion euros worth of goods. So it's a huge blow to the European Union. And what's interesting is that the Commission
Why
is
does it
saying
hate
on one
me?
hand
Maybe it's the leftist content. It's just like, hey, we found a reason. You're using somebody else's stuff.
that it's going to seek to negotiate the
maybe it's
high-level
because,
negotiation.
oh, wait, are you uploading it to YouTube? Because if you upload it to YouTube and I don't have permissions, then that could also trigger it.
With Washington begin.
Which is weird, because as I said, I'm talking, like, dude, I had like 4 different record companies that had the hits on them. So I was like,
And we understand even tomorrow afternoon. But at the same time, they're really preparing for a war. They say that they did not start, but that they are ready to wage. And what they say their biggest asset is the biggest single market in the world. So 450 million consumers that they say they're going to protect, but also use in their fight. So things like, for instance, sourcing soybeans elsewhere than the United States.
yeah, that might be it. I mean, I'm just telling you, man. I'm just telling you what I had happen, and it took like a long time to take care of. So
the sort of goods that you would expect them to seek to buy from.
No, the thing is, like, you're being really pushy about this. Like, I will check it out, but here, you're gonna have to send it through Discord so I can like have it vetted. Like, I'm gonna let my mods vet the video, and then I will play it. Okay.
Other partners in the United States, but more than that, the Commission has a bunch of more measures, retaliatory measures up its sleeve that could hurt, for instance, big tech that make, say, Europeans.
My Republican weed dealer thinks we are going to civil war. Wait, so are you just like, so I need to find a new dealer?
30% of their profits in the EU. Europeans are preparing to fight back. And
I know you didn't. That's why I'm just, dude, that's why I'm telling you, like, out in the open. I'm not trying to shame you either. I'm just trying to literally just be like, hey, yeah, this is the reason I'm not going to be able to play your music for a little bit, just because it's like, yeah.
Back quite aggressively, Pam.
It's a normal video. I am not trolling. Wow.
All right,
good
Melissa
sell. Very good sell.
Thank you.
All right, Pamela, let's get some more right now and all the breaking news. Joining.
He really does look so sad. Poor. He just needs does anybody else want to give Wolf? Well, I mean, this sounds weird, but do you want to just give Wolf Blitzer a hug? Just see, like, do you think it would change his demeanor? Do you think at one point he would just be like, I can smile?
The New Jersey.
And that day, Wolf's heart grew 5 times bigger.
Democratic Senator Cory Booker, as you know, he just set the record, I should say, this week for the longest floor speech in the modern history.
It turns out that I really do enjoy Bernie Sanders. You know what? It's time. Viva la revolution.
The U.S. Senate. Senator, thanks so much for joining us. I want to talk about...
Part of me is wondering what shenanigans Trump is up to while distracting us with this tariff stuff.
Your marathon speech in just a few moments. But let's get to the breaking news first. What kind of impact, Senator, are you expecting these massive Trump tariffs?
Yeah, just get together with us, dog. We'll help you make the music without the AI. Hell yeah, dude. Actually, Rome Dog, that's a good idea. Like, hit up Sylvie and Kirk. Like, they will... Collaborations are something that I know that they are more than open to. So definitely don't just, like, put that off, you know.
Tariffs. What kind of impact do you think they will have?
Because man, your writing is
on
great.
American consumers.
Well, I'm already hearing an explosion of...
I'm sad. Neoliberalism failed. Yeah, he does kind of have that face about him.
A reaction from across my state, and people from across the political spectrum are angry and upset because they know the impact it's going to...
Nah, I don't care. He's a nice guy and just sees things from his class interests as petite bourgeoisie. So you
have...
Man, you hold me to a lot higher standard than your dealer. Damn.
New Jersey on jobs, on businesses. But for our consumers who are already struggling
about to turn to
under a
Wolverine
president
the tariff,
last
another
73
tariff.
days that said he would cut their costs before he even did this. Inflation was going up. Before he even did this, the stock market and people's 401k
you just hear off camera, shink.
Accounts were going down. Before he even did this, the consumer confidence was down. Before he even did this, grocery prices and eggs and things were going up. So this is now going to put about a $3,000 to $4,000 added increase for the average New Jersey family. Will be paying between $3,000 and $4,000 more per year just to meet the basic needs that they need for their family. And for a lot of families, they can't afford that. They're already struggling. And they're seeing a president who made a lot of really powerful promises break them over and over again.
You don't think I think you're a nice guy? No, I didn't say that. Duke, I was also joking. Hey, look at that. For once it happened to you. Except I wasn't even in chat. No, dude. I'm joshing, bro. The real ones are here. Yeah, we got a few other people to add here. Oh, shit. Okay. All right. Well, let's do a quick cheers since we missed it, and then we're gonna do some more news here. Because, oh crap! I gotta let my dog out now. She's gotta go. Are they closed? Yep, they're closed for the day. Okay. So, let's get the news from this side of things. U.S. markets not doing well. There it is. Trump tariff live update. Here we go. This is literally like this just dropped a few minutes ago. Markets dropped the day after the president imposed a far-reaching reciprocal tariff. But here, what's the Trump tariff live update? President says he's open to negotiations, contradicting White House aides. This motherfucker, dude, he's taking the global economy based on what now? Based on what? His own aides are just like, dude, let this play out. But oh, wait a minute. No, I just figured it out. He saw this, and he is so dumb that he can't live up to the Project 2025 thing. Dude, Stephen Miller must be shitting his pants. Because Stephen Miller's just like, hold the line. Hold the line. And then he's just like, you know what? Line went down. I need to see line go up. Stock market rules. You know what? Sorry, Steve-O. I got it. The almighty stock market has spoken. I'm going to make a deal. It's time to make a deal. Listen, who's the businessman here? Who's the one who wrote Art of the Deal? And Stephen Miller's literally like, you didn't write the fucking book. Because we all know, they all know. God, the fact, like TDS, yes, Trump derangement syndrome, the derangement that makes you think that he's actually controlling the government right now. First it was Elon, then it's Stephen Miller. Like, dude, Steve Bannon. Like, Steve Bannon with the suggestion was just like, I bet I can break him. And he did. Cheers, by the way. All right. Important business. We're going to open a pack of Obsidian Flames. Which is cool because it's got my guy on it, so. Yeah, I'm one of those guys. Charizard was awesome. If you don't know the joy that came from getting a OG Charizard first edition, I don't know what to tell you, but I knew that joy. I knew it 4 times, and then I lost them. I lost 3 of them in a tournament, and then I sold, like, I don't know what happened to my cards, but they all got sold. Either way. All right, we got Lechonk. Barbaroach. Wiglet. Squirrelvet. Magnezone. Whoa, shit. Magnezone just got magnetic. He went to the computer. Trainer. Houndoom. Carvana. Pupitar. And Paddlefin. Nothing great, but still, you know what? Actually, I needed this one. Count the cards in your hand, shuffle those cards into your deck, and then draw as many cards. Draw that many cards plus 1. Man, I actually know exactly who to put that with. All right, cool. Yes, you were just in time for the rips. And the disappointment. It's okay. You know how it is. Ugh. You know what? I missed one. I missed one yesterday. Aha! We'll do one more. I missed one. All right, let's see. What do we get? And this one is Stellar Crown, so... Pokemon cards is too expensive a drug for me. I already have my Warhammer addiction. Yeah, I kind of slowed down on the Warhammer, started getting back into cards. I think everybody kind of did that. All right, let's see. Uno Mas indeed. Brokey, that's a good one. I was liking the starters. Metatite. Meltan. That's actually really cool. That's a they used that as a promo art for Pokemon Go back in the day. It's weird that they did that. Score Bunny. Oh boy, do I. I was about to say, if anybody knows about that, Fire Fist definitely knows about that. Fangoro. One of my favorites, actually. Ooh. He has Tantrum. Alright, he's staying on the top there. Going right into a deck. Elagos. Slazzle. Oh, cool. Oh, shit. I got one of the rainbow variant Eevees. That's cool. Happy with that. Vikavolt. And... Gimsnarl. Oh, shit. I don't have any of them. Shit. He's like a weird-looking little bat dude. First time I've even actually seen him. All right. Well, no EXs, but still, I got 2 cards that honestly, yeah, this Eevee's really cool. Shit. That's got a call for family. All right. I swear that was the last one. The thing is, I don't want to go through these because, yeah, Pokemon cards are just. Not buying any on the secondary market, so. Soviet Mind, what's a Republican weed dealer? I mean, somebody that, wait a minute, are you serious? No, you can't be serious right now. There's no way. You're being cheeky. Where do Yu-Gi-Oh rank? I didn't get into it. the thing is, I just never really got into Yu-Gi-Oh as a property. Like, I had a friend that was like super into it. He taught me how to play the card game. I enjoyed the actual like card game of it, but the show I couldn't get into, like, for some reason. I don't know. I don't know what it was. I'm actually trying to figure it out, because like the aesthetic of the show was cool. The aesthetic of the cards were cool. I really think that it just came down to, you know, I only had so much allowance, so I chose Pokemon. And that's just kind of what happened. It's the same way that, like, a lot of the 90s kids, how we chose between PlayStation and Xbox was whether or not we had a Sega Genesis or a Nintendo or a Super Nintendo. Because a lot of my friends who had a Super Nintendo didn't end up getting the PlayStation. My one friend ended up with the Dreamcast. He really thought that was going to be the next wave. I ended up with a Dreamcast when they were selling them for like half price. God, the good old days of like retro gaming, when it was actually, you know, not so retro. But it was like when you could walk into a Walmart and you could buy a GameCube for like $40. Dude, those are the days. Shit. Solid Herb is a business. He is a business owner. He owns a shop, and I have talked to him a few times. He owns property and complains about taxes. Wait, so are you just assuming that he's a Republican because he owns property and he's complaining about taxes? I mean, I didn't get any game consoles, so now I'm hoarding them. Hey, you know what? I'm all for that, man. I'm all for, like, getting the stuff that you wanted as a kid. And if it truly... The thing is, it's the people that do that, and then they, like... It doesn't fill that void, you know? So it's just like, nah. Roar remembers crappy Godzilla Sega games. Wait a minute. No. They had one good one. Oh, wait, that wasn't Sega. My bad. That was GameCube. I immediately was wrong. Yeah, they didn't really have any good Godzilla games until the Dreamcast one. But that Dreamcast one, oh, man. I think it was called Destroy All Monsters, wasn't it? It was based on that, but, oh, so cool. I love my 75% Dreamcast with... Yeah, dude, yeah. So, like, that was the craziest part, because when I bought my Dreamcast, I was buying all the games for, like, super fucking discount, because nobody... Like, they all sold the Dreamcast games, but nobody, like, they weren't selling Dreamcast anymore. God, I think I did get mine, like, right about the time it was discontinued, too. Yeah, I only had the handful that we all had, you know, Sonic Adventures. What was it? What was the fish with the face? Shit, I had that game. What the fuck was that? And like, yeah, you had to have the special memory card, which I had. Because that was cool when you played Sonic Adventures. Had the little Seaman. It was called Seaman. Okay, I was about to say it, but I was like, you know what? I'm going to make sure that somebody actually checks me on this before I do. Yeah, that was a weird game, man. I also had Simpsons Hit and Run, Crazy Taxi. Had the, like, dude, for some reason, like, nobody ever pieced together that Simpsons Hit and Run was way better on Dreamcast. I just have to... Hot take. Let's see. Yeah, it was Leonard Nimoy. Oh my god. It was totally voiced by Leonard Nimoy. That's fucking crazy. Oh, wow. Ha. No way. Crazy Taxi is one of my favorite games for years. Yeah, they're remaking it. Jet Set Radio or Jet Grind Radio. What was it? Jet Set or Jet Grind? I think it was Jet Grind Radio on Dreamcast and then Jet Set Radio on Xbox. I had both. Well, I can't say that I had the Xbox one. That was one of the rare times I bought a game that was not for, like, my console. I bought that because my roommate had a Xbox, and I was just like, you are assuming my assumption. I'm sorry. Not trying to do that. My bad. I'll walk back. Oh, 18-wheeler. Yeah. That was a good one. Yeah. Yeah, actually, that was a really good game. Yeah, the truck racing game. Yeah, there was another game that... Oh, Power Stone. Yeah, the ultimate game. That's the reason I bought a Dreamcast, was because I was just like, no, Power Stone is like the ultimate game. God, I loved it. The fact that you could go Super Saiyan, essentially, like, that's why the ninja character is my favorite, because he essentially went Super Saiyan. Yeah, the guy that turned into, like, Iron Man. Ah, dude, such a good game. They need to remake that. Yeah, what the fuck? Have they tried? Here. Because I know they had Power Stone and Power Stone 2. Oh. Here we go. Naomi? Oh, Capcom. Released for PSP. Huh. Yeah, they just have, like, no interest in, like, doing anything with it. Maybe it just, like, didn't sell. I mean, obviously, we were just talking about how, like, the Dreamcast didn't sell very well, so maybe it just didn't sell that well. Either way. Yeah, man, you know it's not going to sell well. No, that's the weirdest part, is we're at the precipice of hitting a Great Depression, and we're all still going to try and get a Switch 2. Oh my god. I want to get it so I can play on stream. That'd be fucking awesome. Like, if I can actually, like, I already like playing Mario Kart here. If I can play the newest Mario Kart, and do that with you guys here, oh, fuck. That'd be awesome. But I also know how these scalpers be, so scalpers be scalping. Live life to the fullest. Hell yeah, man. At this point, I am all about that. Like, if I was about tattoos, I'd probably be covered in tattoos by now. Like, whatever. Yeah, I'm just all about, like, dude, fuck it. If it makes you happy, do it. Life is so short. Tech romancer. Echo no, it wasn't. Do you remember the actual story of Echo the Dolphin? It is dark as fuck. Like, for real. This alien race trying to freaking kidnap this dolphin. Then you find out that it's like, yeah, we're trying to... You're the closest thing we have to us. That kind of thing. Oh my god, I just remember being a little kid and being like, this is weird. It's a very existential game. Especially, like, being a little kid and playing it. Perhaps you should explain your assumption. You guys got it? Nah. You know what my assumption is? My assumption is Trump was going to do this. He was going to back down. I can't believe it. It only took him until the markets closed where he's just like, I can't do it anymore. I can't do it. I have to say, you know what? I was just bluffing, guys. I was just bluffing. Liberation Day seemed like a great idea until it wasn't. Man. Seems like he fucked up. Trump tariffs ease 2.5 erase. Oh my god. No, that's even worse. Trump tariffs erase 2.5 trillion from US stock market. Oh my god. States sue to block Trump's election order, saying it violates the Constitution. Democratic officials in 19 states filed a lawsuit against Donald Trump's election changes, claiming it violates the Constitution. Which one? California and other states block voting overhaul. Oh, it was one of his executive orders that we just kind of missed. Oh, man, that must have been one of the ones that actually mattered, guys. Politics is so depressing. I can't do it. Dude, it really is. I hate that's why I'm kind of just chilling right now. I'm like, we're almost 2 hours in and I can only do so much of it. But I have to also say, like, I signed up for this. Politics, news, we're going to do this. Especially the news part. And I know, news sucks. Like, dude, we have to be prepared. And, like, that's what I was actually making the joke about the Switch 2, because it's so... This is going to be the button where it's just like... This could be the make or break spending thing on people, where it's just like, do I buy this or do I eat? I have a feeling a lot of people are just going to be like, nah, who needs to eat? You know, people fast, right? That's a thing. I'm back. I had to make a call. Oh, hey. I'm glad that you're back, Squishmallow. I love non-news stuff more. Yeah. Me too. I mean, you know what, guys? Just because of this, and because things are, like, just what they are, I'm going to be playing some Mario Kart today. Because I'm getting the itch. I want to play some Mario Kart. It's not right now. Just let me get through the, Let me get through the news. God. When you accidentally start doing Donald Trump impressions so much that he starts breaking through your everyday life, that's my nightmare. Dude, one of the times, I'll just tell you guys this. This is really funny. One time, I remember my wife saying something, and I looked at her, and I was just like, you know, right now, you sound worse than Donald Trump, and dude, it's the maddest she's ever been at me. And the thing is, it was a joke. Like, I was trying to be cheeky, and, like, it was about something really stupid. But oh boy, did she not take it like, yeah, it made me learn, where I'm just like, okay, there's one insult that you do not use. Do not ever say that she's like Donald Trump. Fasting is good. It builds character. I mean, I fast by accident. Let's put it that way. Every fast that I do is literally just me being like, I have ADHD and forget to eat. It's a lot of fun. I just watched a new Ryan Getty video. He did a Fox News and Fear. Fox News and Fear is pretty good. What's Fox News and Fear? I don't know who you're talking about. So if you want to send that in Discord, I'll take a look. I can try and join again, but hope the internet works better. I am not good at that game. Yeah, you know what? The internet might have been on my end. I realized that I might have accidentally been, like, pushing it a little too hard. So, oops. My bad. I don't think so, though, because I wasn't really skipping anything, so. Fasting is only good when there are drugs involved. I can agree with that. Pep Talks TV, no, fasting is like 3 days or more. 18 hours is normal for most people. Like 1Q a month. Oh, okay. Take care of your mental health, but don't hide in consumption. Big protest Saturday. Go outside, show up. Yeah, actually, there's a big protest show, like, at one of the right by my area here. I'm going. Lakers are playing Warriors tonight. That will be a good game. Now here, I actually need to ask this question. When going to a protest, is it more effective to protest outside of a city hall, or is it more effective to protest at the corner intersection of your local town where it's like it's got the most traffic? So which one would you guys do? Because I actually have a choice this Saturday. Yeah, just gonna sound off in there. I'm still gonna keep the Pep Squad. Pepper, what was it? I think it's gonna be Pep Squad, guys, because I can't even remember the name of Pepper Patch. That's what it is. Lakers are playing Warriors tonight. That will be a good game. Yeah, I mean, you never watch basketball or any sports. Are you kidding me? Outside the government building is the moral thing to do. What? Moral? What the fuck does morals have to do with it? I'm talking more effective, more eyes on the protests. I mean, will there be parking? See, now that's the thing. With the one at the intersection, I know that there will be parking. So yeah, actually, I just thought about that. Pepperonis. Yep. Here, you get where's the pepperoni? Oh, you want them to be the pepperonis. I got it now. I heart Cody. This is on my... Watch this. Oh. Here, yeah.
I'm from Doge.
Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, I'll watch this. Yeah. I like his stuff, and I do know that his stuff is okay to watch, so we will definitely take a crack at that. Oh, Sam Cedar was on PBD. That's right. I forgot about that. Oh, shit. Pepperoni.
Mitesh $5. Pepperoni.
Oh, all right. Well, here we go. Let's get the pup on the cam here. You gotta come up. Come on. Gotta get up. Yeah, no breakfast in bed today, dude. You had a really good day with that yesterday. Feed me my grapes. There you go. Thank you, Mitesh. I wish you guys could hear. You can hear it, damn it. Yeah, we're gonna watch Walter's new video. Yeah, here. I went inside Capitol Hill as Elon Musk.
I'm from Doge.
Okay, so let's see him make this point. I was also just no more doggy lordigarchy. I don't even know how to say it. Got a link to the organizers up in Discord. Nice.
I'm from Doge.
Oh my god, stop fucking every time. Here, well, we know he's pretending to be from Doge. I'll leave that up. Give me 1 second here. Finally. I was trying to get the Sam Cedar on PBD link, but I also want to make sure that, you know, it's okay to use. I don't want to do the thing that happened with the frickin' him watching his own interview. God. Yeah, I got hit. That was the last time I got hit on my channel, so let's not do that again. Alrighty, let's take a look.
Oh, okay, good. Doge, yeah. I'm from Doge. And we're looking to fire everyone that works here. There's I have a ketamine pen, and yeah. We're out?
Yeah.
No, we're not going out. Yeah, I'm walking through the Capitol, and that's illegal because of the Democrats.
He's actually doing a really good impression.
Yeah, there's all these
I'm thinking
federal
a Dave
workers
emote
here
might be good
and
for
we're
when we do a
gonna
segment.
fire them and replace them with people on the blockchain. I'm from Doge. Oh, okay, good. Doge, yeah. We're gonna fire everyone here. Yeah, we're gonna fire everyone that works in the building. I'm from Doge, everyone. So we're going around and we're firing everyone. I just have my ketamine pen, and we're gonna lay everyone off. Right, my grandparents moved from Canada to South Africa to support apartheid. Yeah, so I'm President Musk. Yeah, I'm from Doge, and we're looking to fire everyone that works here. There's I have a ketamine pen, and yeah.
Are these all A's that are just like, nice?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Everyone, I have an announcement to make. I'm from Doge, and I'm gonna fire all of you. Yeah, hi. We can go down to where they brought us in. Yeah, we're here for an event. We're here. They're doing an influencer thing. We can.
Yeah, you gotta stay at the event.
I mean, the room's right. It's literally right downstairs.
Yeah, you have to go back to the room.
Okay.
You can't just roam around.
Okay, so I'm being told by the Capitol Hill police officer that we can't go anywhere because it's not January 6th.
Look at his belt.
Follow me out?
We're out?
Yeah.
No, we're not going out.
2:15?
Yeah.
So you have to go upstairs.
Oh,
What are you
okay.
guys here for?
We're gonna get rid of half the hallways in the building. Just knock all the walls down. And doge.
And doge.
It's efficiency. I'm walking through the Capitol. And
we're just gonna knock out the.
That's illegal because of the Democrats. The Democrats, they want to make comedy illegal.
The Democrats want to make comedy illegal.
Yeah, they want to make comedy illegal.
Well, they're so woke.
Yeah, it's too woke.
Yeah.
And so we're the party of family values, and that's why I can't find my children right now. I lost them. I use them as a human shield.
You're kind of beating Nick Cannon in the, children out of wedlock department.
Nick Cannon. They're the Democrats.
Nick Cannon.
The House Democrats. They're trying to ruin America. The Democrats keep saying that
we need to sanction Nick Cannon.
We're the ones stealing, but we think as Doge that single mothers, they're stealing because sometimes they use SNAP benefits to buy candy bars.
I was raised by a single mom. I had a candy bar or two myself.
Yeah.
On food stamps, even.
Yeah, and Doge is going to get rid of that.
You're saying no candy bars for her?
So that girl's getting indoctrinated by
True.
public
That girl
school.
grew up to be a girl.
Yeah.
And that
And
girl's
so-
girl is me.
Democrats, censorship. Yeah, we're working with, blockchain to.
We're working with blockchain.
I
like how he's just like throwing in the words.
Eliminate the FAA.
Right. Censor the blockchain.
He's making no sense of it.
FAA.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
This is funny.
In and around this room and in these halls.
Oh my God, this guy's missing his arc reactor. That's where his arc reactor goes.
Security will shoot you. I'm not going to name names, but it rhymes with Schmalter Schmasterson. Nearly got himself shot.
Thought you could just take a shit wherever you want, and and the police just let everyone in. Yeah. Today is the State of the Union. I came here to talk to the Democrats. So the Democratic Party has invited me here to ask them the real questions. Yeah, so what the fuck are you going to
I saw globalist ballot stuffing for Pep Squad.
do about it?
Oh man, the revolution begins with the Pep Squad.
Listen,
And they're all confused. They're like, wait, which one?
fighting autocracy depends on people power. And so we're going to need more and more
Power
people
to
to
the people.
rise up against all of this unlawful behavior and all the harm that's happening economically. Look, price of eggs have gone up, price of tomatoes, tequila, avocados. Now,
No, I'm aware it's a fucking mess, but what the fuck are you guys going to do about it besides send out a fundraising email?
I have not sent out a fundraising email for
That's
this
actually
purpose.
a great
We're gonna
point.
fight as hard as
Thank
we
you.
can. We only have 47 votes out of 53, so wherever we have leverage, we intend to use it.
That's actually a
Wow, that was
remarkably
actually a really good way of finally putting that.
concise answer. You're a farmer?
Yes.
How has the Doge cuts impacted you?
Well, I've got about $90,000 in contracts that are frozen. Unknown what's going to happen.
Because of what?
Because the USDA has frozen the funding because they're supposedly auditing these funds that were based in the Inflation Reduction Act.
Seth is a wild blueberry farmer, which are excellent, and you should eat them if you're not, because they're good for your health.
What the fuck are you going to do about it?
We are. That is a really good point, and it is the most challenging thing we deal with every day.
They're looking at the camera. And what the fuck are you going to do about it?
We know how to deal with budget cuts. I'm on the appropriations committee.
Hey, I mean, she got a good point about them blue. Ooh, I got blueberries upstairs. I'm like,
But we have never been confronted before by the amount of illegal
healthy,
activities
guys.
going on today.
Blueberry bread?
So we got lawsuits going on this. We got protests. Pretty soon we're going to ask the farmers to come down and just dump manure all over the Capitol steps and let
That's
people
what
know
I'm
what's
talking
going on.
about.
Manure! I hate manure! Why is it that that's so on brand?
Yes, thank you. Okay, everyone, this right here, this.
It's time for the
Thank you.
tractors, the bucket loads of manure. It's
Poor
what
lady, she was taken off guard. She's like, huh?
the French farmers did to protest.
She did
Now the
not.
American farmers have to do it.
Dude, her face was legit like, oh, he said the F word. Oh boy. He means business.
There you go. Here's the buckets of manure.
Finally, someone comes with a
Manure dump is way too base for the
Salute-
Democratic Party.
That's a solution.
Blueberries are yummy.
what we
Yes, they
have.
are.
That's
Actually,
the
you know what? Screw you guys.
American way. Farmers dumping manure on the steps of Congress, until their demands are met.
Or maybe more appropriately, we should say the White House and the old
The
executive
White House.
office building.
It'll smell better.
Elon Musk office is. So maybe we'll start with the old executive office building.
Oh,
that's where Elon is.
See, modern problems require modern solutions.
Well, he's fucking with people. He's fucking with their health care. He's fucking with their retirement security. He's fucking with their sense of safety in the air.
Great.
Firing FBI
Great.
agents.
What the fuck are you going to do about it?
Yeah, I'm fighting. Saw my constituents last week. 500 of them told me we're not safe. We want you to fight. And so I'm in the fight. I'm not giving a vote to keep Musk's government going. Supporting the Wisconsin Supreme Court race on April 1, because that could get us 2 congressional seats that were stolen from us. I'm creating warm waters so the best candidates want to run in the midterm so we can cut our time in hell in half. And I'm supporting the legal efforts where we've won 33 cases so far, like Mark Elias and Democracy Docket. So I'm all in. And by the way, I was in Missouri last week. I'm going to be in Boise this week. So if Republicans aren't going to have a town hall, don't worry. I'll show up and I'll talk to your constituents. I'm going to places where Republicans won't go. I was in Missouri last week. I'll be in Boise this Saturday. If these guys don't want to have town halls, don't worry. I'll show up and I'll talk to and fight for your constituents.
They don't like town halls, but you're going to have a town hall. What the fuck are you going to do about all this, Doge shit?
Everything I can. So you just use every tool you've got in the toolbox. And part of that means we go to court and we ask the judges to enforce the law the way it is written, because what Elon Musk is doing is clearly...
I'm sorry, guys. She's one of those politicians that I agree with her politics, and I love what she's done as far as being an activist politician, in the regard that she has, but I just can't listen to her.
A violation not just of one law, not just of 2 laws, but of multiple laws. So we're going to do this in the court. We're also going to do everything we can to hold him accountable in the Senate. And look, it's tough. We don't have all the votes, but absolutely, look at these nominees who've come through. They stink. And we want to make sure that every Republican who votes for him gets some of that stink wiped off on them as well.
There's a lot of cynicism right now. People are very cynical. They want to see them fight back on this. They don't want to get a fundraising email.
I don't blame them. I get it. We don't have the votes. We don't have as much power as
I got 2 texts yesterday.
we want to have. But that does not mean we have no power. It does not mean we curl up in a little ball and play dead.
It does not mean we say, like, hey, guys, wait till the midterm elections.
I totally get it. We use the tools we've got, and we fight now. But we also need you in this fight. We need everybody in this fight. You know somebody who works for the federal government and does a damn good job, then tell the story. Right now, Elon Musk says,
"What's wrong with you?"
Federal government, as if these employees...
Notice how she just was like, oh, you're the media. Without saying it. Did I misread that?
Are just the personification of waste,
Blueberries are making the brain a little wonky.
fraud, and abuse. They're the people who keep airplanes up in the sky, like not running into each other.
We're just gonna replace that with AI and blockchain.
That's exactly right. These are the people who right now are doing cancer research. And Elon Musk thinks he can come in with a chainsaw and somehow
take a bunch of ketamine and wave it around in public.
Somehow we're going to be impressed that he has saved our government.
Well, I'm impressed about the amount of ketamine Elon does. So Elon, if you're watching, I think you could double that dose, maybe even triple.
Hey, Walter, I gotta go to my next thing, though, but I apologize.
Sorry. Oh, okay.
Sorry, Walter.
All right, cool. You coming back?
No, I gotta go get my guest.
All right, just one question.
Yeah.
Okay, so now that we have a new strategy, STEMs have a new strategy, does any of that include throwing trans people under the bus?
No, absolutely not. We got to protect the trans people, make sure they're not discriminated against. I have a 100% rating from the Human Rights Campaign.
Okay.
And I will always continue to protect the LGBT community.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. There's a bunch of Zionists here. I want to yell at them.
Dude, that little, like, that was, here we go, guys. Here we go. This is my most hated politician right here. Debbie Wasserman Schultz. I cannot stand this woman.
You already got in trouble.
I already got in trouble for giving Tom Swazi like the most basic question. As he was like running away, I asked it. His staff was like, "Oh shit, here comes Walter."
All the staffers look like they hate you.
I was like, damn, bro. I don't want to talk to her. What?
Congresswoman would like to speak with you.
Oh, hey, how you doing?
This is Walter Masters.
How you doing? So,
It's my guest, Don Williams.
how you doing?
30-year Navy veteran. He works at the Social Security Administration, and he is a veteran. And he's a veterans coordinator.
So respect him.
Your job is in jeopardy.
Thank you, Debbie.
Right now, and you're a veteran, you're disabled. Trump wants to take away your job at the
I mean, it's appropriate that she does dress like Dolores Umbridge.
Social Security Administration. Yes. Great. So what the fuck are you going to do about it?
Yeah! Walter!
Well, I am the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee that covers the whole budget for the VA. And so I'm bringing guests like Don to make sure that I can put a human
Why does she keep touching him?
face on the impact of those cuts.
He's like touching me.
Because Elon Musk is just trying to make them nameless, faceless people. What they really are is people who save veterans from being homeless. What they really are people who save veterans
Boo, Debbie, boo.
from committing suicide. And so I'm fighting back against the horrendous.
She gives Debbie's bad, like, yeah, dude, she's the worst type. I hope she never goes by, like, Deb. Oh, no, she already goes by Debbie. No! No! Do not ruin the name Debbie.
Cuts, making sure
No
that
too
I
many
let
cool
my
Debs.
constituents know what they're
Deb,
really trying to
Debbie,
do instead of
Deborah.
what they're doing is, which is lying. The senior advisor
I know a Deborah and a Deborah.
to Donald Trump today had the balls to say that the
You know, Get
Veterans
Out
that
was based on Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
firing probably don't deserve their job.
She does look like Gollum.
This is all
She has Gollum eyes, yeah.
about them giving tax breaks to millionaires, billionaires, and corporations, and we have to
Schmiegel will not talk about the Bernies. The Bernies is the evil hobbitses.
sound the alarm bell, and I need to make sure that guests like my constituent Don
All I said was that we need to pay more attention to Mordor.
are able to tell his story.
The darkness is there.
Yeah. The other thing
The Dark Lord is returning.
I just saw, there was that video of, is it like the AI generated video that Trump released of Trump and Netanyahu and Elon Musk in like Gaza? They
Oh my
made it
God.
a casino.
Yeah, like
Why didn't they just ride the damn eagles?
Yeah.
These are questions that we must be asking and getting answered.
or Gaza or something like that.
Yeah.
Look,
I mean, we're on opposite sides here, and we both agree that
Can we just actually put all of our politics into like an AI generator that makes it into like, in this summer, Debbie Wasserman Schultz and Bernie Sanders were the little hobbits that could.
that is horrendous.
it is horrendous. And you know what? It makes Israel less safe, and it makes the United
Could they work out their differences, and could Debbie Wasserman Schultz eventually come down off her high horse and support him?
States
This interview was done before students started disappearing. Oh shit!
less safe. And all that does is it incites more terrorism in the future and raises the
If you had a good cartoonist animation person who can make funny skits with your, hey,
next generation of
hey, that's why I do try to do this in a way where it's like if somebody out there is like, got that talent, hey, use the clips. You've got my permission. Go ahead.
of humans to hate Israel and hate America.
And it's dangerous for Jewish people.
Yes, very dangerous for Jewish
Yeah,
people.
that is dangerous.
Right now, I'm just picturing this as being this summer. Debbie Wasserman Schultz and her friend are in Lethal Weapon.
For Jewish people, we can agree
I'm too old for this shit.
on that.
We can.
Trump's bad and all that, but what the fuck are we gonna do about it?
The only thing we can do in this very moment is hold this man accountable. I'm calling him out on all his shit. He's calling it the State of the Union. I'm calling it the state of delusion. Because he's delusional if he thinks we're just going to put up with this bullshit. We're not. At all. And he's going to sit here and lie to people and tell us, probably tonight, that we're getting a $5,000 check. But at what cost? What cost would that $5,000
I like how he put his follows up
check
there.
get?
Well, it's just like based.
If we're going to cut Medicaid, if we're going to cut SNAP
Fuck yeah.
benefits, it's not worth it. And plus, the numbers ain't adding up no way anyway. The math ain't mathing. Okay?
When are you?
Hey, man. I got a little bit of hope for the future if that's who's like in our party, in our party.
Planning
Are we gonna own it or what?
on meeting them in the middle on issues like trans
Pep Talk State of the Union today? No, this was filmed a while ago.
rights, and things like that. A lot of Democrats, a lot of conservative Democrats are like, or hey, well, let's just throw trans people under the bus.
No, this was the best way for him to get this collection of people in the same building so he could just interview all of them at the same time. Ah, smart.
No,
Is that
smart and wholly good use of access, Batman?
I mean, look, here's the deal. We should focus on what connects all parts of our coalition as Democrats, which is
except for the far left, that is.
economic issues and kitchen table issues. But we don't have to abandon our values. We have always been the party that's fought for the working class and the poor, and we've also been the party that's fought for the oppressed and the marginalized, people being harassed and bullied, and we'll continue to do that. It's not an either or. You can both
they really believe it too.
Focus on economic kitchen table issues while also protect people who are being targeted by Donald Trump.
is my concern. Previously, it's a great strategy of, hey, we're not Trump. I think a lot of people have unfairly coasted on that. It doesn't work long term, and it doesn't help build identity.
100%.
And as a result, if people don't know who the Democrats are, things like those anti-trans political ads work on those people.
If we don't define us, others will define us. I agree with you 100%.
I want to hear your take on this. So everything the Democrats have been doing doesn't work. We've seen that, and people are very cynical about this right now. What's going to change?
Well, we've got to take the gloves off, and we got to stand up and actually fight. I remember someone saying in 2016 that the Republicans are shameless, but the Democrats are spineless. So what we've got to do is grow a spine, stand up, and be willing to fight for
As he says it, his spine starts collapsing.
our values. My old mentor in
We have to
politics
grow
was a
a
guy
spine?
named Paul Wellstone, who used to say, if you're not willing to stand up and fight hard enough for the things you believe in, do you really believe in them at all? And that's part of the...
What does that look like?
Well, what that looks like is doing things like this, making sure we're going to where people are getting the message. And that's part of the challenge for Democrats. We missed that boat as Republicans and others made this shift to digital spaces and where people are getting their information. We were too late to the game. And so we've got to be communicating 24/7.
No, what? And then you don't, it's not like you're just totally alienating the far left who would work with you in any way shape, or form, and keep alienating them. Yeah.
And all of the different information platforms, all the different media platforms, and get our message out there. Second, we need to stand up and be aggressive about litigating this case against Donald Trump right now. And that means throwing a punch. We're going to stand up and push back and make sure that the American people know that we're on their side and not the side of the ultra wealthy and rich corporations in this country right now.
Damn.
So that means being aggressive in litigating the case. That means being on the platforms where people are getting their information and organizing year-round. We need to be organizing. Still to this day, no disrespect, but the most effective form of political persuasion is face-to-face conversations. We can't show up 3 to 4 months before an election.
Republicans campaign year-round.
That's right.
Democrats campaign when they remember there was an election.
That's exactly right. And that's what we've got to change here, right?
DNC Creator Studio. Walter just talked to
Ken Martin.
and how'd it go?
It went good. I was straight.
well.
It went well. I was straight up with him. He was straight up back. So
Straight up about what? Palestine?
I'm not even getting into Palestine right now. I'm just going into the basics of what y'all
She's like a Hassan orbiter, right? I don't
all have
really
been doing
keep up with
doesn't fucking work, and y'all know it. What's different, right?
So I think now
Oh, I'm in the
definitely
space. I
working
should
with more
probably know
creators,
who these
because
people
now it's
are.
been mentioned several times. The Republican Party has a huge, massive following online, and they work together with these big
They work together
titans.
with any creator. Anyone that bought a microphone, they work with them.
Okay, but also like big titans. Like
Yeah, they'll go on Joe Rogan.
Like people think that
Guys, who's logistically better at getting me into the position where I can actually do this?
Walter's a shill, but
Wait a minute, that means I got to go to DC. Fuck that.
like actually that's not been the case.
Maybe
I've
not.
never had access in my life.
Walter did not even get invited to like the Oval Office when other influencers were going.
Yeah, because they did a risk assessment and they were like, no, Walter's too risky.
So
that's
if
the
anyone
thing.
thinks that he's a shill, Kamala didn't invite him, Biden didn't invite him, and a ton
Shit.
of
Probably good that I didn't meet with Biden in the middle of a genocide. So
Yeah.
what are the Democrats going to do differently this time around? Because we've seen that it doesn't fucking work.
This is a longer conversation, but one of the things that we used to do that I think we have thrown in the trash can is this idea that we're supposed to listen to a bunch of pollsters about what's popular and then take the most popular thing and say those
I would be so happy if you guys aren't going to be like hyper focus tested. Can we just take a moment, everyone? This is good. I like it.
I'm not above using public opinion research, but what we should do is use that to sharpen our message about what we believe in our core. We started, as we saw this billionaire take over the government, right?
Wait, I'm sorry. Which billionaire? You have David Sachs, you've got Musk, President Musk, Trump.
As this started, we just went ahead and started fighting it. 6 weeks later, polling came in to confirm that the thing that we were talking about was in fact a popular thing. So one of the things I said to fellow Democrats when we got this polling presentation is it's nice to know that what we are saying is a message that resonates with the people, but it's also confirmation that we don't have.
Miss Alice, you were on that one. That was all on me. I ended up getting a text right at that moment.
To remove our political judgment until someone tells us what to say.
People don't know what the Democrats stand for. When they don't know that, things like attack ads, like those anti-trans people in the bathroom ads, political ads and political attacks, those work when people don't know who you are. They don't work on someone like Bernie Sanders. Everyone knows who he is, right? They know what he stands for. So are people going to know what the Democrats stand for beyond we're not Trump?
Yeah, I think we have to stand for a couple of very clear things. First of all, we have to stand for economic opportunity for everybody. What's happening right now is a stratification we haven't seen in maybe 100 years and maybe ever. And so we have to fight for not just economic fairness in terms of redistributing wealth, but to make sure everybody has an opportunity to make some wealth of their own. I think it's really important that we widen our tent and not referee who's invited into our tent. Because right now, Donald Trump just executed the biggest firing of veterans in American history. Some of those people may not have voted for our side, and that's okay, and they are welcome. National Park Service workers, auditors in the federal government, U.S. aid workers, State Department workers, all of these people should be part of our coalition, and they shouldn't have to run down a checklist of whether they're sufficiently progressive. Anybody who's pissed off about what's happening is welcome.
I want to hear Democrats say, like, the old way doesn't work. We're going to do things differently.
It's a different way. We're in a different political moment now, and everyone has to catch up to it. You know, there's a reason why Trump run again. He understands it. I hate him. He's horrible. He's doing a billionaire coup and takeover of our country, but he gets that the normal way hasn't worked.
Right now, how do we restore faith in the Democratic Party? Because people have lost faith that they will be effective at stopping fascism, getting things done, getting legislation done.
The thing I've been telling people is when you don't have all the power you want, you got to use all the power you got at full force. When we vote together, we don't vote with Republicans. When we, like I said, delay, do everything we can to obstruct, motion to subpoena Elon Musk every chance we get, and one day it'll work because two guys will be out to lunch and then there'll be enough numbers, right? Do everything we can. That's how we restore faith.
We're so fractured right now. There's a bunch of people like all the progressive caucus that are like, all right, we know we have to do things differently. And then there's other people that are like, I don't know, maybe we
I think that thing happened wherever he gets an itch and I get an itch. It's just like, shit.
should just meet them in the middle.
The middle now is so far to the right, it's not the middle, right? So when we say meet in the middle, we're talking about actually meet in the right. And I don't think that's not where most of this country is anyway.
Well, that's why the Overton window is so, like, anything that doesn't involve shooting the homeless for sport is considered communist.
One of my old bosses on campaigns was Bernie Sanders.
Well put.
I think he got it, right? You got to tell people about the bold transformational change you're going to do.
With Bernie, it's a great example. You know what he stands for.
Yeah.
So if his opponent tried to do an anti-trans attack ad, it's not going to work because people will be like, no, even on MAGA, they'd be like, I know what Bernie stands for.
Exactly. And he attracts some of those MAGA people.
He attracts Rust Belt. That's the problem. He has done town halls at Fox News.
Yep.
And like it's.
I'm about to do some in Republican districts too.
Listen, if you want to do, I don't know if you've seen my videos. I love showing up to town hall. So if y'all want to,
we'll invite you.
You know, funny.
No, not funny.
I think that comedy bit you did with MTG, that was hilarious. Marjorie Taylor Greene is an amazing comedic partner, right? She yes-ands, and she works at the top of her intelligence.
It's really her toes for me. They're nasty.
Why do you think people have lost faith in the Democratic Party?
I think that they aren't seeing us punching. The Democrats have spent a lot of time
Oh
making
shit, Mitesh, thank you for the $2 donation. You got,
sure
cheers
that we did all of our heavy lifting in our legislation. You know, we will give you a 1,000-page piece of legislation that is going to protect and look out from everybody from cradle to grave. We got your back, right? I think that it's time to understand that politics has changed to the extent that there has to be some performative parts of this, right? The fact is that Trump is the king of propaganda, and so he'll go take a picture
He's
and
so
tell
cool.
you
She
that the
is.
pictures is saying whatever. And us, we're like, but you should know that your life is great because of us, right? Instead of us going out with big fake checks, which I carry a big fake check everywhere I go in my district. Baby, you gonna know I dropped off these millions, right?
Yeah.
But we've got to do that because people are busy. They're trying to keep a roof over their head. They're trying to
use that as an extension of the Belt and Road Initiative to gain favor by the the African countries. Langley said.
keep food on the
What?
table.
The Biden administration went after Ticketmaster.
They went after junk fees though, but they also, like, one of the things they did is they were like overdraft fees. Now, if you a baller, you don't know nothing about these overdraft fees, but overdraft fees, listen, they would hit you. You go get you some gum from the gas station, they hit you for $35. Then you try to get your gas from the gas station, it's another $35. Biden Harris got it down to $5. That's it. He decided with an executive order, let me undo that. Why? So that the guys that are at the banks can get more money? That's who he looks out for. It's only the rich.
But here's the problem: is like I feel like Democrats.
Oh shit! Sorry, your first comment totally got missed by Multi-Chat
We
here.
think like, people are gonna
AFRICOM
realize
Commander
things are-
General Langley tells senators that China is trying to replicate U.S. aid programs in Africa as the U.S. scales back U.S. aid. They're trying to use that as an extension of the Belt and Road Initiative to gain favor in African communities, Langley said. Yeah, I totally called that.
They're so bad. But the problem is,
called that right from the very beginning.
the information is siloed. They can do all of this nasty stuff because they own the airwaves and they're going to spin it as a positive.
That's true.
We're with Doge. We're going to get rid of all the hallways. It's just going to be one giant dome.
Right.
You don't have to show him my team. You're a sovereign citizen.
This is exactly why. Oh, Longworth. That's where we started before.
This looks like a high school.
Bro, I feel like we're gonna be trapped in here forever. We're not gonna leave.
That does
We're not
kinda
gonna
look
be
like a
able
high
to leave.
school.
They're gonna hold us hostage.
30 to get in here? That's so weird. I thought you could just walk in, shit wherever you want. The Capitol Police, they just let you in.
They let you do it.
You're famous. They let you do it. You guys are doing a great job. I'm from Doge, and we're gonna clean this place up. And just, we're gonna put this whole place on the blockchain. All right, get some AI in here. Get rid of all these people working here. You know, this whole building is going to be on the blockchain. Yeah, I'm from Doge. Why do you think I'm lying? Here.
I think you're not lying enough.
Maybe I'm not lying enough. Yeah.
All right, man. He's been killing it with his content lately. Here, I'm gonna link the original video here. Link is in the chat. If you guys want to check out his channel and the video. Then we got some. They're also supporting Gaza. You mean Gaza? I just read that as what is it, gyoza? Yeah, gyoza. China's embodying the do nothing win meme. They really are. I mean, dude, America is shooting itself in the dick. Like, America is not even a meme. It's that video where the kid takes the Nerf gun and shoots himself in the dick that somebody posted in Discord chat, which I appreciate because I've watched that a few times. It's the dance afterwards where he starts going, oh. Are you still in the Tulsi? No. Banana, are you still? Oh wait, you asked Undead Banana. My bad. Getting used to the memes. You guys are getting clever with the memes now. I appreciate that, but at the same time, I'm like, oh, now I have to learn. Uh-oh. I gotta pay attention. Yeah, I mistyped. That's what I thought. Okay. Oh, got another $2. Add that to the fund. Here. Let's check the news on what's going on with the economy right now. Even though the stock market is obviously closed, let's see what the futures are. Oh my god. All right, even if they did, I made a mistake on using the wrong card. Oh, overdrafting? Yeah, overdrafting sucks. I've never, like, well, never. I haven't done it since I was like a teenager. But man, when you do it, yeah, especially back in the day, yeah, because this was before the 2008 crash, so there were a lot of fucking predatory, like, penalties with that crap. Tulsi's a cultist freak. She actually scares me. Yeah, she dude, it's her monotone voice and just being able to talk to people like this, where she shows absolutely no hint of happiness or sadness or indifference. She just seems to just exist in her little world. Home for the nighttime. Nice. Time for a couple of dragon. Ooh, nice. Smite 2. Hell yeah. No fixing. Just keep her that way. Or keep her away from power. But the heart watts. The heart watts. Mitesh, we're going to be writing the story. She was a class traitor. She betrayed. She was a politician who couldn't decide whether or not she was a Democrat or a Republican. Mitesh was just a lonely-hearted man who just wanted to have himself a nice little partner who he had some political agreements with. Well, little did he know that she was so flexible that she would change her views at any time. They're now in total love. That's what the movie's called, Total Love with Tulsi. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you for the follow and the subscription, dude. Hell yeah. I really appreciate that. Glad you enjoyed the content. Hey, not me, it's Banana. My bad. I mixed up who was in love with who. Oh no, now Undead Banana's gonna be jealous. Don't you take my lady, Mitesh. Meanwhile, Mitesh is just like, hey. Oh god. That would be like one of the most high school things ever here, where it'd just be like, I got her. It's just like, it was supposed to be me. It was supposed to be me. Oh man. Well, Undead Banana. Undead Banana knew what he wanted. It just happened to be a woman who speaks in a total monotone. Trust me, I'd be making fun of her if she was on the left too. I mean, the way that she speaks is just disconcerting. It's seriously, like, I would be so, if I had a teacher that spoke like her, I'd be terrified. Oh my god, I would be. I would legit just be like, I can't go to class today. I just can't go to class today. You listen to her for 5 minutes and tell me that there's not something up. It's just something. Hey, can somebody, does anybody know if the PBD stuff that they release is, like, do they do fair use? I think they do, but anybody that might know that, just chime on in. I appreciate that. Also, if you haven't already, hit the like button over on YouTube. I really appreciate it. It helps me a lot in the algorithm. Also, I appreciate the, as I said, appreciate the follow and the subscription there. The third Archon, right? Yeah, third Hun. I don't know. I think you got it. Oh, she has Theranos. That's what it is. She has the Theranos voice. Yes, yes. I invented this blood technology that is worth billions of dollars. I like turtlenecks. Give me billions, please. And then they give it. You're just like, how? How did that happen? Her voice isn't so important to for my plans. Undead banana. Behave. Vinny will come to your house and beat you. Wow, that got dark real quick. Damn. Let's not do that. I mean, the thing is, Vinny really does look like the type, you know, like, I'm trying not to, but man, it's literally, I mean, dude, it looks like he opens his fucking car hood and wipes his hand in used motor oil and slicks his hair back, you know, like he's one of those guys. He also looks like, I mean, one of my favorite jokes of family. Hey, you want to get in sports car? Come on, get in sports car. Hey, you like tracksuit? Come on. Tracksuit, gold chain? Come on, get in sports car. Yes, very much matches that type. God, I still can't believe those guys. Like, I can't believe the PB, like, Patrick bet David. You like cologne? Let's throw cologne. Come on, ladies. You love the colognes. Oh, man. Meanwhile, like, I have so many damn colognes that, like, I was either given or, like, I don't even know how I got half of them. But yeah, like, I never wear that shit. And when I do, I'm like, oh. It's only when I'm feeling fancy. Or I want to put on tracksuit. I got tracksuit and sports car. I don't know why it is funny to me, but it is. I beat jokes into the ground, though, so I get it. No, Patrick bet David, though. Shit, I need here. Hold on. Oh, hey, there's a spider on my computer. That's wonderful. It's not slightly terrifying. Damn it. Why? Why must you be on my computer screen? Hours ago. Malutainment. PBD podcast. Watch the full episode, damn it. Heated text debate with Sam SEDER. Ooh. Okay, so we have two. Oh, this is two. Hold on. Oh, shit. I'm trying to figure out if I can watch this or if I'm going to get in trouble. Let's do this. You know what? Maybe I can...
announcement that he's running at Mar-a-Lago. There was not a lot of people there. People saying, I don't even know, this person wasn't there, that person wasn't there, this person wasn't there. And then you get these CNN polls. Rob, if you can pull up the CNN video showing where the Democratic Party is at today, play this clip, and I want to ask you, Sam, what happened to the Democratic Party? Go for it.
Toledo, voters' views of the Democrats in Congress among all voters disapprove 68%. And look at the approved number, just 21%, even lower than the Democratic Party at large. Whoa,
his Is it just me, or did his accent get way thicker post-election?
This is the lowest on record for Democrats, according to Quinnipiac University polling. You think these numbers are bad? Let's go to this side of the screen. We'll look how Democratic voters feel. Get this. The plurality of Democratic voters disapprove of Democrats in Congress at 49%, and just 40% approve.
He sounds like his father was in waste management for sure.
Horrible, horrible, horrible. Oh, my goodness gracious, you just can't get
Oh, my goodness gracious. Or wait a minute, what's that? Oh, my God, the Yankees baseball announcer. Oh, my goodness gracious.
And this is the number right here really driving all of this. If Democrats have turned, if Democratic voters have turned on Democrats.
No new Queen Andrew stuff?
In Congress.
I haven't actually looked. I'll check into that.
Congress and the Democratic Party. That's what puts the numbers at historic lows. What is it they want to be seeing, these voters?
What is going on? I'll tell you what's going on. They don't like what's coming out of some of those Senate Democrats like Chuck Schumer, because take a look at the direction of the party. Democratic voters on Democrats in Congress doing too little to oppose Donald Trump. Look at this, 77%. Should stay principled, even if it means nothing gets done in Washington, D.C., 65%. And this 65% is such a difference from where we were in 2017 at this point, when just 33%.
Leroy Jenkins. Really?
Democrats
coming in with the Leroy Jenkins reference.
Should stay principled, compared to 59% who said they want to compromise.
Wow, bringing it back.
Democrats do not want compromise at this point.
Did that one ever leave, though?
They want a fighter. They want to go.
They want a fighter. Yeah, you hear that, guys? Yeah, come on, Rock. We gotta get you trained up.
The ring,
they want a fighter. We're gonna go up. We're gonna go against Donald Trump. We're gonna knock him down. You see?
Muhammad Ali did against Sonny Liston. Wow. They want to take down the Republicans.
Oh my God, he's a living meme.
They do not want this compromise anymore.
You're gonna knock him dead, kid.
They want to be more like Republicans, get up to that stage and fight. And right now they feel like their leaders in Congress are simply not doing so. And that is why their approval rating for congressional Democrats is at an all-time low, even among Democrats.
Rob, if you want to pause that. Sam, what happened? What happened to the Democratic Party?
Well, I should start by saying I always thought that Trump would be the nominee. And I 2 years ago, I was wondering why Ron DeSantis was lighting his career on fire by trying to run against Donald Trump, to be honest with you.
I love how these guys make caricatures of the left and guys like Sam and all of us, let's be real, to the point where it's they're surprised when we say something different than they've already characterized. And they try to accuse us of that, but then we're just but you did say this, and then they're like, well, I meant something different at the time.
I think, Trump and the Republican Party, I think they're one and the same.
Leroy Jenkins, a true legend.
And so that doesn't surprise me. Those numbers.
All right, who's a bigger legend of YouTube? Leroy Jenkins or Chocolate Rain?
Are some of the most encouraging.
And I'm dead serious.
Numbers I've seen in the 20-some-odd years I've been doing.
Sam leave a dookie in PBD's bathroom like he did Tim Pool?
Doing this because I want.
That's still one of the most boss-ass moves our guy has ever done. Hats off to you, Mr. Seder. I don't think we could top that.
It communicates.
It's hey man, whatever, those little flow toilets. It's well, I took a pretty confident turn in there. It was a nice bathroom and all, but that toilet is something else there, guy.
To Democratic leadership that we want you to fight. And I've been riding Chuck Schumer for 10 years, trying to get him. Harry Reid was a great, I think, as far as they go, leader of the Senate for Democrats.
Why is he
but it is, I think it's time for new leadership in the Democratic Party. We need and this is not even
Do you think they let him sign a box?
Ideological from my perspective. I think there are Democrats that I agree with and Democrats that I disagree with on an ideological standpoint. But I think a different generation of Democrats understand that the Republican Party is intransigent. There is no negotiating with them. I think the biggest mistake that Joe Biden made was following the American Rescue Act, which was a massive boon to the American public. We cut child poverty by 45% in a year. I just want to repeat that. We cut child poverty by 45% in a year. because of that act when Biden first got in. And you know what Republicans were talking about after we passed bills that cut child poverty in a year, that extended unemployment benefits, that provided food stamps, that provided health insurance. Republicans were talking about 2 books that the Dr. Seuss publisher decided not to publish. And so in my mind, the Republican Party there is completely bankrupt of ideas. And Joe Biden, instead of pushing through Build Back Better over that summer, he opened the door for the Republicans to give a proposal. That went nowhere for 3 months. Then he opened the door for Kristen Sinema and Rob Portman to come in and give a proposal. And that ultimately, I think, is when Democratic voters started getting impatient with Biden, because we were thinking $5 trillion, $4 trillion. Joe Manchin was saying $6 trillion Build Back Better bill.
Yep.
And we never got anything like that. It ended up getting split into the IRA, which was a good bill, but I think insufficient. And then infrastructure stuff, also important, but insufficient. And so I think what you're seeing is frustration from Democratic voters who are saying, A, you're not fighting. B, you're allowing the Republicans too much opportunity. And C, we need more government intervention.
Do you think it's more that they're not fighting, or do you think that their policies are simply bad policies and they're not landing?
No, I think it's that they're not fighting. What are the policies?
So tell me what policies are, like right now, the Democratic Party. Who is the face of the Democratic Party, and what are the top 3 things you guys stand for?
Well, I don't think there is a face of the Democratic Party at the moment. I mean, Chuck Schumer is nominally the highest elected Democratic official that's out there.
That's not a good sign for you guys.
Yeah, I hate agreeing with
100%. I agree. I call for him to resign every day. I don't know that there is a single. I don't think the Democratic Party has coalesced around an agenda. We're having there's a fight within the Democratic Party.
Well, what do you like? Do you have someone you like that you would want to see, or do you want to see the capitalistic competitive philosophy of somebody just comes out and let's see who it is? Because if there is, even you right now, Sam.
Capitalistic? I don't understand.
What I mean by...
All right, looks like we're good with PBD. All right.
Capitalistic, like competitive. Let's just see who comes out.
Competition predates capitalism.
Yeah, so that's good. The competition is a good thing.
I mean, I think, obviously there's going to be a competition.
Is there anyone you like?
Well, I think there are policies that I like that are expressed by like Sanders and AOC on their tour, their anti-oligarchy tour. I mean, obviously, I think there are other, policies that are floating around that I don't know that they're necessarily embodied in politicians yet. People are looking. There's a lot of stuff that Tim Walz did in Minnesota that I think is great.
Putting the tampons in the bathroom, that was my favorite. Put in the men's bathroom. That was probably one of the.
As I said, he literally greases his hair with engine grease.
Best ones. Because that's type of policy that I think that
I drive a 1988 GMC Silverado just because it gives me quick access to the motor
in the country.
No, hang on. Tell me what Walz did that you liked. Substantially, statistically, that Walz did.
Oh shit! I gotta let my dog.
I think things like lunches for.
I've gotten engine oil in my hair. It's fucking gross. That's actually why. Trust me. This I was kind of doing the same thing where I'm like, I've unfortunately ended up in that situation. It sucks.
Kids, expanding educational opportunities.
These people are obsessed
wait a
with
minute, there weren't lunches for kids. There wasn't federal money from the Department.
At some point, dude, I really hope they get somebody out there that is got the balls to just be like, dude, at what point did you find out that you're attracted to trans people? And they'll just be like, what? It's like, yeah, what's going on with you?
Free lunches for kids?
Yeah.
Okay. What else? No, let's go. I really want to hear it because a lot of this was federal money that floated. I really want to know.
Other states reject expansion of Medicare and Medicaid. I should say Medicaid in Minnesota. He provided for
expansion to who specifically?
To through the ACA to people making 400% of poverty. He's got.
Wait a minute. Medicaid is designed, if I walk in with a broken leg to a public hospital, right, that Medicaid is there to take care of me if I'm destitute and unable to it. That's a good thing. And that's exactly the things that California did, and it was already there. What was expanded? What was expanded about that in Minnesota?
You're expanding the pool of people who can access Medicaid on a state-by-state basis. There's still, I don't know, half a dozen states, Republican states, that don't allow that expansion of Medicaid.
Okay, so
you're not aware of that?
So yeah, I'm absolutely aware of it. But what I want to ask you is, when you expand the Medicaid, it is a fact that basically you close the public hospitals. And so what you're talking about, the things he did
That's not true.
Oh yeah? Ask Gavin Newsom. Ask him what happened to King Drew in Los Angeles. This is well documented. I'm stunned.
You can do a choice if you want to close a public. I mean, Andrew Cuomo closed a lot of public hospitals in New York State. That's not a function of Medicaid payments.
You want to go take a look at California and King Drew and what happened? Gavin Newsom himself talked about it.
I'm not a fan of Gavin Newsom, but you're asking me about Waltz, and
no, we didn't ask about Waltz. You were talking about. You said you like some of the things.
He
Waltz
asked
was
me
doing.
what I like about Tim Waltz.
No, you said you
and
like.
I wanted one of the specifics of the things that he did.
Right. Okay. So, but continue with the following, Sam, if you don't mind, because this is what I'm trying to find out.
Yeah.
So, one, the Republican Party, like you said, I knew 2 years ago that Trump would be a DeSantis, all this other stuff.
Right.
We were on the same page. I thought it was going to be him. But a lot of Republicans were a little bit still staying safe and hesitant of whether they were going to go all in or not the first time you and I spoke. But today, when I said, who do you like, what policies, you said, I like what AOC is doing. You said Sanders, anti-oligarchy, all that stuff, right?
I have a different, I think, way of looking at politics maybe than you do. It's not for me, like, if a candidate emerges who embraces a wider set of my preferred policies, that's the one I'll support. I don't really get too involved in the individual, frankly. I mean, Joe Biden was not my favorite candidate by a long shot in 2020. The fact that there were coalitions built out of Warren and Sanders supporters that ended up bringing us a much better set of labor policies than we've seen in my lifetime, from my perspective, with the National Labor Relations Board, with just the appointments of people like Abruzzo as the general counsel there, the extension of unions' ability to unionize and helping working people in that way, and then the antitrust regime that was largely a function of the Warrenites putting in their people to undermine big concentration of money and power. Those are
Anna, yeah, he was on today.
A big positive. So, do I like Joe Biden? No.
Ago.
But I also know that if there are the right coalitions formed that have influence within the context of an administration, that's good from my perspective.
Got it. But to me, like running a business or politics, right? Or it shifts when people all of a sudden look at you and they say, I don't like these ideas anymore. So in the Democratic Party, you have a lot of different people that would have different policies. Hey, I think we should do this, and I think we should do that. Great. Obviously didn't land November 5th, 2024, whether it was Kamala Harris, whether it was the policies, whether it's 7 states you lose, battleground states you lose, whether it's the majority. It was a bad loss. It was a humiliating loss. One could say it was Kamala, one could say it was Obama, one could say it was Biden stepping, one could say it's Schumer, one could say it's Pelosi. Let's set that part aside. To me, the most basic part is ideas. If someone has ideas that's producing results that people like, they want to continue that, right? And we watched, like, if I ask a Democrat, even right now, I ask you for.
Thank you for the.
Mitesh, $10. Tea and biscuits time.
Thank you for the donation, Mitesh. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
15 minutes.
Here.
I still don't know if Democrats know what they're for. Like,
well,
what
I'm
are
not.
their
I'm not
policies for?
speaking for the Democratic Party. I can tell you what I'm for.
Tell me what you're for.
Oh, I am for universal health care, single payer health care.
Yep.
I am for increased ability to unionize. I am for decommodifying parts of the housing sector. I am for decommodifying power. I am for decommodifying access to the internet. I mean, those are my big ones right there. I think
in your party is for that?
Well, who in the Democratic Party is for that? I don't know that there's anybody who in our party who embraces all of those. I mean, that is a major political figure. I mean, I think I'm to the left of the Democratic Party. But I think there are elements of what I want that are represented by people in the Democratic Party. I mean, I think having a
What up, Brian? Hey, we tried our theory. We said Israel 3 times and you did not show up. What the fuck, dude? You misled us.
a very jaundiced eye to the overwhelming concentration of wealth and wealth disparity, I think is a fundamental problem that we have in this country. I think too much of what happens in this country is a function of the concentration of wealth. I mean, that gets back to why I want to return back to the tax regime we had in the 50s and the 60s, where the top marginal rate was 90% for every dollar above what today's money would be about $4 million. So, and just to explain this, because I've seen so many people on the right not understand marginal tax rates that it's almost disturbing.
Yep. And they're going to, I have a feeling before even seeing any of this, that they're going to do the thing where they're going to be like, oh, so you want me to lose all my money.
The first
just wait.
$1 million you earn is taxed at 32% or whatever the prevailing rate.
Get through the board.
Is. The second $2 million.
I'm sick. Needed to say it a few more times.
$1 million you earn 32%.
You all right?
Third, 32%, because I think that's the highest. Maybe it's 37% is the highest. Once you get over $4 million, every extra dollar after that is taxed at a 90% rate.
That's what you want.
That is what we had in this country for several decades in the post-World War.
Why do you think that's good, though? Because we talked about this. Why do you think that's good?
I'll tell you. Because it flattens wealth disparity.
Okay.
And that is when you have the greatest expansion.
And the thing is, realistically, materially, you're not really going to see any difference except for just in your head, you're just going to be like, but this guy, he says he's got this number. I want to say I got a bigger number.
Of the economy.
Right.
When the wealth of the country is shared by as many people as possible. Right. Obviously, it's not everybody gets the same.
If you're just joining us over on YouTube, please leave a like on the channel. It really helps me out. And if you guys haven't already, please subscribe. And if you're over on Twitch, please follow. I really appreciate it, guys.
That's a popular idea.
It's free and it makes you awesome.
Do you think 80% of Americans want that? Americans want that?
I think if I was to show Americans, if I was to show
You've been
Americans,
showing for 20 years.
No. Yeah, put up a graph of income disparity.
Right.
You put up a graph of income disparity. Americans are shocked when they.
Real quick, we're actually 1 subscriber away from 1,200. So if you want to be that 1,200 subscriber, please hit that button.
Realize how much money is held by the top 1% in this country.
Dude,
really,
no, they have absolutely no concept on it. And again, it's actually kind of funny because the idea that they like, oh, well, what do you mean I'm going to have enough? That's actually kind of why they don't even conceive how many, like the billions and billions, like they just don't get it. And they're just like, well, I got lots of money. I could technically get to the billion, like the more the billions.
Top 1%.
Yeah. Well, actually, hold on. PBD might get it because he is actually a billionaire. Hold on. I take that back.
Well, tip to the rest. I mean,
I'll be fair.
Like, literally.
I fell asleep at 6 p.m., slept till right now 3 a.m.
A handful of families.
Yeah.
Man, you really are sick. Dang.
Have more money.
Eat something.
and
please,
more wealth in this country
get some
than
water in your system.
50% of the population.
Speaking
There's so
of,
many
I will join you
questions
in
to that. For me, the question is the following. Here's where I'm trying to go with a guy like
you show that to 80% of Americans, and there's no questions. There's going to be like, what the fuck?
You know what?
I don't know if I
you know
can
what
swear
else you
on
can show? You can't because you're a guest. But you know
I
what
can?
else? You can. CAN.
Okay,
you can. You can. You're a guest. So if somebody could go and say, okay, why don't you pull up who pays the most taxes in America? The top 1% pays 50% of taxes in America. Okay. So you can give that argument. So to me, if we go back and forth, but this is the part I want to do with this specific argument, this specific idea, where I want to go with a guy like you, okay, is I think sometimes like the Democratic Party, you go to a message and you know how Trump tests things out. Yeah, Greenland. It's Greenland. So Greenland. Yeah, Greenland. It's going to be so one way or another. We're not going to go to war, but one way. Yeah, you know, a third term. I'm not talking about third term, but a lot of people are talking about third term. Yeah, Canada should just be a 51st state. Governor Trudeau. Trump will throw these things out there, okay, and then the market reacts to it, and the market will say, "What is he talking about?"
Yeah, that's a bad thing, right?
And then I believe. This is how I do it as a business owner. You kind of, I'll be in front of, I'll never forget. One time I brought 9 of my guys and I dropped an idea on them. You should have seen the reaction on everybody. You know what the reaction was? They looked at me like I was high. They looked at me like I am on shrooms. They're like, what the, Pat, respectfully, these are terrible ideas. So you know what happens to a business owner? They're
Coke and hummus.
So used to coming up with bad ideas. What do? They
get some water.
Move on with bad ideas. So to me, Trump gets up there and says, what do you think about this? And then he looks, he says, okay, what's the...
Oh, you haven't gotten water in a good few weeks? Oh, shit.
Guy that I respect, okay.
Well, Coke it is.
This guy's pretty reasonable. What did he say? What did she say? Okay, let's move on. To the Democratic side, somebody like you.
But I would...
But let me just finish the point. I'll come to you. Trust me, I want to hear from you. To me, I feel like the Democrats,
a good way of handling
like
that.
you, okay, you have a voice. People watch you. You're an influencer in your community. And you actually have the ability to kind of go and help your community out, help your party out. There are certain policies that you keep pitching that is no longer popular, that's been exposed so many times, because what we learned, like the biggest part why some of the conservatives like the Doge concept and some of the Democrats that like the Doge concept is it's government wasted expenditure. Obama talked about it. Clinton's talked about it. People on the left, they've talked about it for many, many years. And the average person watches this and says, okay, so after 4 million.
Coke and hummus, I thought you were describing PBD for a second.
You want to put the tax rate at 90%? Yes, I do. Okay, so all you're saying is that the government knows how to use my money better than free enterprise? Wow. I don't believe that.
Well,
so that's where the argument stops.
That's not the premise of why I want to do that taxation. I mean, the government will redistribute the money. And
that's no longer a popular idea in America.
I
that's the part where you see the young Turks kind of growing and evolving and seeing some of the ideas that kind of is not popular.
I listen. The fact of the matter is, government always redistributes money. It always redistributes money. Every government at every moment is redistributing money. The question is, which direction is that money flowing? That's it. There is no doubt. Governments redistribute money at every moment. The question is, which direction
are they at it?
What?
How successful have they been at it? How good are they at it? How much waste have they done with redistributing money?
Oh, there's no doubt in my mind. Like, look, we have a massive, massive military budget. And if you want to look for waste and fraud in government, that is where you go. That's where all...
Oh, he was talking about this guy, Patrick David.
The money is. Everybody knows
PBD.
it. There's an enormous...
You know what? I should be fair because I'm not good with acronyms. There you go.
Amount of waste and fraud. They can't even get through an audit. How many audits has it been? Half a dozen? Social Security,
Pentagon.
And they can't pass a single audit.
I agree.
Social Security is audited all the time. Do you know how much money? Let's talk about this for a second. I watched the video of you guys on the plane down of when Elon Musk was in Wisconsin blowing up his whole brand, essentially. And he was on stage with a guy named Garcias. You guys remember this video?
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
It was like 2 days ago.
Yes. The Social Security numbers spiking in the last 4 years.
The Social Security
2.2
numbers.
million
yes.
new non-citizen Social Security
Yes.
numbers. Yes.
And the amount of misinformation from every single person, all of you, was astonishing to me.
What was it? What was the misinformation?
I
that
mean,
was said?
well, I almost feel like we should go through the whole video.
This is coming from
But
a
here it is.
socialist.
No,
You
no,
know
no.
the
No,
level
wait.
of credibility you have as a
Listen,
socialist.
okay,
Listen,
progressive.
a system
Let me
that has
progress.
never
Let me
worked.
listen to
But I
you.
want to hear you.
That is anti-oligarch.
But I want to hear it.
Oh, Vinny's face is getting red. Uh-oh, here we go.
I want to hear
we
it.
wanna
I want
hear
to hear
this.
it. Go.
Vroom, vroom, Vinny. Vroom, vroom.
First off,
Yeah.
Don't ignite his hair.
you seem to not understand that these were
I
not
just saw that he had a man bun. That's the tightest damn man bun I've ever seen in my life.
undocumented immigrants who are getting these Social Security numbers. They are non-citizens. Now, when you came to this country, you were an immigrant. Your parents came legally.
Right.
Every single one of those people who got those Social Security numbers are here legally. They're not citizens, just like you weren't when you first came to this country.
Yeah.
You get a green card. Your parents get a green card. They go through a process.
Notice how he's like, yeah.
All of those people.
He even stiff-armed on that one. He was just like,
And to understand,
he's making a good point.
They got their
Socialism, the S word. Evil socialists.
Their Social
I'm trying to
Security
see your point
card.
here. I really want to see your point.
Well, the point is,
well, listen.
You referred to them as undocumented and illegal.
No,
you
no,
did.
I said non-citizen.
No, excuse me.
Don't say everyone here. I said non-citizen. Correct
I
yourself.
can't remember which one of you got it wrong. I think you did.
Just be
right?
specific.
You're thinking, but I
We can play the video and go through it, but
I'm still trying to get to the
I
point.
just want to make. Well, the point is, they're not illegal. They're not undocumented. They're all legal.
Right.
The expansion from that program, the EBE program, which is enumeration beyond entry, was started under the Trump administration. The numbers have
More
gone.
like he doesn't want his audience to remember where he's from.
No. Because yes, under Biden, as opposed
he doesn't want to he doesn't want to see that Ben Shapiro slip
to Trump, there was an expansion of people who were here.
It's
like
happening too.
Like probably I'm not sure.
A lot of illegals.
Excuse me.
10 plus million.
Not a single one of them.
Breaking
not
number
a
of
single.
people.
Hold on, you're changing.
I would listen to a capitalist. I like to expand socialists to expand ideas, saying he's a socialist is regarded.
Changing the subject,
yeah, right?
now.
No, I'm not.
Hope Jeff comes.
I'm talking about that video,
Yeah.
and every one of those Social Security numbers
Let me
that
ask
was
you a
handed
question.
out.
So
Well,
how
let
do
me
you feel
finish
about the
now.
illegal immigrants
Hold
that
on,
came
let
to
me-
those 4
I will
years?
get to
Yeah. You don't care about those people.
I will get to the
Because you cared
undocumented.
about children.
But you don't want
Yeah.
to talk about
Okay.
this, and I don't blame you because it's
Wait,
embarrassing.
no. But let me do a quick time out
Every
here.
one
Let me
of
do a
those
quick
Social
time out
Security
here.
numbers.
Do a quick time out here. Sam, let me just do a quick time out. You said you don't want to talk about this. You just spun away from a question I asked you, and you brought this
let
up.
me
You
finish
haven't
the
even
video.
addressed the question I asked you.
Let me
Wait a
finish.
minute.
We'll get to the
point that I
illegal
asked. Let's go back to what I asked you. I asked you a question that the money that's going in, Americans prove that they don't trust the government getting the money than free market, free enterprise.
I don't think
you
that's
never
the case.
addressed that.
I don't think that's the case. People
Americans
love
with the
Social Security. People
the
love
wasted
Medicare.
expenditure. What
Okay.
we learned with Doge.
Hold
the
on.
American
No.
people said, Sam, enough of you taking our tax
Excuse
money
me.
and see what you're doing with it.
Elon Musk made that Wisconsin election of a referendum on Doge. To the extent that we've seen anybody vote on Doge, nobody heard the word Doge before November of last year. To the extent that we've seen a referendum on Doge, it just happened in Wisconsin. It happened in Florida, where the size of the win by those Republican congressmen was cut by 17, 20 points. I mean, this is a wipeout. And every Republican, you're going to see a difference in Republican lawmakers over the next year and a half, because anybody who was in a plus Trump 8 district or less is now starting to go like, wait a second. That's why Musk is being shown the door, supposedly. So getting back to my point about those Social Security numbers.
You got to get that weirdo out of here. I'm getting
They
sick
were
of
given
him. He's
all
getting a little
to
on my nerves.
legal non-citizens. And every one of those cards, you can't vote, because I think you definitely said, and I think maybe you said, that this is a Democratic strategy to get voters. Hold on for a second. The Social Security card that they get literally says not legitimate for voting purposes. It is so that these non-citizens who are legal, just like when you came in, excuse me, pay into the Social Security system and get, many of them never get that money back. So in addition to the undocumented immigrants who pay in $22 billion a year into Social Security and get zero back, these people pay several $1 billion in a year.
Graph is a
and
half-truth,
only
by the
if
way.
they become citizens, which most of them won't. Most of them will go back home over a period of time. They're here for temporary protected status. Maybe some of them are refugees and they get permanent citizenship. They won't get that money either. So every single thing of that video, this video here,
you know what?
was completely wrong that you guys did. It was fascinating to me because
I gotta go
feel
streamer
like
mode. Give me a second.
At the very
I'm getting feedback from this one.
least, I believe that you care about the information you're putting out, and this was all wrong. And
so they're up there. So Sam, this is all a lie. These guys were up there just completely bullshitting with all the numbers. Where he's saying that people in the government are blowing the whistles. He didn't want to say their names. He was giving them praise. And for Sam, for you to say that you care about the kids and the labor and all that stuff. We've had an open border for 4 years, and all the illegals, way more than 10 million, have come into this country. California, is that where you live?
Oh my God, he has Vegeta face veins.
No.
Where do you live?
I live in New York.
Okay, great, even better. California. So the amount of money that we spent.
Man, how does he not have more strokes?
On illegals with housing and all that shit. And Gavin Newsom passing a law that you don't even need.
It only shows 2021 through 2024, but if they showed Trump's presidency from graph from 2017 to 2020, the graph shows the same amount.
Really? The vote. You're saying that we're coming up with where these people aren't coming in for the votes? That's the main goal of this whole thing. What was the open border for? Why was the border open for 4 years?
Kmart Joe Pesci.
Answer me that question.
First of all, the border was not open.
Give me are you kidding me? Look at the. What do you mean the border wasn't open? Are you? Hold on. Did you smoke?
Look at Sam just like.
You know what I love about this?
That's ridiculous.
But by the way, Vinny, here's the part though.
You're full of it.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. I gotta go back and I gotta record that part. That's too funny. Hold on. I'm gonna go back right here.
They become citizens, which most of them won't. Most of them will go back home over a period of time. They're here for temporary protected status. Maybe some of them are refugees and they get permanent citizenship. They won't get that money either. So every single thing of that video, this video here, was completely wrong that you guys did. It was fascinating to me because I feel like you, at the very least, I believe that you care about the information you're putting out. And this was all wrong. And
so they're up there. So Sam, this is all a lie. These guys were up there just completely bullshitting with all the numbers. Where he's saying that people in the government are blowing the whistles. He didn't want.
As we have just established that if they went back to 2017, they would show the same numbers as 2024. That's funny.
I want to say their names.
Thank you for pointing that out.
He was giving them praise. And for Sam, for you to say that you care about the kids and the labor and all that stuff. We've had an open border for 4 years, and all the illegals,
I've known a lot of amphetamine enthusiasts in my time.
More than 10 million have come into this country. California, is that where you live?
No.
Where do you live?
I live in New York.
Okay, great, even better. California. So the amount of money that we spent
a bunch of libs
on illegals with housing and all that shit, and Gavin Newsom passing a law that you don't even need an ID to vote. You're saying that we're coming up with where these people aren't coming in for the votes? That's the main goal of this whole thing. What was the open border for? Why was the border open for 4 years? Answer me that question.
First of all, the border was not open.
Give me are you kidding me? Look at the. What do you mean the border was open? Are you hold on? Did you smoke before you came in here? That's ridiculous.
But by the way, Vinny, here's the part though.
You're full of it, bro.
Here's the part.
Get out of here.
Sam, here's the part.
He was calling Vinny down because he knew he was looking bad.
Hear this, okay?
Anybody can look at that video. The things you were saying yesterday was a complete stack of lies or just misinformation.
Be honest with me.
Immigration year over year. Type in illegal.
Nobody's listening to you, dude.
Immigration.
I know that you're trying to control your podcast, but then again, I mean, hey, this is what you get when you get a video on your staff there.
Year over year.
The fact that you're saying
guy needs to ease off the steroids. Yeah, Yeah. Oh my God. That does kind of track.
The border wasn't wide open. How many deaths?
Allegedly.
How many deaths have happened? How many fentanyl deaths have happened per year while your freaking president, Joe Biden, was in office? How many, hold on, how many Americans died just from fentanyl? And you're saying the border wasn't wide open? We've had the most illegal entry in 4 years in the history of the country. You're and
right,
this is
I'll
why
answer
let
you.
me finish. And this is why your party sucks. This is why your party
Very poignant. Like, you're making some just really, really chef's kiss points there, guy.
is at 29% approval
20%.
because you got 20. Thank you. Because all you guys do is talk shit and just go anti-Trump. You have no policies. You guys have no vision. You have no leaders. You're talking about oligarchs and you hate the oligarchs. Where do you think Bernie Sanders and AOC are going to get their money from? Their donors. Are you like, don't lie to yourself. For you to look and like, brother, you're talking about yesterday we lied.
AOC and Bernie Sanders don't take
Hold on,
money
ready
from
for
those
this?
people.
You're saying that we lied 2 days ago. You just lied, and you're gonna look like a fool that the border wasn't wide open. Look at this chart. What does that chart say to you? What is that? What did Trump, when Trump was in, he was trying to close it, but your party was fighting it. It's unbelievable how many illegals have come in the past 100 days.
But this is the part to just be very, just show the data. Illegal immigration, this is Wall Street Journal, is a bigger problem than ever.
Oh, no, that's
These
fake
5
news.
charts explain why. Go a little bit lower. That's under Biden.
Trump got shot trying to show these charts.
That's kind of funny that he's actually like trying to explain it, but you guys are just going to walk all over him and then just be like, explain this. And then once he explains it, it's just like, let's move on.
Literally.
This is October of 2023. Go to the next one.
A guy who was registered Republican.
Here's another
Hold
one
on,
for
wait,
you.
let me, can I address what his
let me just show the
rant
data,
was?
and then I want you to say what you want to say. Go a little bit lower with the data, Ron. No, because he said it's inaccurate. This is another one here
Okay,
showing
well, go back
data.
up. Go back up to the.
And then go to the last one, Rob.
Go to
the last one, Rob.
Go to the top one here.
I mean, this is the
I'll
numbers
go through
you're
all of
talking
these
about.
charts.
So this is you.
Pause it.
Start one by one.
Pause it.
Go up.
Explain every one of them. Go
Okay.
for it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you can see that this is what constitutes illegal immigration. These are, if it was an open border, you would not have these numbers. You would not have the numbers to know when Title 42 ends.
Yeah.
More people are coming to the border and they're being put into a system. Period.
That's the best part about
and that's the
because
definition.
they were told, Bloodstone, what up?
Oh, to come. Sam, let me.
They never cared about fentanyl until Trump tried to tie it to illegal immigrants. Plus, they never have a solution to the drug problem other than deportation. Never treatment policy. No, none of it.
When your president says, come to the country.
Shut the fuck up, Vinny.
You're gonna yell all the
No,
time.
I'm not yelling. You just give me
I'm not yelling. What do you mean I'm not yelling?
facts.
Can I turn down his microphone? Because
You can, yeah. Just see which one he is. I think he's
Right.
seat 3, or which one is it, Rob?
Seat 3.
Seat 3.
Seat 3. Go ahead. Lower that
And
right
then,
there.
And then the mic.
Right there. There you
volume,
go. Is
just
that
lower.
good? Is that good?
Seat
oh,
2.
seat 2.
Vinny's emotional.
Okay, go for it.
All right.
Actually, yeah, he should. Vinny, you're getting very emotional. Oh, dude, he should do that.
Go ahead.
Good.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So
You're still going to hear the truth, though. So go ahead.
no, I'm happy to.
Yeah.
Can't turn down the truth. Is
No,
what
you
you're saying.
can't.
Open border would mean that we have no records of people coming across the border. The law in this country has been that if you
Again, under like Vinny's whole take there, then PBD would have never been able to actually enter the country. Like Vinny wouldn't be here. Like, this is my favorite part. These idiots don't even understand what the fuck they're advocating for.
put your foot
You want some yelling? I could do some yelling.
in this country, it's
I've been looking for a bit while out doing errands.
the international
Nice.
law. It's a U.S.
Glad you're
law.
here.
If you put your foot in this country and you apply for asylum, you are due a process to do that. 98% of those people who are then what you guys would call catch and release come back for their hearings. We are woefully understaffed in terms of like immigration judges, and that process is definitely broken. I would love to see more money spent in the processing of these people so that we can establish which ones, like your family,
Like my family as
Maybe-
well. Illegal immigrants.
No, but came in
Yep.
through a refugee status. They weren't citizens on day one. They came in, they went
What? They told me they were.
through a process, And
they told me they were the good ones. This is why I make this argument this way.
And it's possible at that time. I mean, I remember, I was old enough to remember the Iran hostage situation. I remember the fallout afterwards. There may have been some form of temporary protected status, whatever it was at the time, that allows people to come in. Then they're assessed and processed. It's determined that, yes, their claim for asylum is appropriate or not, et cetera, et cetera. That's what we're looking at there. As you scroll up on those other charts, you can see when Title 42 ends, which was only supposed to be an emergency situation that has to do with health, and you can't have it both ways. Either COVID ends or it doesn't end, the pandemic, and so people come in. There's no doubt, and that number on that chart that Musk had, under Biden, more people received temporary protected status. We had a problem in Haiti as the country has fallen apart. You had people from Ukraine coming in.
Yeah, remember when we actually used to do things like have hearts and actually care about people? Yeah, that was a weird time, guys. Jeez.
Because of obviously
bunch of woke garbage that was.
The invasion. These are all under temporary protected status. They all got Social Security numbers.
May play some more Tekken. Getting that itch.
So they could pay taxes into our government and not necessarily get the services back.
Yes, and vote for Democrats.
No, they can't vote.
Right.
Those Social Security cards literally say on the card, say you can't use this for.
Yeah, but then they're just walking in there, and then there's no checks. They just give another name, and then they're voting. That's what happens, bro.
He said we don't have an illegal immigration problem. We have a documentation problem. That's what AOC said. So this is not something new. You know how when you talk about who's better?
I remember when people didn't give a shit I existed. Nice times.
At gerrymandering. Who's better at gerrymandering, the left or the right?
Republicans seem to be better at that.
The Republicans are
I know.
much better.
I agree. Guess what?
What are the odds Trump deports those 200,000 Ukrainian refugees to Russia?
So it's not like they can fight it and say, no, we're not. That's their
I don't know. They're white. They actually might be okay.
reputation. They have it. They're better at gerrymandering. Strategically, they're better.
Especially if they can get their boy howdy voice
at
on.
doing that. But for you to sit here,
I don't have a problem.
May I make
like
my
you do
point?
with
Let me make my point.
Yeah.
When you sit here and you watch yourself when you're saying these policies and you spew out these policies, what the average person does, they'll watch it, and if
I like how this guy's he's a billionaire trying to speak for the average person. As a streamer who is the average person, I'm gonna say this one politely. Fuck you.
They've already
for even thinking that you could speak for the average person.
Outgrown it, because today the problem with folks, content creators,
anybody who listens to PBD as a fan should also just be like, bro.
Have today's the following.
Although, I mean, hey, they love them some Elon, so billionaires seem to be like the in thing with these people.
We say something on a video and we're wrong. You know what others will do? They'll react to it and they'll say stuff to it. And if we're right, they'll keep coming to us to want to hear more of it, because they'll say, at least you sound reasonable. And they'll say, I want to hear what John has to say. I want to hear what Joe has to say. I want to hear what Megan has to say. I want to hear what, whoever these people are that are giving ideas out there want to say, right? But when you keep saying stuff that others are able to tear apart so many times, that a former liberal watches that maybe was a viewer of you and says, how can Sam not see this and outgrow it?
Ryan, did you vote in the Pep Squad or the Pepper Patch?
Stuck on this policy that's been proven. Americans don't want to pay more taxes to a government that wastes their taxes. How does he not see that? How does he keep pushing this agenda back and forth? Then you lose an audience, and the people you keep is the following. Here's who you end up keeping. You end up keeping an audience.
I keep looking at the Academy back there, and it's got Witcher font, so I'm just like, what Witcher game is that?
That makes you think you're right, but that's not always the case. You keep an audience that, of course, hates rich people. Rich people are bad people.
Pepper Patch sounds adorable, not going to lie, but it's not as catchy. Yeah.
People. And they're probably not making a lot of money, and they come to Sam to save them. Hey, let's trash and bash rich people because this is what we got to do. Yes, Sam, let's go after the rich people. But in reality...
Are you talking about me? Because we just had our biggest month.
No,
and when people on
you had
my
the biggest
show,
one because of Jubilee. You were on Jubilee and you were on that
we've
show.
been going back up.
No,
We've been
you were on
going-
Jubilee, and
Yeah.
Jubilee gave you a lot of eyeballs. So
Oh,
Jubilee brought a lot of traffic to
people
you.
agreed.
Wow, he's got it's almost like he's got a point to prove here because he's got dwindling numbers and he lost all his bot accounts because they did a bot purge over on YouTube.
A lot of, I mean,
Isn't that kind of fun?
no. I mean, a lot of people agreed.
Did more agree or disagree?
I would say a lot more agreed.
Well, you would say that because you're in it.
Well,
so for
I mean, you want me to do metrics? We had.
Yeah, it's because you're on that side. I think that the other side disagreed. You see what I did there? My side's right. Your side's wrong.
And our biggest subscription.
These dumbasses don't get it, where they overthink this shit, and it's literally as like it's playground politics at that point.
I believe
my daddy could beat your daddy up
because Jubilee helped you.
Okay. But my point is that
Did you get you got a boost from doing so? You went on an appearance and you got a boost.
You should say thank you to Jubilee. That's a
thank
very
you, Jubilee.
Yeah.
I would also add that
Did you say thank you? Did you say thank you? Thank you, daddies. Thank you. What is with these fuckers? What is with these fuckers? Seriously. And honestly, I feel bad for all their wives. They literally have. This dude does it. You know that you're married. Listen, I'm the one who actually makes the money. I'm the billionaire. You should be thanking me. Even, you know what? You should be thanking me for our kids, for even having the opportunity to raise our kids.
there are definitely people who watch my show and then over a period of time are going,
Pet pals?
I disagree with
yeah,
you.
that's actually a good idea.
And
Pet pals.
proudly,
I like that.
those people move to the left of where I'm at.
Yeah, if you end up on Honeybee Stream, definitely start, I don't know, saying, hey, when do you debate pep talks?
You think people move to the left?
100%.
Sam, do you realize?
100%.
Do you realize how?
A lot of people have moved left. Like, the thing is, you guys, this is the thing. They are freaking out about this like this because they know he's right. They know that they're... Oof, he farted. Jesus. Oh.
How
wow, that
to
made
make
me lose my train of thought. That's a bad... Oh, buddy.
a statement. And I love that you said it.
Oh, it's true.
I love that you said it. So you think people who age and live longer, they go further to the left and to the right? You think as people mature in...
Yes. And as they live through multiple Republican administrations, they start to see that when they're talking about things like the deficit, when they're honestly, I've watched a lot of my friends age out of being Republicans since the Bush era because of things like this, where they're like, oh shit, well, honestly, yeah, they did a really bad job there. And then Obama, Obama's second term, this is the reason they freaked out so much, because they knew that he would solidify himself as this leftist demagogue that everybody remembers as, it was a period of peace and it was great.
In life.
Am I the oldest person?
Pet Pals is horrendous. No, please, no, God.
No, you're not. But
I'm
you
pretty
see,
close, I bet.
No, you're
fine. No Pet Pals.
pretty far. It's just the other guy looks very young. But you
How old are you?
He's 62.
You got me by 3 years.
Yeah. So you're not. So
You're 59, dude.
yeah.
Good for you.
But do you think as people age they
My man's just you look fucking great.
become more conservative or more liberal, more leftist?
I guess that you know what, there might be something to that leftist shit. I mean, Vinny, look at you. What you're what are you? Vinny's 21 and he.
I think it changes with generations. But
No, that's not the case. There is a evident more of one or the other. Do you think, it's asking a question, do you think as we age, do our bones get stronger or weaker? They get weaker.
Mm-hmm.
As we age, do we become more leaning? Okay, this is a chart. Perfect. Thank you for that. Pew Research. As we age, we become more conservative. But to you, the more you age, the more you become progressive and leftist. See, that's the part where Americans, as they age and go through, you may have a very young...
No, actually, that's not incorporating the fact that these are the people that hoarded their wealth from Reagan up until this point. And now you're seeing a shift in specifically millennial thinking, where you're seeing nobody in the millennial sphere doing what all of our parents said. I'm gonna speak for myself on this one. My dad was always you're gonna be, you know what, you may always remain socially liberal, but you're gonna find a fit. You're gonna remain, or you're going to be fiscally conservative at some point. And It's going to happen, before your 30s, right around your 30s. Once you start getting taxed and you understand how taxes work, like they were very condescending about it. But I do think that this actually is something. I think that the millennials are, since we're not seeing the same benefits that, our parents saw coming up, you're going to see this shift over to the left. Sam's essentially right.
Audience.
And I'm not just agreeing with him just because, I stand Sam. I honest to God think that this is realistically not taking into account fairly either. Because like I'm looking at this age bracket here, this makes absolutely no sense. Because look, once they get to what? How? Like, how is this not just a completely bias? Wait, what? Who did this? Was this Pew Research?
Finds you.
Okay.
This, I think if you look at this chart, and first of all, you'll also notice that like the dynamic
yeah, there's something off about that though.
shifts, right? So if what you were saying was true, 70 to 79 would be greater Republican favor than 60 to 69. I don't know what to tell you.
So funny.
But
so
I will
I'm
also
starting to
tell you.
realize
But
what your shtick is. I'm getting your shtick.
I'm looking at the numbers you put up on this graph.
18 to 24 is 34.
Oh,
then
no,
it goes to
largely,
32. Oh my God! They became more liberal because they went to college and they screwed up their brains.
Wait.
And then they go to 42, 47, 50, 50. Oh, they dropped to 51 and they go to 58. Nope, they're becoming more liberals at 70 to 79.
And they go to college and they learn that we can't exploit them.
Why 70 to 79 become more liberal?
I will also
Do you know why 70 to 79 becomes more liberal? Do you know why?
Shut the fuck up and let him talk.
70 to 79.
God, if I was ever on any of these fuckers' podcasts, I would react that exact way. Where it's like, are you going to let me fucking speak? Like, seriously, I would get so aggressive where it's just like, I'm not going to let you be this fucking way with me.
More liberal?
Yes, because
this is also why I probably will not be invited on these types of podcasts.
Getting Social Security.
Exactly. So they got to protect it. So they're like, hey, man, at least, I agree. But still at 80 plus, they're more conservative.
But
you know why 80 plus?
I like how he essentially agreed with Sam there, and he was just like, I got to sound like I'm the right one.
They're more conservative.
I will also suggest to you
I
that
get the
it has
shtick
to
you
do
play
with
now.
the years that you grow up in.
It's the same thing I said to you last time.
People 50 to 59 grew up in a Reagan era and a Thatcher era.
Did they just call you Pep Patrol?
And as in the wake of that, you can
I hate to say I don't hate that one, dude.
see that people are more progressive, increasingly.
Why did Charlie Kirk blow up so much the last 4 years? Specifically 18 months. Why did he blow up?
Like, if you want our actual theory on this without these guys, like without Sam starting an entire thing, it's because you guys were funded by a bunch of fucking billionaires and you just need to admit it, where the funding is not on the left.
On TikTok, out of all the places.
Did you see?
How do you blow up on TikTok?
Did you see?
Do you know he was the most viewed Jubilee out of all of them?
Did you see what?
Did you see that?
I think so. Can you see how many views Charlie Kirk got on Jubilee?
But that's
inconvenient.
This is just absolute.
Why do you think Charlie Kirk blew up though?
I have theories.
I want to hear it.
How did he start? How did Charlie Kirk start?
I don't care how he started.
No.
That plays into it.
His finishing.
That plays into it.
How did he blow up so much in the last 8?
That plays into it. You guys don't want to answer because you kind of know, or it's just like, oh, right.
Going to colleges, speaking in front of colleges. What do you mean?
Yeah. How did TPUSA get started?
Tell us. Let's see what angle
My
you're going to.
assumption is he was going to college.
They don't. Because they don't know.
I actually want to hear what he says because I'm.
He doesn't know. Oh, this is adorable. I actually want to know. Because I don't actually know.
Watching these 2 times.
He got paid by a billionaire to start that organization.
Got it. So
it's just the truth.
So there is
what's wrong with that?
There's nothing
there's
wrong
no
with it.
conviction on what Charlie does.
No, I'm sure there's conviction in what Charlie does.
Why did
Although
Charlie
he's
do so in the
changed
last 18 months?
I mean,
why do you think a 20-year-old guy? Why is he blowing up the way that he is? Why is this?
Well, he's not 20. He's in his
28 years old, 29,
No, he's
30
30
years old.
now. He's 30 now, but he started when he was 20.
Yeah,
he's 30 now. I love how he's just like, oh yeah. You know what? We got the youth. This is my point. We got the youth.
He was in his 20s. Why?
Instead of just acknowledging that you have a bunch of confused adolescent boys that are also going to start pivoting left and like thus proving that graph complete bullshit.
Why has he blown up so much?
I mean,
because the damage here is you red pilled a bunch of kids way too early. They don't understand politics until they're about 18. And then, ironically, once they do start paying into this system, they're going to start wondering, why the fuck do Why don't I have better health care? Wait, why is it on me to get a better job to have health care? Wait a minute.
I think there's a lot of money circulating.
Planet
on
Pet,
the
money,
right.
my Pet.
He started when he was 18.
Forget the money.
Sam,
to go to college.
To blame it on the money. What about his voice, his reason, his rationale?
for Breitbart.
He's compelling.
By the way. So here's a question. So you think if you got the same money Charlie got, you would have the same views?
Yeah, I think, I saw Milo Yiannopoulos on Tim Pool about a month or two ago talking about how the Daily Wire got so big. And he said, this is Milo Yiannopoulos. Well, he said,
Charlie's different than Daily Wire.
100%.
Right.
He said, in the right-wing content era, he said, we buy bots, we buy views, we buy. I'm telling you what.
Oh my God! Oh my God, King! Oh my God! Sam comes in with the steel chair.
Milo Yiannopoulos said.
Go ahead.
This is what he said.
This
Go
is
ahead. Pull
fantastic.
it up.
This is fantastic.
And
notice how anytime that there's an actual good point coming from Sam, they have to get so insecure in the way that they respond. None of it is just, okay, yeah, I could see your point. These guys are so insecure, they will never say that shit.
He said
they will never concede. Honestly, these are some of the weakest motherfuckers on the planet.
This is fantastic.
And it's just weird because this is fantastic. This is fantastic.
Till we make it.
Oh my God.
And that's why he's.
Oh my God. My God. Yeah, you gotta trust this guy. Even though we love this guy, even when he was saying what we liked, but then he started saying things that we don't like.
But he's non-existent anymore.
Sam,
he used to be a big.
Oh my God.
Big voice. Now you don't hear nothing.
Sam,
about
respectfully, there's something called giving credit where credit is due. Regardless of where Charlie got his money. Hold on.
I don't care. It's great. I'll give him credit. Charlie Kirk has made a lot of money.
But that's not where the credit is due.
What do you want me to say?
And I don't even know how much money he's made. The point is he's motivated a lot of people.
Yeah.
That's where the credit should be done. He's changed the hearts and minds of people
He helped Trump
on
win.
campuses. He would arguably be the number one reason that Trump flipped Arizona.
Yeah.
To not give someone credit for the good work they've done and blame it on a billionaire.
Money flipped Arizona.
You
look at TPUSA played heavily in the Cary Lake.
Intellectually bankrupt is how I would describe this podcast. Yeah. That's
race.
actually a good
so
one.
Huge. And the biggest, the widest loss they had was people under the age of 30.
Okay. So you don't want to give Charlie any credit. You blame. So
no, I don't care.
But Sam, hold on. Before
give him all the credit
Sam,
in the world.
before being a nihilist,
I'll give him a trophy.
Sam, you've had. Let me just ask this
What
question.
does he want? You can take the.
Sam,
I don't
give
think
him
Charlie
your car.
wants.
We're right
I
here,
don't think
buddy.
Charlie needs anything.
Yeah, Sam.
Well, I don't
Charlie
understand
won
why
on
this conversation.
TikTok.
So
Sam,
a
you
billionaire
just-
gives Charlie money and he automatically wins. Okay, I got a question for you. Explain how Mark Benioff puts money into Time magazine and it goes down.
I don't know who Mark Benioff is, and I haven't
Salesforce.
read Time magazine
In Time magazine, literally, they went to an actual physical, a public, a news, like a newspaper or a magazine publication for this point, not a podcaster or so. Like they don't have anybody because they know that if the left wing were funded, they would actually have some traction. Give this money to Hassan. Like seriously. Give Hassan the same type of backing and see exactly what happens. Also, let's give him the bots. Let's give him all the bot accounts in the world and see how that also fucking plays into it. Let's see how this goes.
But you should get around more. It's unfortunate. Come out of the echo chamber. Mark Benioff is one of the most successful entrepreneurs.
That's actually kind of funny coming from this room.
Of all time, who used his money after his business success, and he went and he bought.
Oh my God, he looks like the guy from 90 Day Fiance.
Time magazine because he wants to push liberal views and values, and the thing craters.
He would love.
Well, then
That,
me
but wait,
not
he's a
reading
billionaire.
Time
It should
magazine
work.
should hit him up
would
for
be
money.
Getting out of my
Hit him up for money.
my bubble, right?
Yeah, but you know what it is?
That's true.
Sam,
I gotta give you credit
I
for
like
that.
to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. I truly do. And I try to look at the only one you can succeed in business and in life and in sales, like you're developing other people, is you have to always look at the best of everybody. You don't have a choice. As a parent, you have to always look at the best of your kids. You don't have a choice for them to do their best, right? And I
try
truly
and do
want to
that
look
with
at
my
you
kids.
and look at it from the part of the best to say capable, great communicator, temperament is solid. You go through it. I want to see all the good with you. But the part where you sit there and you realize some policies don't work. The
what
Young
policies
Turks.
don't work?
Go to
name a policy that I support that doesn't work.
What do you think about
90% tax rates? I would start there.
Yeah.
Like I say, when we had those in this country, everybody can look this up. We had
these eras that these motherfuckers are always like glazing over. That's what they're talking about.
It's known as the Great Compression.
Yep.
It was the greatest expansion of our economy and the lowest wealth disparity we had in the history of this country. I don't know how you would define it anything other than a success.
Let me ask you a question. Let's stay right here on this 90% tax rate. 90%. So
top marginal.
Okay, I'm with you. So you get to keep 10%.
No. 10%
top
of every
margin,
dollar
of course.
after $4 million.
Okay. No, well, here we go. I'm going to ask you a question. Like, stay with me for a second. Okay.
He doesn't like the answer because it's starting to make sense to him where he's like, oh.
You just said you had a great month, great quarter, right? Like
Jubilee was
Here it comes. Here it comes. What about when you make the money?
Whatever it was,
Jubilee. Come on. You want to keep your money.
There's billionaires.
Sure.
Like, what billionaires are to charge.
How much additional profit revenue did you make in the last quarter because you've went viral so many times? How much?
I mean, I don't know.
Man, this day just sucks balls, y'all. Man, I'm sorry.
I guess it's somewhere around tens of thousands.
Tens of thousands. So not millions, tens of thousands.
No.
Okay, so what are you going to do with that extra 30 grand, 100 grand? What are you going to do with it?
We're going to hire another person.
Oh, so you're going to expand?
Well, I don't know if we're going to expand, but I'm gonna probably. I mean,
you're going to invest.
Well, I may invest in some of it.
You're not just going to bury it in the sand. You're going to use it.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh wow.
Here's the problem.
So, we got to understand. This is the company. These are pre-tax dollars. When I say 90 cents on every dollar, I'm talking individual tax. So
these ideas
this is not about corporate tax.
Okay.
It wouldn't impact anything you're saying about the business. But go ahead.
But we're talking about taxes in general. Let's
no.
inside baseball.
There's a difference between personal taxes and corporate taxes.
Well, if you have an S corp, it flows through to the individual, so it's the same thing. How are you registered with the
It's
with
an
the
escrow,
IRS.
but it's
So it flows through to you.
It's pre-tax dollars.
That's what I do. It's literally what it does. It's the same as individual, but respect to you. But you
we don't have a problem with you making money and getting rich.
want you to
be
be
okay with that.
Honestly, I'm a
Pre-tax dollars. He keeps saying that. Again, this isn't
little disappointed. It was only tens of thousands of dollars. I wish it was millions of dollars. I wish the best for you. But here's the problem: why you can't tax your way to making everybody wealthy.
No. I'm not taxing my way to making everybody wealthy. I am taxing.
You're mischaracterizing exactly what he's saying because you know that you're on the chopping block on that one because you want to protect your line.
Understand the 90% tax rate on every dollar after $4 million is to deal with wealth disparity in this country because I believe the more you concentrate wealth, the more you concentrate political power.
Why 4 million?
And I believe in democracy.
Why 4 million?
Just because that's what we had for 15, 20 years in this country. I mean, it was 470,000 in 1940.
Why not do that like
$300,000? I'm just because I'm a student of history and I really appreciate Ronald Reagan. Do you know the Reagan story of why he ended up running for governor and for president? Do you know the whole tax story? Let me give it to you real quick.
I know the story of GE sending him around to fight against Medicare.
Okay, but that's not the story we're talking about. The tax story that Ronald Reagan basically...
Because it's not the one that makes him a hero.
It's like, holy crap. Because everything with taxes has to do with incentives and motivation. So the story with Reagan was the following. The top marginal tax rate back in the 40s and 50s, when Ronald Reagan, before he became a governor, he was a famous what? Actor. There we go. We're on the same page. Was $200,000.
I love when dumb people try to make smart points.
And the equivalent of $200,000.
You following me? You following me?
Today.
I'm barely following myself.
Is $2.5 million. So at $200,000, the top marginal tax rate was your favorite number?
90%.
90%. We're going somewhere. So do you know his famous quote?
We're on this walk together. We're holding hands. We're holding hands. Okay.
I'll do two movies a year. I get paid $100,000 per movie. Tell me why I should go make a third movie. Because if you're going to tax me at 90%,
and you know what?
He shouldn't.
If you've seen his
exactly.
movies, we didn't miss much.
No, don't go there, guy. Don't go there, guy.
I don't know what to tell you.
Talk numbers.
If you don't want to, don't make it.
Stop it. The reason he wouldn't make the movie is because he would only keep 10%. He said famously, I can make freaking Gone with the Wind. I wouldn't keep any of the money. It has to do with, you said shtick, carrots and sticks. If you don't incentivize people, if you don't incentivize entrepreneurs, why will they work harder?
Okay.
Why will they invest?
This, again, is playing into the idea that you're not going to, like, if you put a cap on any of this and you say that I'm going to get, like, taxed when I make more money, then it doesn't incentivize me to make more money.
So
that's not how this fucking works, you idiot. All right, then. Admit that you've made enough then. Then honestly, when have you made enough? When is enough for you? When have you fucked the planet and every other little person enough to actually make a difference for you in your little heart?
You just had a great incentive.
More peasant brain nonsense.
You killed it.
This guy's honestly, this is like, it's kind of weird that this is what's going to Marie Antoinette us into fucking like going against people is the idiots like this. They honestly don't see that they're kind of condescending to their own audience because these guys forget that like most of the people listening to this are driving a fucking truck.
Made tens of thousands of dollars.
I'm going to take your metaphor.
Trust me, dude. The guys listening to this are not fucking making enough to say, yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'm all for this.
Something
like, let's not tax the billionaires.
That money.
So what happens when Ronald Reagan gets to that threshold of the wealthiest of the wealthy in the country? Because that's what it takes, right? To be making $4 million a year, that puts you. No.
You're making up $4 million like a floozy.
2.5.
It's 200,000. Yeah, let's use that
2.5.
That's what the correlation is. Yes.
So if you're making $2.5 million a year, that places you in the top 1 or 2%, I would imagine, maybe even smaller.
It's less.
0.5%.
Yeah, top 1% is about $500,000.
So you're in the top 0.5% of the
just
country.
Like you're in the top 1% of a podcaster.
Right.
You're doing great.
Top 0.5%. What happens when Ronald Reagan decides I'm only going to make 2 movies a year is you get an opportunity to be that actor. And then somebody else gets the opportunity to make that money.
So shittier actors get more opportunities. It sounds like DEI.
No, it's not. Believe me, I've been out in L.A. The best actors don't necessarily get every role. And so it gives an opportunity to spread the wealth.
Also, it's like, like Sam was saying, has he seen any Ronald Reagan movies? There's a reason that we don't really go, hey, you know, every year I like to watch that Ronald Reagan classic.
It's about centralized subjective fairness on the altar of greed and jealousy. That's what it is. Because it's not fair that all of these people worked their ass off and did.
No, it's perfectly fair. What's not fair is for you to expect us to continue funding your comfort, like your comfortable lives at the expense of us, while we get taxed at higher rates
and achieve something. We have to stop them and go get someone else who maybe isn't working hard.
All these people have no idea of Sam Seder's pedigree. That is true.
So
they are underestimating him, and I have a feeling that this is gonna make for even better content. Dude, we're not even we're about halfway through this. I might have to. No, I think we'll just go for it today.
Fair.
Are you telling me that there aren't enough hardworking actors who get?
Damn.
No, stop changing it. That's your stick. That's your stick, dude. No, it's
Sam,
not.
what you're saying,
I'm asking you a question here because it's about greed and jealousy.
1v 1 2 3 4 1 3. Yeah, I mean, the Jubilee thing trained him for this.
The greed that you attack is the greed that you have. You're sitting there. These people must have been greedy. They got all this money and everything, and you're envious and you're greedy for their money. So we're going to take it from them. It should be 90%. They'll keep making. Oh, but that's good because now we've stopped them from making good movies.
I think it's pretty obvious to everybody how jealous I am of all of you.
No, it's not everyone.
Your point,
please go ahead.
About incentives. That is why Ronald Reagan brought in.
That's why. Look at this seething dumbass. Oh
Arthur
my God,
Laffer.
he can't handle actually
Yes.
sitting next to somebody with a high IQ, angry patriot. Indeed, you're just so mad that because you're dumb. Oh, it's funny.
Of course.
I don't like this.
Laffer curve says that the higher you go up on taxes, the least incentive there is for people to make money.
Yeah.
Or as if a CEO works harder than an effing janitor. Again,
try harder to earn more and work harder and stay.
I made the good investment. You know what? I it's not that my daddy gave me an opportunity that nobody else had. Like, seriously, like, they're also negating the fact that most of these guys were born with silver spoons in their mouths, and it's the generational wealth thing that started happening, and they're honest to God, just like, we got, like, come on, man, you gotta start, now you're gonna start telling us that our kids can't have money. What's up with that?
And be an entrepreneur and try to build something.
Exactly.
Go on.
But the lower you have taxes,
yeah, Sam didn't take the bait.
You can actually lower taxes and you'll get more revenue because these people are going to actually be more incentivized because they get to keep more. Arthur Laffer was the key advisor to Sam Brownback when he became governor of Kansas in 2012. You can look this up. People just have to Google Sam Brownback, Kansas, 2012. What happened with the great Kansas experiment? He did exactly what Arthur Laffer said. He slashed taxes for S corps, etc. Within, I think it was 2 or 3 years, the Republican legislature rose taxes because revenues had cratered so badly and they had so destroyed what was once the jewel of Kansas, their education system, their higher education system. They rose taxes. Okay. Well, there you go. I mean, there it is. Kansas provides compelling evidence of the failure of supply-side tax cuts, which is exactly what you're at.
Do you know how many case examples I can show of cutting taxes helps states, helps companies, help people?
Please show me one.
How do you think this company that we're sitting? Hold on,
show me a state.
Sam, hold on.
Google the state.
You want to throw out some? How do you think this company
right
here?
Let him say that and respond to it. Okay. So, for example, where are we at right now? What state?
Florida.
Okay. Can you tell me why, out of all the 50 states in America in 2024 that voted for president, why did 50 for 50 state become more Republican? Can you tell me why, out of 50 states that voted for president in 2024, can you tell me why the 2 states that lost the most people, the only 2 states in America that lost $1 trillion of money under management, that left their states to another state like Nevada, Texas, and Florida, can you tell me why those 2 states, imagine New York and California, during COVID, lost $1 trillion of wealth that left to other states? And even after all those people that left, the 2 states that became more Republican than they were before in 2020 were New York and Texas. Can you tell me why people come to Texas? Why do people go to Nevada? Why do people go to Florida? Why do you think it is? Is it because maybe they don't have state taxes? Why do you think Arthur Laffer's in Tennessee? Why do you think Musk is in Texas? Why do you think Rogan?
Yeah, because honestly, you guys don't have to worry about the things that most other people do. Like, for instance, those little bit of taxes on every bit of or piece of property that you buy, every car that you own. Like, you guys aren't, you're just not honest either, because you guys do this blanket thing where you're just like, oh, the taxes are lower. The taxes are lower. It's like, no, they get you somewhere. That's my favorite thing my dad ever said to me, and this was while we were having an actual conservative debate with my stepmom, where she was just talking about like, yeah, well, this is why we ran from the taxes. And he kind of shut her down, where he's just like, listen, do I need to break out the budget and just explain it, like just show you that it's like, no, we're not honestly saving that much money and that they got us other places? Yes, we can see where we save money on other things like our house, but they got us and all these other things that did add up. It's like
to Texas. Why do you think California is losing so many jobs?
I think
it's
there
because of high
people
taxes?
who like to evade taxes. Sure,
it's evade taxes. So you see, but guys, let me, Sam, respectfully,
that's what it is.
I just figured out who you are. I'm telling you, I just figured out who you are. Deep down inside of you, you are driven by so much power, control, a deep-rooted feeling matching the qualities of a communist that wants to tell you what to do, and you think you know what's best for others, and if it isn't your...
I thought this was like a smart point. I thought he figured out who he is. Where the hell is he going with this?
Your way. Everybody else is wrong.
Like, at least I smoke pot and I have a reason for like my brain trailing off the way that it does. This guy, like,
and by the way, an extremely
what
unattractive quality.
I literally would have just been like, what'd you say?
Literally just advocating for higher taxes on super wealthy people.
No, you're not, because what you just said,
$2.5 million.
What you just said, let me just make the point here. You just said people who left.
Honestly, this would make it a little bit better if Sam just adjusted it to 100 million, just even arbitrarily, because when you look at the numbers and like the percentages of people who make $100 million a year, that still would put us into that would put us into the green. So like, let's
California.
Let's start there. And honestly, that would take away a little bit of their talking point where it's like, new millionaire. Because $4 million, I even have to say, like, it's a little bit, nah.
New York.
Like, you're not going to sell that on enough people because enough, like, middle-class Americans see themselves as being rich and make about that much money. So
your first response was, they're evading as if they have to pay you. That's not how this works. They're evading tax.
You start there and then you work your way down.
These guys are tax evaders. They left.
I don't know. This is just my idea.
It's called, if a company offers better benefits.
It looks like Pep Squad has broken the 61% threshold.
You on Rumble?
I think we stream on Rumble.
Where do you put your video clips the most? YouTube?
YouTube.
Why YouTube?
That's just what the technology was when we started.
Why don't you do it on Vimeo?
We do run it through Vimeo.
Why don't you do all your stuff through Vimeo? Why do you do it on YouTube?
That's where most people are.
And that's where they pay the best.
Well, that's where we have the most audience. But
Oh,
if we had a bigger audience
you're evading the...
That's where they paid the best. I thought Kick paid the best because I thought that like the whole thing with Kick is that like if you get a streaming contract on Kick, then they give you guaranteed money.
Revenue going to another company. You're such an evader of sponsorship money going to another company that keeps more money of it. You're such an evader. Why are you evading all this sponsorship money? You're such a sponsorship money evader. Sam Seder's a sponsorship money evader, everybody.
Well, I mean, has he not listened to the Majority Report? Because he would know that he kind of is.
Come on, man.
Wait a minute. It's weird to hear him be right.
I'm a sponsorship evader.
Yeah.
What is it?
What did you call it? No, you called people leaving California tax evaders. That's the part.
I think there's a lot of people who leave high tax states for low tax states.
Is that evading or is that just common sense?
You just called them tax evaders.
I mean, if you want to,
I think there's a lot of people
if they're going
that do
for
that.
tax reasons, then they're trying to.
There's also a lot of people that go to lower cost restaurants.
Oh, shut up. Shut up, Mr. Texas Tourism Board. You know where you live sucks. That's my favorite part, is even Joe Rogan kind of knows, like, Austin kind of sucks.
Higher cost
shit.
Would you rather me
There's people that shop at H&M versus shopping at Gucci.
Better opportunity.
It's called saving money.
Situations.
If I have to be under someone's watch, like a dictatorship quality like you that thinks you know what's best for others.
You think I'm a dictator?
Financial dictator.
The way you are, where you feel.
That's funny, coming from somebody that wants to control women's bodies, and he has absolutely no ability to equate that.
Your first answer was a tax evader. That's how you view them. You don't view them as a asset to the state. You see them as criminals. You just called entrepreneurs that live in New York and California as criminals. Is tax evader a criminal? Rob, can you pull up what a tax evader is? Type in tax evader synonym. Tax evader synonym. What?
What up, Distracting? Honestly, this one, I don't know why Sam did this, but he kind of walked himself into like him having this point thrown against him.
What are some tax evader synonyms? Can you go to tax evader synonyms or also tax dodger, tax
to evade pay? You could have just not called them tax evaders, but you could have been cheeky about it and just been like, to evade paying taxes, you're moving out of state to a state that you wouldn't necessarily be wanting to move to before. But because of their tax incentives, you moved there.
Tax avoidance.
Like realistically, let's be fucking real. The reason that these guys, they care so much about this, and they need to convince themselves that they're like what they've done in moving to Texas and like moving their businesses to wherever the fuck they moved is a good thing. It's because they know deep down inside that they hate it there, that they hate the people there, that they want to be in New York, that they want to be in the cities. They would love to be able, like Petrick Back David would love to have his studio in downtown Brooklyn, USA. But he knows that he would be paying more, even though he could fucking afford it 1000%. But he also would lose his audience because look at that, no consistency. And then he's just like, I got to show everybody that I'm a man of the people, that I'll at least seed and go get my, acres and acres in Texas. I'll go buy a bank for my podcast. I'm such a, I'm relatable.
Calling these people criminals.
A person who tries to avoid paying
Wow.
taxes, often through illegal.
Someone who illegally okay.
Calling
But
somebody
all right. No.
who leaves.
So me, I left.
paying taxes,
So I left
criminals.
California because
I'm sorry. I should have said tax avoiders.
Right.
Tax avoiders. No, there you go.
Okay, so
there
tax
you go.
evaders, right?
Avoiders.
Right, it's called
No, because now he's mad. He's like, oh, I can't make my point anymore. He corrected himself. Yeah.
Are we good with tax avoiders?
It's called better opportunities.
Am I a better person if I say
Sam,
tax?
you're also a tax avoider.
Better opportunities.
Because if you have an S corp, you have what is called as write-offs.
Oh, that's such an
And so you
evader.
don't. Have, so
Do you
like when
write
you
anything
do
off?
when you write, you do write-offs.
Do I do business?
I already know the answer.
just
Of
say
course
yes.
you
You
do.
write off?
Just say
Such
yes.
an
So you-
I hate when people like have to repeat the question when they know it because that's how you know it. There is a gotcha there. Just say yes. Just say you fucking write things off. It's not a gotcha if you're fucking just go. Yeah, I'm. Are you guys really going to like gotcha me for using the tax code the way that that it is incentivized to be used?
You write it
You're
off.
such
How
a
you
tax
avoided
evader.
taxes,
Such an
bro?
evader.
Why would you do
gotta
such a
pay
thing,
the-
Sam? You're a tax evader.
Yeah, I got you on that one.
It's
Call
on the
you set it up
code.
as an
Shame on
S
this
corp
guy
just
for
to do
It's
that.
okay.
writing off tax
Here's
evasion.
something.
Call the
gosh.
feds.
Here's something that I.
You probably have an accountant helping you.
He does. Sam, here's something that I've learned. It's okay to say the following. You ready? Man, I might have been wrong on that one.
Come by, say hi.
I just
Oh, nice.
conceded.
In anything.
I should have said
Hello, nice lady of my pal distracting here.
I'm
Tax
just saying in
avoider.
anything because where growth happens is when you
tax
be like,
avoider.
Hope you guys are having fun.
yeah, when you grow. I remember the most amount of money I ever made was in 2016. I was like, oh my god,
This is like a
I'm a millionaire
therapy
now.
session.
It's a tax therapy session. I was like, oh my god, I'm paying all this taxes. I don't like this.
it's-
and
you
I
know what
created an S
fascinates
corp.
me about this is that like I'm talking about policies that impact the country. I'm talking about the implications
And they make it about them.
of taxation
Way to go.
on the top 0.5%, top 1% of this country.
Who pay
and it is
50%
boiled
of
down
taxes, Sam.
to you guys saying that I'm a
can you do
bad
me a
person.
favor?
No,
I don't
no,
care.
Sam,
Sam,
don't jump
I
to
actually
conclusions.
think you're a great person
I don't
with
care.
bad ideas.
I don't care about like any of you as individuals.
You- same
I
boat
don't
as
care
us.
about me. Exactly.
Oh, you don't- I
I'm
don't
talking
disrespect
about
you, though.
policies. And when we get into policy, I notice how this all pivots. And I don't blame you because, frankly, if you tell the American public, and maybe not this audience, because this audience is built on your on your
How is Vinny somehow the stuttering John of this show, but he doesn't have a stutter? That is so weird.
business, around your business
No.
doings and whatnot.
Yeah.
But if you tell the American public that they're getting fleeced and they are losing political power to money, they react like they did in Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm.
They basically reject it. And
Yeah.
and
I
so
think
that's
what
that
happened,
is
what happened
what,
in November
the message
5th,
I'm carrying.
What happened on November 5th?
Those people didn't
was-
come out. They came out
what
to
hap-
vote for Donald Trump because Donald Trump is a character that they like.
Why didn't they come out in 2020?
They did.
Oh,
Why didn't they come out? Because Donald Trump was very close to their experience, and I have a feeling in 2024 they'd also vote him out if he tries to run again.
Can you imagine? Like you had 4 years of a guy. His name is Donald Trump. Then this motivational speaker named Joe Biden shows up. Okay, and he fills up the arenas, and he wins. Every time he spoke, 300,000 people would show up to just hear this man give a speech, like one of those.
No,
great
that's the thing.
orators.
Biden was a
But
complete
let me
just
make my point.
placeholder for
So,
not Donald Trump.
This guy gets up there, and he crushes Trump. And you guys are like, oh, he got so destroyed. Crushes Trump. Look at the way
did.
Biden beat Trump.
He did, per the numbers, and he actually, like, per the numbers of the last election here, too, crushed Trump. Sorry, pal.
People don't want a person like Trump. And then America watched all the policies that you support.
These guys are just noise to keep their audience busy while they continue to grift for as long as possible. Just a bunch of nothing.
Biden
Yep.
comes president.
Oh, no, trust me. The biggest, honestly, if you don't have a soul and you just want to, like, make as much money as possible and you do legitimately do not give a shit about your audience or just, like, yeah, the Republican grift is for you, man.
President.
No, that's why, honestly, like, it is kind of, it's easier to watch a leftist content creator because just by the merit of them being a leftist content creator, they've already given up on a whole bunch of opportunities in media just by being on this side, which
he
is
does what
true.
he does. 4 years later,
That's not just a joke for nothing.
his vice president, his VP
Man, we
Kamala
get buried
Harris,
in the algorithm hard.
Google
runs for
antitrust
office.
and see how popular
His
it is.
VP runs for office. Okay, runs for office, loses every battleground state. 89 county, 50 for 50 states become more Republican, and you're sitting.
And the referendum now is literally on him crashing the economy. So, I mean, I wish this was filmed today. Like, I think this was filmed like a week ago.
You're saying you guys think you got better policies?
No. God, man. Like, just to watch him react to all this tariff shit and the stock market crashing, but he would tell everybody just, you got to hold on. You got to hold on.
I think Kamala Harris.
For one more day.
Kamala Harris is. I mean, I think. Look, I think it was what Biden did in staying in was atrocious. He should have gotten out way earlier.
Yeah.
There's a story coming out now of like Ron Klain seeing him before the debate and realizing the guy was a mess. And I think Harris's campaign was also poorly run. I think that, nobody could tell.
I also do love the fact that these guys are those idiots that think that just because he's a leftist, that it's all Democrats type of shit.
What her policies were. Mark Cuban's going out there saying
Neither
we're going to
could
get
she.
rid of. Right, I agree. Mark Cuban's coming out there saying like, oh, don't worry, she's not going to do any more of this antitrust stuff. On one hand, I don't want a billionaire coming out and speaking for my candidate.
Did you vote for her? Or did you set that one out?
No, I voted for her.
You voted for Kamala. Why? Just because
Because I vote-
Well, here's-
very rational.
No, but hold on.
I'll answer you.
What did you? I want to hold on.
I'm
You
shocked if he
voted.
voted
This is
for
what
Kamala.
drives me crazy
Unless
about
you-
your side. You guys
I voted for the lesser of two evils.
That is what policy were you going for? What do you think that she was going to do different? What can you possibly?
She was going to continue the labor push that Biden had. She was going to continue some of the policies that Biden had that were helping the community.
I'd rather have you sit that
I'll
one
tell
out,
you.
Sam. Go ahead.
I'll tell you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Sam.
She was not going to cut social.
See how right-wing people only think in stories and narratives? I actually think right-wing politics gives you child brain. It really does. Well, I don't think it gives you child brain as much as it makes you, it just like keeps you in child brain. You enter with child brain, and you leave with child brain.
Dirty functioning.
I don't think that it's causing child brain.
She's not going to cut the USDA. She's not going to cut the FDA. She's not going to lose us $500 billion.
Every time PBD speaks, he is telling a story, painting a picture. It's very effective in reactionary mind for reactionary minds. Yep.
Dollars worth of.
Well, and this is also where I say though, like this is where we do have a failing in messaging, where it's like no, like. You have to admit that some people are just kind of dumb, and you kind of got to talk to them like kids, like PBD does.
Return on investment with the IRS.
Meanwhile, Sam positioned himself to be a NPR-esque YouTube show. Like, let's be real. Like, right now with their YouTube growth, it is very, like, it's great for us who love MR and who have literally grown up with MR, but for like new audience, I can't tell you how many times every time they have a guest on, the audience just dips.
Not going to cut the Bureau of Labor Statistics. She's not
But I don't necessarily want him to change it. I'm just saying, like in general, it is happening.
going to cut 300
investment.
Return
theft,
on investment.
Theft,
Yeah,
tax avoid.
every dollar that you give to the IRS, we get 6 or 7 back.
Yep.
She's not going to cut the museum
Did you
and
just
library.
say that?
Google it. Every dollar spent at the IRS
Google
gets
it.
6 back in returns.
Goodness.
They're anticipating the cuts from Doge. The cuts from Doge are going to cost our government.
And like
500
right there, when he went, oh God, he might as well have just been like, oh God, he actually made a good point that I don't know if it's true or not, and it sounds true, and he now we're put into a position where we have to prove he's wrong.
$1 billion.
According to who? Rob?
Studies suggest.
All right, I undersold it a little bit.
According to who?
Okay,
Well, 5 to
now,
12.
you can spend time attacking the people who do these
according to-
calculations.
not
According to who? According to who? Is it Pew Research? Because Pew Research is the only one that today I have been using that's been giving information that is on my side. So if it's not Pew Research, I don't even want it.
Need me to tell you more about why?
What I'm just curious. Yeah, I'm just curious to
Just
what
rando tariffs applied in a willy-nilly fashion.
we.
He's got the Google blink.
That crashed the economy.
So you,
I did Google it.
Wait, you don't. So you don't think the tariffs that Trump is, and I get it. That's exactly the tariffs are exactly what America needs right now. Because let's just go to the border.
I'm newer to MR and I love their guest appearances. Okay. Well, no, I know. I'm not. As I said, I'm not ripping on them. I enjoy them and I watch most of them. I'm just saying, as somebody who pays attention to the numbers, just out of curiosity, I do watch them lose about 2,000 viewers per guest, depending on who it is.
He did with the border, with Mexico, with the tariffs. What happened to fentanyl? What happened to all the deaths? What happened to all those illegals that are coming? What do you mean? He threatened them, and they went to war.
Fentanyl comes across the border at ports of entry. Fentanyl comes.
Yes, I agree with you. Meet them on their level by doing that communication style, tell stories to make points. But I think liberals don't do that. That they think meeting them on their level is capitulating policy. Yeah, no, I could see that, and that's honestly where I'm glad that.
Across the
no, I'm just
border.
adding my voice, being chatter.
Not in elite.
Well, thank you for participating. I appreciate that, Sylvie.
Eagles crossing the desert. It comes in.
Oh, really? Coyotes and oh, really?
It comes in.
Yep. Yeah.
It comes in at ports of entry.
I saw Rev and I was just like, Rev.
Google
like, I don't know why.
that.
I was like,
Sam,
why
I don't
would
need
you
to
say
Google
Rev?
when it's like,
yes, you do.
You said you voted for someone. You're coming up with these policies. The worst pick ever, the biggest loss ever. She lost everything because your side, you're talking about
I don't even
people.
know what that
guys,
She didn't. That wasn't the biggest loss ever. Like, really? Guys, did you know that losing by 1.7% is the biggest loss ever in American history? Wow.
Let me ask you a question.
Wow.
You're acting like
I shouted and I have slick back hair, so I am right.
Your whole side
This
was
guy sucks,
surprised that Biden.
Like, at what point does PBD need to cut this guy off? Because he really, dude,
wasn't there. Everybody knew, including you. He wasn't there.
Is his whole shtick that he's just the entertaining idiot that, like, everybody in the PBD audience knows that Vinny's an idiot, so that they're in on the joke, but Vinny's not in on the joke, so that's why it's funny.
At all, but you guys are like, he's just not Trump. The worst president in the history of the world are in this country, 4 years, because you guys were pretending.
My dude's never read up on Calvin Coolidge.
That he was all there, and
Andrew Jackson. We
knew
got
it.
a few others that kind of meet that criteria. Donald Trump.
And who was making all the decisions? Who was making all the decisions? Who was signing all the shit? Who was signing off? How many times did you have to see Biden sitting there and they'd ask him a question and he'd go, "Oh, I can't because they told me I couldn't." He wasn't in charge.
Who?
Yeah, who was they? Come on, Sam. It's like the most devastating loss. The world,
his aides.
Country is over it. You guys aren't pivoting. Okay, and if you think
you know what, Jack? These guys, they told me what to do. They gave me ice cream. I'm like a dog. They give me ice cream when I'm a good boy.
Future is Gavin Newsom, AOC, Bernie Sanders, and
you're the one who's making Gavin Newsom why is it the right wing are like, guys, psyop? It's the psyop. Like, this is why he did the Charlie Kirk shit. Like, he saw that they were gonna push him to the top. Like, through just being like, Gavin Newsom, he's the one that you love, right? Right? Gavin Newsom. That's what happened with Biden. You guys remember that? Where they're just like, oh, but what if, you guys got that Bernie guy. Yeah, we see he's kind of popular, but yeah, you know what? We keep hearing that Biden's coming. You know what? Yeah, we keep hearing that the Biden's going to run. And then, sure as shit.
Jasmine Crockett, you guys are doomed. Nothing is going to change. And Elon Musk.
Why? You wouldn't even bring up Jasmine Crockett if you didn't think that she had any fucking traction. It's the same with AOC. Like, dude, at what point are these guys going to just get called out on the insecure douchebags that they are? That's what bothers me about this. Is like, it's not hard. It's not hard. Like, dude, all you had to do was have one argument with a fucking school bully in high school and you could argue against these idiots.
Plus, you think
like, dude, at least Andrew knows how to debate.
Elon Musk is a
like these guys, they get flustered and they just
positive or negative for society.
Google it. Oh, I did Google it. Oh, give me the information I wanted.
For what he's doing. and pointing out what the hell these people have been screwing us for all these years, and he's pointing out. You guys are mad at the person pointing out who robbed from you than the actual robber. That's the truth, bro. Yeah, he's a billionaire. You think
who robbed? Who robbed? What's the fraud that has been found in these few months that, I mean, every time that I go on the Doge site, it's changed.
He's doing it because he needs the money?
Thank you.
What do you mean? How much fraud has he found?
Yeah.
He broke Vinny.
Who's the person who is going to be indicted for fraud?
Well, what about the waste?
What waste?
Because it's not. Stop it, Sam.
What waste? They just cut the.
Wait, what fraud? Okay, so there's no fraud. But what about the waste?
Sam,
They cut the agency that provides $295 million to museums and libraries. You appreciate libraries, don't you? I know how much reading is
Sam,
important
you're
to you and your
pinpointing the
kids.
one good thing that they probably did.
No, wait.
What about the waste of countries all around the world for LGBT?
It's just the USA. Like, again, this guy has only got USA on the mind. Nothing else. Thank you for the Darth Himbo. Hell yeah.
Agendas in
name.
Rwanda.
The money you're talking about.
Do you want money
is
going
a
to
fraction of a percentage? And
Also, welcome to the show, Darth Himbo. I appreciate you being here.
if we wanted to get rid of that money, there is a way of doing it, and that is to have Congress vote and reverse what they.
T-minus 5 minutes until 4:20 break, and we go into the 4:20 fun half, which is more than likely going to be the back end of this.
Authorized in the first place.
Sam.
But to have a billionaire come in and decide, based upon what his personal preferences are, that he's going to cut government in this way, I'm sorry, that's not democracy. It's not even remotely close to it.
He doesn't have the power to do anything. He makes a suggestion.
Why do you think
and then the
Americans
administration will
voted for this?
do it?
Why do you think Americans voted for
I don't
these
think
policies?
Americans heard the.
Honestly, they didn't. Even people who voted for Donald Trump have been in these circles going, I didn't vote for Elon Musk, and honestly, I kind of hope that Trump fires him.
Word Doge, outside of it being some type of
Cryptocurrency.
Before,
Why do you think Americans voted for Trump?
Well, I think because they want change.
In what?
What were they not happy with?
I think inflation was a big part of it for them.
What else do you think?
I think for a 90% of his voters voted for Mitt Romney. I think there is the Republican Party wants to, have tax cuts.
How do we get inflation? How does inflation
Can we
happen?
stay in 2024?
Hang on
You
one
said
second,
inflation. What
Tom,
else?
give me 1 second. How does inflation happen?
Inflation can happen in a couple of different ways. Inflation can happen
That's
because
funny.
you have too much money.
You know that whole thing that you want to grade Trump on and just conveniently forget his last year on? Well, if you're going to grade him on that curve, then you get to forget the first 2 years that inflation started rising, 2021, 2022, and then pick it up in 2023 when it started dipping in 2024. This is how we play consistency, guys.
Monetary supply.
Yeah.
Inflation can happen in terms of both from a monetary supply level or a fiscal stimulus.
Right.
And inflation can also happen if you have a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic that completely screws up all of your logistics. And so you've got, shipping containers.
Guys, it's funny. Stan keeps knocking Snorlax over, and I think he's doing it on purpose.
That usually cost
I don't think he likes them.
$4,000 to ship, but now they cost $22,000 to get because they're in far-flung places because the pandemic.
That was in
screwed up.
2021. That was in 2021.
Well, it reverberates through the thing. We saw.
Again, you have to, if you're going to grade Trump on the curve where he doesn't get to own that last year of his presidency because, we got the Kung flu came through, and I made a bunch of oopsie doopsies. I may have said something about bleach, and it totally turned people off. Like, at what point are you guys going to break? Like, see, that's where if I were Sam, I'd just be like, guys, he said bleach, and you guys are going to wonder how Biden won, or really? You guys are going to make this a referendum on the Democrats, like they oopsied their way into office? Please.
Inflation dropping through 2024.
Sure.
We saw rate cuts on the table.
It's becoming increasingly more clear that America First will inevitably become America alone.
Well, because we saw inflation dropping.
Any of it?
Well, yeah, again, the fact that now there's shocked Pikachu face that, what do you mean China's going into where we just left with the U.S. aid? How dare they? And they're clutching their pearls on the right now going, the Chinese, this is a proclamation of war. How dare they go to where we just left?
With, again, so those are the main two issues. You don't think anything else. So you mainly think it was inflation And your second point was,
well, I think in large part we have structural problems in this country, and that's why we keep getting change.
He just slipped into his Boston in Lodgepot
Elections where we keep going back and forth. And I would say those structural problems range from.
How does anybody forget that Trump disbanded the pandemic response team when he was in office?
I think a lot of them have to do.
They conveniently forget about a lot of things
with wealth inequality.
Okay. So you think them
like him disbanding the USDA?
Democrats are better at helping wealth.
And then just be like, hey, what do you? Or not
Inequality or
USDA, the whatever, the one that's responsible for checking food.
I think Democrats are marginally better.
30
Tell
seconds.
me, due to what policy?
Well, taxation helps. That's a big part. Strengthening labor. I think during Biden, I have a lot of problems with Biden, but
where 6% of the workers work from home. Yeah.
So how about labor? I mean, strengthening labor strength in the marketplace helps with wealth inequality. I think antitrust goes a long way to wealth inequality because it literally is to break up the concentration.
Here's the
of
other
wealth.
question for you. So Trump's closed up the border, right? Where we are not getting like this, numbers have dropped dramatically.
Well, I mean, if you go back and look in the, and I don't necessarily agree with Biden doing this, but if you go back and look at the numbers starting in the summer of 2024, maybe a little bit before.
Stop it.
I'm sorry. Go look, just put it up there.
When he started it.
But listen, I'm not in favor of him doing this, but he did do it. Wait, put up the graph of.
So you mean in an election year? An election year, he tried to slow down the border.
Let me just get through this, and then guys, here's what I'd like to do.
I'm not in favor of it, but he did it.
I'd like to get through some stories, but I just want to close the knot here and move on because we're not going to make any progress.
See if you can get a
here
graph of that.
Rob, if you just want to show up graph on immigration from 2021, 22, 22, is that the chart you want to see? What do you want to see?
Let's see the one over the past. You said
how many illegal immigrants.
Hey, Israel 420.
Dramatically in January, and I'm suggesting if you look at the past 12 months.
No, it's the okay. Rob, do me a favor, find the chart.
Yo, what up, Kois? How you doing? Been lurking for a while. Cool.
On immediately when Trump comes in, what happens to illegal immigration in America? While you're doing that, here's a question for you. 10 million illegal immigrants came through the border in 4 years under Biden.
Way more.
You're saying it's more.
What's the number of undocumented immigrants you think we have in this country right now?
What I'm asking is those 4 years. How many do we have during those 4 years?
Doesn't matter.
That came
through that we have according to credible sources. What's the number you hear?
that are in the country now, or
that
actually
came
just
through
crossed?
illegally during those 4 years.
Oh, I would imagine it's probably close to like 5, 6, maybe to 10 million.
Let's say 10 million people.
Tom Homan said 10 million.
Let's say it's 10 million. Let's say it's 10 million, but give or take 2 million. Let's just say it's 10 million, the number. Okay. Those 10 million people that are coming here, are they rich?
No. The vast majority of them, I would say,
are poor, right? Okay, that they're coming here. Who does that benefit? They're going to need jobs, right? And what are they willing to work for?
Oh, I think they're going to get exploited without a doubt if that's where you're going with this.
So let me get this straight. So who do they benefit? Do they benefit larger corporations that get cheap labor?
They benefit, yeah.
So let me get
meat
this straight.
Processing plants.
Oh my
and
God!
Whatnot. Oh, that's why I want them to have documents. Right? Let them come to the border. Give them documents so that they can get worker protections.
So then, if that's the case, you know what that validates? Joe Biden and the Democratic policies are better for the billionaires than Trump's are, because they brought in cheap labor, and that cheap labor helps who? Helps the rich. When Clinton,
I am in favor of a path to citizenship that is much easier.
And by the way, those 10 million people that came here illegally, give or take.
And that was in that bill that they suggested in the fall of 2023 that Trump said he didn't want because he wanted to keep it as an issue.
Weren't his parents technically illegal when they applied? Like, isn't this how this works? Like, do they not get it?
Those 10 million people take jobs away from. Who do they take jobs away from?
Like, also start really hammering the point. Like, do they not want more PBDs? I mean, I don't, but do they not want more opportunities for PBDs? I mean, I know that they got the what is it, the golden ticket or whatever the fuck.
No, that they take jobs away from that many.
Really?
No.
Really?
We are at, in 20 years ago, we were told that the lowest unemployment that it was possible to have with a functioning economy was what? Do you remember? It 2%? Was something like 6 to 8%. And now our unemployment is at 4%. And so
And it was lower than that before.
I continue.
You're not answering the question, though. Who do those people take jobs away from?
I have answered it. I think largely they don't take jobs away from
they
people.
don't.
Of course they do.
Hang on. Perfect. I love what you just said. You think they don't take jobs away from anybody. Perfect. So if we go and we look at when China started trading, let me make the point. When China came through and was able to bring labor to us, 1971, it was called the ping pong agreement that they had where, we can send labor there, and labor at the time was 8 cents to 20 cents an hour, where for us minimum wage was $1.60. Then in 2001, when the Clinton policies helped China join the World Trade Organization, and at the time, minimum wage in China was 20 cents to 50 cents, depending on different regions, and for us was $5.15. We lost 6 million manufacturing jobs, give or take the next 7 years. Michigan, you got Indiana, you got all these other places. Where did those jobs go to? Who did they replace? Who lost those jobs? What happened
All that
to Detroit?
manufacturing went to China.
That's right. So what do you think these 10 million people that come here, who are they going to take jobs away from? Americans who are here legally. Those jobs are going to go to somebody that's cheap labor.
That was the movement of capital. Capital decided that it was cheaper for them to move to
I'm specifically talking about last 4 years. So when you're saying labor is not going to be taken from people in America, that's the credibility you lose. That's where people in 2000... Rob, can you play the clip with Stephen A. Smith, who has been a staunch supporter of the Democratic Party for decades, and now Stephen A. Smith is being called as a member of MAGA? Rob, we can't play the whole thing. Can you go to the main part? Do you know the main part or no?
I do. Right after he reads this is when he responds.
Okay, let's see what he says, Rob. Go for it.
This Owens, Sean Hannity, and other prominent voices from the right on this podcast as reasons for his premise. Here's a portion of what he wrote on MSNBC.com in an article titled ESPN Stephen A. Smith is a megaphone for MAGA propaganda. Jones says, quote, Stephen A. Smith's embrace of the MAGA movement and its influencers has only continued. In recent days, for example, he has spoken with right-wing commentators Ben Shapiro, Megyn Kelly, and Bill O'Reilly. You might be thinking that these were adversarial chats between a left-leaning centrist and a conservative. But to adroit listeners, they can come across more as conservatives in friendly discussion than anything else. Smith's overt politicism seems to fly in the face of ESPN's apparent effort in recent years to deter some of its talent from speaking on controversial political matters. Either way, the network's most recognizable host is now regularly platforming MAGA propaganda at will, end quote. Now, my team reached out to Jones to have a discussion about the article. I wanted to invite him on the show to talk with me one-on-one personally. I hope we get the opportunity to have that dialogue. He was busy. He didn't avoid the call or anything like that. There was no comment or anything like that. He didn't say anything. He was just very, very busy. What we called it the last minute. No shade on him. That's why it didn't happen. But in the meantime, let me express to you what I think about what he wrote. I think that's the exact problem.
Hey, Mitesh got a wedding date yet?
Left. You see, if I don't agree with you, I must be MAGA. It must be the case. I'm platforming MAGA propaganda. Is that so? I don't view it that way. First of all, even though I lean left, particularly with how I vote with presidential elections, I want to emphasize that I've always been a centrist my entire life. I've never once described myself as a Democrat or a Republican. I'm a centrist. I'm a moderate. I don't trust either side. I'm not on one side or the other, hook, line, or sinker. You will see images or you'll hear me rattle off names of people who've been on this show. Yes, you see Ben Shapiro there. Yes, you see Bill O'Reilly there. Yes, I was recently on Megyn Kelly's show. Did you know I'm on News Nation with Chris Cuomo every week? Did you know that I just appeared with Jake Tapper on CNN?
So this is that's the problem is the corporate media still is doing this thing where they're just like CNN is the left, MSNBC is the left. Like,
do you know I've been on MSNBC on several occasions?
That's actually proven about the point again about like the billionaires and how well funded the right is.
Do you know?
You can pause.
Yes, Sean.
So Do you know what happens when a guy like Stephen A. Smith, he said he's always voted left when it comes down to presidential candidates that he has. So he's not a guy that voted for Trump, right? When a guy like him comes out and he says, what the hell is going on with the Democratic Party?
Is that what he's saying there?
Oh, he said it many. You must not follow what he
is.
says because he has said that nonstop the last 2 months, 3
No,
months.
I don't follow what he says.
You should. He's actually very good. He's reasonable. It would be good for you to watch. I like his approach. I think he's a.
Do you guys identify as MAGA?
No.
Do
No,
any of you guys identify as MAGA?
Here's my
No
question.
way.
What, can I ask you a question?
I've been
He seems to
registered
think it's an
independent.
insult.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Make America great again. It shouldn't be if you want to make America great again, I'm all in. Call me MAGA all freaking day.
I'm MAGA. I'm MAGA. I just want to make America great.
He seems to take it as an insult.
No,
That's
I
what
am
it struck
America
me.
first. I'm America first. I voted for Trump in 2016. I voted for him 2020. In 2022, when people were leaving to the DeSantis camp, I stayed on the Trump camp.
Yep.
I've never been off that camp. He's the right guy for America, and I've been a registered independent now for about 17
What
years.
do you think about these tariffs?
No, stay on this topic here with Stephen. We'll go
What
to
is the
tariffs
topic?
next.
That some guy from I've never heard of from
Stephen A. Smith. I've never heard of Stephen A. Smith.
No, the guy who wrote the
thank God.
something
If you
about
didn't hear
him.
Yeah,
Stephen
but
A.
what do you
Smith,
think
I
about
would have a
Stephen A?
meltdown
You know
right
what
now.
he's been talking about lately with the Democratic Party
He's a
having issues.
centrist. I don't have to subscribe to what a centrist perspective. I mean, he's a centrist like Gavin Newsom is a centrist.
Gavin Newsom is a centrist.
Gavin Newsom is saying the exact same thing as Stephen A. Smith.
How? Because he realizes progressive policies have been a disaster.
Okay, I mean,
Maybe it's
so
because-
that's
He's a centrist
they
as of
can
a
all
week
have
ago when
each
he
other
realized
as far as I'm
progressiveness is
concerned.
horrible.
Maybe it's
Come on,
because
Sam.
maybe it's like
I
a.
just you don't understand. You guys
Welcome
don't seem to
to
understand.
Bizarro World.
I have a set of politics. I don't care what Stephen A. Smith
Bad little voice.
does. I don't care what Gavin Newsom does.
Yeah.
I don't care.
So you're rigid. You're not changing anything.
It's not a question of I'm rigid and I'm not changing anything. Like there are specifics. Like over time, I have had a different perspective on the deficit over the past 20 years and understood it in
But
a
you
different
become
way.
more liberal over the last 20 years. You become more of a leftist and progressive.
You got to be more
I
malleable.
would say
You got to be
that
more
to a certain
malleable,
extent,
buddy.
I mean, to the extent, like I don't, you guys have these like labels that you like to use, and there's some
Like
type of
tax avoider,
gradation.
yeah.
But
Labels.
I've
We
always
like
been
labels like
I've
tax
always been
avoiders.
about where I am in terms of taxation. But I am for a little bit more decommodification probably than I was 20 years
so
ago.
and all I'm saying here before we go, look, I'm going to go to the audience. Audience, we're coming to you here in a second to go through some of the stories here.
Why wait? We're going to talk about tariffs?
We're going to talk
definitely
about
talking about
whatever stories we go through. But the one thing we did learn here with you is America grew up the last 4 years.
Adam, sorry about that.
America grew up the last 4 years. Many Democrats grew up. Every state became more Republican because of the horrible policies on the left, whether it was how they handled COVID, what they did with our kids, how they handled people that didn't want to take the vaccine, and people were fed up. And they voted for a guy who had already been president for 4 years. So it's not like they said they want something new. They said, no, we want to go back to the guy previous to that guy. That is the biggest black eye to Obama, to Kamala, to Democrats, to everybody on the left, when they went back to the guy that they said they didn't want 4 years later, saying,
That's so disingenuous in the way that, like, you're not actually paying attention to the way that, like, politics moves from right to left, right to left, right to left. Like, but okay.
it's like an ex coming back and saying, babe, I messed up. I should
Nice.
have never gone with the other guy. You were my guy. Or guy, babe, I screwed up. I should have never left you for the other girl. I'm such a dummy. Please, Trump, come back. That's what America did. And a guy like you, who's
I'm
sitting
not a
here
big
seeing,
fan of Obama's, and I'm not a big fan of Harris's either.
But the point is, you still haven't graduated Sanders. That's like 7th grade. The people that follow Sanders and AOC are in 7th grade, 8th grade. Their heroes are in high school. Your philosophies are popular in high schools, not with adults. The policies that you support are
They were
high
not
school
popular
policies.
when I was in high school.
Oh, are you kidding me? Karl Marx was a hero in kids that went to high school because teachers were feeding the Karl Marx stuff.
Well, I went to high school. Ronald Reagan was president. I can assure you that, and the wall still existed, and There was fear of communism, and that socialism was barely ever expressed.
You're a step away from communism. Like socialism is a step away from communism. That's kind of where you are. You're right there saying, guys, I don't want to fully publicly say I'm a communist. I'll stay in this room.
I'm not.
Because it's like
I'm
MAGA.
not even. I don't even identify as a
go,
socialist either.
You're a progressive, though.
I would say I'm a progressive.
So
I mean,
what's
90% is
right
socialist.
of progressive? What's left of progressive? I know you're not big on labels, but just humor me. What's right and left of being a progressive?
I'm probably a social democrat. So I would say there is a certain amount of society where I believe we do not need the private market to deliver it. It is less efficient. So when it comes to health insurance, we have already in this country 1/3, maybe a little more actually, on some form of government health insurance. The VA is actually government health care. The doctors work for the government. And that is actually gets very, very high
and
marks.
all I hear is good things about the VA.
The VA
everybody
gets
loves
high
the VA.
marks?
No, the healthcare does, yeah.
Vinny, you go to the VA.
From
who?
That's 100% false.
From
I
the
get
dead guys.
the worst service from the VA. And I'm a veteran and he's a veteran. He doesn't go to the VA. I go to the VA. I called yesterday just to make an example in our work area. I called. Nobody's picking up the phone for me to get an appointment. Zero. And when you go there, it's the most depressing thing.
But the good news is when you go to get your to the DMV, the driver's license, that's great service, right?
No, that's the best. Yeah, that's the best.
Everyone's
No, the VA is not good.
The states run the DMVs,
really
but
liking
my
today's
experience at the
podcast.
DMV is not that bad.
You want to
But
go to
Respectfully, there's one thing you said. There's one thing you
What's that?
said. You said the private market
Yeah.
is less efficient. We can look at 250 years of government and everything we've got here. I just can't get
What's the
past that.
administrative cost for Medicare?
And if that's your
What's the administrative cost for Medicare?
Hang on. If that's your one of your foundational beliefs that the private markets will be less efficient, then it's no wonder you're where you are. I'm not going to pick on it. If that's your foundational
What
belief,
is the administrative
then
cost for Medicare?
Tell us.
2 to 3 cents of every dollar in Medicare is spent on administrative costs. In the private health
administrative
insurance,
defined as what? You got to be careful. I got to be careful when I hear things like that because guess what? You go back and you look at, well, I was only counting this.
The rest
I'm not counting this. It's like the same way.
you have a dollar.
Same way your side would count
98
unemployment and come out later and readjust all the stats.
97 to 98 cents actually goes to paying Medicare providers, doctors, we're
going to move on. We're going to move on because your core tenet that the private markets are less efficient is wrong.
17
and if that's your
cents on every
foundation,
dollar.
we can't discuss
because
anything.
they're paying for advertising, they're paying for shareholder value, et cetera, et cetera. So for every dollar you spend, and on top of which, anybody who has...
You can't discuss anything because he keeps bringing up really good points where, again, dude, not once have you guys heard these guys go, oh, all right, that's a good point, or okay, I could see it that way. No, never. They're always in argue mode. And on top of it, the fact that they called themselves centrists and somehow they're trying to play themselves as independents. Guys, just so you know, they're already doing this. When I went to my local elections, I went to my local election website because, full disclosure, guys, I wasn't able to vote. My car broke down, and yeah, it's one of those situations where I was not able to go vote. But I was lucky enough to actually have all my candidates win, so that's yay. Trust me, I'm lucky on that one. I was really upset that I couldn't go.
Private health insurance, who deals with it themselves, knows it's like having a second job just to either get reimbursed.
Hold on, guys. YouTube just froze up.
Or you you get to figure out every year when you re-sign up, is my doctor in or out of the program?
Sweet. Is Twitch freezing up at all? Because I'm getting an error code.
It's a mess. It's a disaster.
Medicare
it is the most
I thought it was over on Twitch or on YouTube.
And so wonderful.
People
Why
love
was MedSup and Medicare Advantage invented? It's so good, Medicare. It's
the
everything
Republicans
for you.
wanted to privatize it, and it is
really? I don't get drug
understood
benefits.
that Medicare Advantage is the worst part of Medicare, and people get sucked into it, and they find out that they've been hoodwinked. I mean, these are all easily found data points.
Sam, did you fly here?
Yeah.
Did you go through TSA? Did you go through TSA pre-check? Did you go through Clear? What'd you go through?
On the way here, my TSA pre-check was not on the thing, so I just went.
That's messed up. You paid for it though, right?
Yeah, it was $60 for the TSA.
No, I'm saying, but you pay. I think it was like a $500 or $100 for 5 years for a TSA pre-check.
TSA pre-check, I think, is $65 for 5 years.
That's amazing. It's a great deal. Why don't you do Clear?
I don't want to do a private company.
TSA pre-check is basically like a public-private partnership.
No,
where
TSA
you pay a little bit more.
pre-check is TSA pre-check is the government.
You pay a little bit more.
Adam,
I'm not going to give my biometrics
he
to Clear.
looks at private companies and he frowns upon private companies.
Is that what's going on?
Because that's all it is.
Oh, I didn't fully understand.
He said, "I'm not going to give my money to a private company."
And
so just so you
meanwhile,
know, and that's just
you own and run one.
Yeah. So let's go to the next story with terrorists.
Can we stay there for a second, please? You don't want to give money to a private company, but you are a private company.
I don't
You're
want to
trying
give
to make
my
money.
biometric information to a private company.
You're using a
or your dollars.
What about just private companies
I'm
in general?
happily fine with TSA pre-check.
We already got it. I'm moving. Adam,
move on.
Okay, I'm learning.
I'm moving on.
I'm
No,
learning.
I already learned. I understand.
Gotcha,
It's
gotcha.
great. So we know what the argument is.
Progressive.
Trump set to unleash Liberation Day terrorists.
Progressive.
President Trump will unveil Liberation Day tariffs on Wednesday at 4 p.m.
That was
Yeah, we get the
That was
point.
yesterday.
Progressive.
In a White House's Rose Garden, promising to stop America being ripped off and deliver a new golden age of U.S. industry. Though U.S. White House Press Secretary Karen Lehman said that he was still perfecting it to make sure it's a perfect deal with advisors less than 24 hours before. Trump, who on Monday claimed he'd be very kind, has kept details vague with reports suggesting options from reciprocal tariffs to a 20% blanket rate or preferential treatment for some nations. Rob, if you want to play this, is this yesterday, Rob, or is this?
This is yesterday from the Rose Garden. This is
Okay,
the
fantastic.
president.
Go for it.
My fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day.
Liberation Day. My fellow Americans. Yeah, here we go.
You're about to be liberated from your money.
2025 will forever be
You're about to be liberated from your money.
remembered as the day American industry was reborn, the day America's destiny was reclaimed, and the day that we began to make America wealthy again. Going to make it wealthy, good and wealthy.
I also have another clip. This is the president discussing how the tariffs will help eliminate income tax. Possibly.
From 1789
Yeah, I want to do that. See what he thinks of the tariffs after this.
into
Yes.
1913, we were at
The problem with PBD is they this was the most recent episode, so we're gonna have to wait.
tariff-backed nation, and the United States was proportionately the wealthiest it has ever been. So wealthy, in fact, that in the 1880s, they established a commission to decide what they were going to do with the vast sums of money they were collecting. We were collecting so much money so fast, we didn't know what to do with it. Isn't that
We
a
didn't
nice
know what to do
problem
with
to
it.
have? What do you think, Marco? Good problem? Marco would love that problem. But we don't have that problem anymore, but we're not going to have it very
It's the
much longer,
happiest
I
you've
will
seen
tell
in a
you.
long
But they
time.
collected so much
Your
money.
favorite word.
They actually formed a commission to determine what they were going to do with the money, who they were going to give it to, and how much. Then in 1913, for reasons unknown to mankind, they established the income tax so that citizens, rather than foreign countries, would start
mankind.
paying the money necessary to run our government. Then in 1929, it all came to a very abrupt end with the Great Depression, and it would have never happened if they had stayed with the tariff policy. It would have been a much different
All right, it worked. Try out the new emotes.
story. They tried to bring back tariffs
Mappa?
to save
Make
our
America pep
country,
again?
but it was
Jeff
gone. It was gone. It
Nice.
was too late. Nothing could have been done. It took years and years to get out of that depression, far longer than even FDR had that office right over there for a long period of time. The ramp system, that's rather intricate, was built because of him, and every time you walk up, you think of him, and he did a great job in many ways, but it lasted long beyond his
Well, are we actually watching the full thing?
terms, as you know.
I guess so.
But it's not
Well, guys, I'm making up for yesterday. Here
too
we
late
go.
any longer, and we're going to start being smart, and we're going to start being very wealthy again. We're going to be wealthy as a country because they've taken so much of our wealth away from us. We're not going to let that happen. we truly can be very wealthy. We can be so much wealthier than any country. It's not even believable.
Right.
But
It's not even
we're getting
believable.
smart.
You guys just can't believe
Okay,
it.
Tom, your thoughts on this, and I'm gonna come to you.
So markets love
So this was yesterday.
continuity, even if continuity is rooted in, trade inequality and things have been going on for decades.
Yep.
And to get through the shift, to get through the food poisoning, we can see markets react to sentiment, and markets don't know what to make of this. How many tariffs
There
are
we
going
go.
to stay
It does
for a
work.
day versus a week versus a month? You don't know. How many tariffs are going to shift? Israel actually backed down and said, okay, we're done. Yesterday, correct? Israel went, hang on, we're good. We're backing off. We're done here. Interesting. Canada moved a couple of them, not the rest of them. Canada's still figuring it out, but they're blinking. Canada is blinking. So now the question is going to be, how long does all this take? And the markets, the markets don't like it. The markets don't like the sentiment of
You ask and you shall receive.
uncertainty. And that's why you have Jim Cramer and other people. Oh,
You guys want a dumpster fire and shocked Pikachu face? I produce you with shocked Pika and dumpster fire.
you're getting killed out here. You're getting killed because you like the status quo
I like
that you
how
had
those
a
are the
minute
basics,
ago.
and they're like those should just be like basic emotes over on YouTube, by the way.
Because you knew how to play that game and you knew how those markets worked. And respectfully, they're there to trade and make money in an increasing market. What is easier? It's easier to stay yesterday with what we've got, or there's a greater goal. And the greater goal is American jobs. And the jobs report was better than people thought. Interesting. That's not a headline. Why is that buried? And you've got the uncertainty of the markets. Now, the uncertainty of markets makes everybody look at their 401k and look at the things and be concerned. And yes, there's concern there. But
all right, Bloodstone,
you got to
I'm happy to oblige.
look down the street and see where we're going. And it is not easy to get through the food poisoning, but there is life on the other side, and you can see.
Did he just say it's not easy to get through the food poisoning, but there's life on the other side? Not all the time. That's part of That's part of food poisoning. Is sometimes you die from it, there, dude.
What the president is talking about, and I think.
You know what? We gotta just crack a few eggs.
We gotta trust it, and we gotta look at what's.
We just gotta trust the orange guy. He's gonna keep us rich, and we just gotta again. A few eggs gotta get broken. Some people are gonna suffer. It's okay. It's okay.
What's going on?
It's not gonna be me.
And we can already see little islands of change going on. So let's find out how everybody.
These are the people that honestly, if there is a God, then they're all going to lose their money, and it's not gonna be at like the end of the world. Like honestly, like it's gonna be at a poignant moment where like. All of a sudden, like you would see wealth distribution in a very, very funny way where all the good people get all that money. But this is where I'm sorry, but I question religion.
Everybody else moves on these tariffs.
Sam.
You said tariff was the last word. That was the only time you used the word tariffs. Look, I am in favor of tariffs when it is part of a specific agenda to build a certain industry or a certain industry within a certain region. This is absolute insanity. First off, they're going to use this as potential revenue. Like he says, it's not going to replace the income tax, but what they're going to do is they're going to use it as an excuse to cut taxes on wealthy people. You guys will be very excited about that. But who's going to pay that tax? If it's $600 billion a year, as they're saying, over a 10-year period, it's going to be $6 trillion. That is going to be an average of $5,000 tax on Americans. It is a regressive tax. I like taxation, but I like progressive taxation because $5,000 for somebody making $40,000 is a much bigger problem than $5,000 for me or for you. And so this is a regressive tax on Americans. Now, if it's to work to build up industry, and I don't know how we're going to have a banana industry in this country or how we're going to have a lumber industry to rival Canada.
I live in Florida. I lived in Florida for a little bit. I saw that they got bananas in the trees there.
It is because we just don't have the wood and so on. I mean, people get the idea. There's certain industries you can actually say, this is one we're going to build up. Maybe there will be a low-cost clothing business that revives in this country, but I doubt it. But if tariffs are meant to work
for you, a series of unfortunate peps
to build up industry, that means,
dude, I'm going back and reading some of these.
People aren't paying those taxes. So the tariffs may not raise the money, but
Scarlet pepper
will happen is, and I think you understand this too about pricing.
All right, you're on fire.
If the price of goods goes up on average, and
man.
it looks like in some of these places it's going to go way above 10%. I mean, some of Vietnam like 39%, China 75%.
You guys are going.
They're adding all of these tariffs on. It's insane. Then U.S. companies, to the extent that there are ones that are making these same goods, they have between 0 and 75% to raise their prices. And they will, because, the price of this, there's a certain elasticity, and they can justify raising their prices 5% if their nearest competitor is, 25% raise in price. I mean, they'll do it because, there's some products that people just can't do without. So this is such a disaster. And of course, what it also does is, last time we had a major financial crisis in this country in 2008, it took 6 years for the stock market to get back at parity.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about 401ks have been.
And this is the thing, like they keep bringing this up like, oh yeah, it came back, right? It came back, right? And they fail to see that Obama was there for the entire time. It was a Democrat. And they also, fail to see that that they're kind of insinuating like they want to just be like, oh, Trump broke it. Well, now he's got to fix it.
A disaster. And so
what else is it?
As far as people just don't put as much money in them as they should because they don't have the money on a regular basis. But God help those people if there wasn't Social Security, a robust Social Security, because if you've got to retire and you're 65 and you were planning on retiring, you have a small 401k, it is screwed, and it may not come back for years. Maybe it'll come back tomorrow. But
how do you feel about reciprocal tariffs?
Here's the other absolute insanity. Those tariffs that he claimed on that chart are not tariffs. Every economist out there has been saying, where did he get these numbers? And they're starting to figure out that they did some weird... There's countries on there that don't even have people in them. It's bizarre. They took the CIA fact book and just made a list of countries. I mean, it's completely for show.
Which countries?
There's Google it. There's like 1 or 2 places where there's no people.
Every single one of those countries.
No.
Is a massive country.
They released a big release. He'll find it. And these are not actual tariffs that are being applied to us.
Every single one of these countries.
There is
China,
India. Are we sure there's people there?
China, the EU, Vietnam, Taiwan, Japan,
Do it
India,
on
South Korea,
Google.
Thailand, Switzerland, Indonesia, Malaysia, Cambodia. Which of those countries aren't there not people living?
Put in the Trump just added a tariff on a country with no people.
All right, but so he added one country that maybe
it's just an indication of how slapdash this is.
No, dude,
but these are not tariffs. These are not
on one random little.
Those reciprocal tariffs. They're not. Those aren't tariffs. He is combined. He is basically what they've tried to figure out is like where'd they get these numbers from, and they have taken the trade deficit and divided it by what we send there, and that's the way that they've assumed that that's a tariff. It's basically they're just saying we have these trade deficits, and of course we have trade deficits with certain places because there's some products that we're just never going to make. And there's some places that don't have the buying power that we have. I mean, so this is just bizarre. And even like former Trump trade people were just like, well, maybe it's just an opening salvo for a negotiation. And maybe it is. I mean, I'm.
I mean, he already came out at probably about before the end of this interview, but like right after maybe. Who knows? It was within that time frame, though. Like, he finally came out and just went, you know what? I'm open to negotiation.
I'm just fortunate that I'm not planning on retiring.
I still hold that he saw the markets, and they were just like, sir, you have to hold. He's like, I can't do it.
Soon, and
I gotta go truth.
401k isn't decimated. But this is going to cause inflation, and these prices are not going to come down. I mean, Trump is trying to tell U.S. automakers, don't raise your prices. And if he wants to impose price controls, he would not be the first Republican president to do this. Nixon was the first. president and the only president, as far as I know, to do price controls, at least in the modern era. I'm not necessarily.
I wasn't kidding. They got this from Grok. If you type how to implement tariffs easily into AI, it'll give you this plan.
Against price controls in certain situations, but this is like such an own goal. It's fascinating.
Well, of course.
No, Jimmy
you're not
Carter's
against
waging price controls were
That's-
decades before Nixon. Whoops. Checking my notes. No, he was after.
Right.
It wasn't just Nixon.
Well, Nixon
It was
started
Carter.
it, right?
And there was no other president since
Nixon started it.
I was just kind of correcting that.
Okay.
Back to your rant.
I'm for price controls.
You are for price controls.
Well, I think we should have applied some in the wake of COVID. Yes, there was a lot of
Instead of being condescending dicks about everything that is perceived as socialist, because we get it. You're PSYOP agents. You need to make sure that nothing leftist ever seems cool.
gouging going on. I think they
Got to make sure that the you're an agent of the boot. You're just a groove of the boot.
Everybody knows that.
Adam.
I think it's.
I mean, there's plenty of data that at least 40% of the inflation was a function of gouging in some form or another.
Well, Sam, number one, respect for you for being here. I don't think, genuinely, you're.
I am working and I keep looking back at my chat every 5 minutes and Kirk is still going.
Whether you're a progressive or democratic socialist or skew socialist, you're talking to a bunch of capitalists and an angry patriot.
I think he's trying to go till the end of the video, which, man, good luck.
That's cool.
If you
We're
can
not
do
going to
that-
change your mind. You're probably not going to change our mind.
If you guys haven't been paying attention to the chat, we have our chatter Kirk. He is coming up with just some really creative ways to use my name, and I find it just absolutely hilarious, and I love it.
But what we're solving for is the truth. The reality is these reciprocal tariffs, what Pat asked you about. Are you familiar with the golden rule?
Do unto others as you want to do unto them. Is that
Bingo. Do you abide by the golden rule?
I mean, in my personal relationship.
For whom the pep tolls. I like
yes.
that one.
There you go. So
For whom the pep tolls.
the golden rule is you want to do something to me, I'm going to do it to you. If you treat me fairly, I'll treat you fairly. If you're good with me, I'll be good with you. But
What
if you want to
constitutes fair?
hold on, guy. If you want to actually take advantage of me, then all of a sudden we might have to have a
The Red Hot Chili Peppers. Oh, wait.
economic war. And that's what's happening. So if you show up that list, I know you want to focus on the one random country.
That's actually one of those things that actually became self-fulfilling, where wasn't really into the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Somebody gave me a CD of them when I was, a teenager, and then I ended up getting into them, and they were just like, "Oh, look at that! Pepper likes the Red Hot Chili Peppers."
That you can't name. Hold on.
It's not as clever as you think.
Tell us how England is taking advantage of us.
Well, England is part of the UK. We understand that. But if you want to go
Well, how
numbers
is the
here-
UK?
Hold, Sam.
taking
Hold on.
advantage of us?
When people talk, you listen, and then when you talk, I listen. That's how
Okay.
conversations go. You know that.
I'm just
Come on.
asking you to clarify
Okay,
your
I'm
statement.
going to get there.
Wait. If that's the case, then we can go back to the beginning of this, and then you can admit that you owe Sam an apology for not showing him the same respect. And this goes for all four of you. That's kind of fun.
So the way that these
You're all four hypocrites. Hey.
tariffs work is if they're doing something to us, we'll do something to them. Rob, show the picture. So I would love to hear what you think. So all these countries have people living in them. All these countries, China, the EU, that's part of, all those countries over there. You get the UK over there, Vietnam, Taiwan, Japan, India. I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of people living in India,
At least
South
5.
Korea, Thailand. All these countries are charging us. So the reality is, if you go through the numbers, not feeling,
there's
Sam,
the whole list.
Sam, I need you to pay attention. I know you're on the
you
phone
are
doing some
charging us.
data.
I got it.
Oh,
Here we
Sam,
go
there's
now.
the whole list.
They're charging us way more
90% of
to
Vietnam.
access their markets than we are charging them.
That is not. That's the whole
Sam,
point.
stop
Those
it.
are not tariffs.
Stop it. You're gonna have to bring.
Rob, do me a favor. Pull
So
this
we're
chart
charging
up.
on average 2.5%. The EU is charging on average 20%. Japan is 24%. China 34%. Taiwan 32%.
Doomsday Pepper goated. I have to say that's probably my favorite one that I've seen yet.
Vietnam 46%.
The Doomsday Peppers. Oh man, that's actually
These is what
should start a punk band.
The numbers are. Now, if you have different numbers, I'd love to see them. But the reality is, some of these countries are our friends, and some of these countries are our foes. And as Trump says, if you want to listen to what Trump says, in many cases, many of our friends are a lot worse. He cited Australia won't even let us sell U.S. beef. So
I mean, with everything going the way that it is, we might. I mean, Doomsday Pepper might just become a thing.
Situation.
It's just, it's me with a bunch of ash on my face, and I got a cool cloak because you got to have a cool cloak. You can't see my arms. You always got to guess what I'm doing.
Are actual numbers. He talks about the golden rule. There's a similarity there. The golden age of America is what he's talking about, because this is a way to bring down our deficits, to reduce taxes. I would love to hear if you had a better idea.
Bring down our deficits.
These are trade deficits.
Okay.
So we have a trade deficit with Canada of $200 billion a year. They charge us, in many cases, 200 to 300% for dairy. Okay. Mexico is an example.
No, they do not. No, you're absolutely 100% wrong in the dairy. No. Your dairy thing is absolutely wrong.
You think this is my dairy thing?
Yes, this is not.
What Trump said in his speech.
Yes, Trump lied. There is not a single pint of
milk
just like you lied of dairy
about
that goes.
How many countries don't have people? Pretty sure India's got a couple people.
That dairy goes to Canada. We don't. If we sell a certain threshold, tariffs are applied, but we don't reach that threshold ever. There are not a dollar.
Probably because it's too damn expensive to access the marketplace.
No.
Anyway, I'm talking about the sweeping tariffs. You're talking about being a milkman. What I want to understand is, why don't you
don't
think?
care about any of the facts at all? It's
Sam,
hilarious.
don't BS me.
Oh my it's hilarious.
I used to think like you.
Google dairy
Sam,
tariffs to Canada.
Fuck your dairy.
You brought up dairy.
But you want to go? I'm giving one example.
Wow. I mean, yeah, and he's showing that your example sucks. This is how debates work, dude, and you just got cooked.
That's the only example you gave.
Auto industries, they're charging us 25%. We're now doing a minimum tax 10% across the board. So
minimum, but in other places, Vietnam,
Let me ask a simple question, though. The whole thing Adam just said, it could have been simplified to we have a.
I like how PBD steps in when one of his guys ends up getting cooked, and he's just like, we got to put an end to this.
Around $1 trillion of trade deficits. Would you like to fix that?
Part of the reason why we have those trade deficits is because, A, we keep our dollar strong, B, because there are bigger customer bases in this country than in other countries. Our economy is based upon
we're helping
consumption.
Other countries' economy improve? Don't you think we have the leverage to ask more from them?
I think, again, tariffs work if there is a specific industry.
Yeah.
We saw this in the CHIPS Act, right? There were carrots and there were sticks in the CHIPS Act. We want to
there were peppers and there were sticks.
Onshore chip production in this country, both for economic reasons, but also long-term national security reasons.
For example, for me,
and so what you do is you provide incentives and disincentives.
Have you ever negotiated a deal with anybody?
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess so.
You do. And are you a decent negotiator? Are you a bad negotiator? Are you a horrible negotiator? Where would you put yourself as a negotiator?
It depends on the context.
Okay. Do you try to find a way to negotiate where both sides win, like a fair negotiation?
Yes.
Okay. So this is Newsweek. It's a newspaper and outlet that's on the left. But Rob, if you can go all the way to the.
Did he just say that for real? Newsweek on the left? What? I can prove that wrong. They put Newsweek on the right on Ground News. Here. Let's see. Let's find a story with Newsweek real quick. Newsweek. Here, fuck it. I'll just type Newsweek. If I could learn how to type, that'd be nice. Here, whatever. Espinal. Fine, fuck it. Go here. Okay, never mind. This is taking too long. Okay.
To the top. Okay, this is a Newsweek outlet. So, full list of countries of reciprocal tariffs. This is from today, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
April
Yesterday
3rd.
It was updated today. Okay.
Yep.
Go a little bit low, Rob, if you could. So let's just kind of go. Let's just start from the top and see what it says. So it talks about the Liberation Day. Great. Got it. Why it matters. Tariffs remain in place until U.S. narrows a 1.2 trade imbalance recorded last year. That means we're making others $1.2 trillion more than we're making. Okay. That's the imbalance. Okay.
Okay, so Newsweek is actually listed as a center-right publication. So
this is Newsweek. The president said
that's funny.
There was
again, this actually proves my point. Like, I like how they're saying that they're centrists, but they're going to take a centrist publication and just go, they're left. They're leftists. These guys are clowns. They're MAGA clowns that can't even admit that they're MAGA because they know that the stink of MAGA is too much.
It means that we are buying more stuff from other places than they're buying from us.
Sure. Yeah.
Because we have the biggest consumer engine in the world.
Sure.
So it would make sense.
But, okay, so if that's the argument, continue. Now, then the next thing would be...
Over on YouTube, if you're a new viewer, if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet and you're enjoying the content, please do. I am one subscriber away from 1,200, so let's get that 1,200.
Hey, charge me the same thing I'm buying from you as you're buying from me. Let's keep that number.
Also, hit like on the stream. It really helps me out. Thank you.
Same number. Don't overcharge me for it. That is not a tough request that we're making. Go a little bit lower, Rob. Keep going. So the president's based on tariffs of 10% of all imports. Okay, great. According to chart, Trump held 34% on Chinese imports, 20% on goods, European goods, all that. That'll come up when we go a little bit lower. That's the picture he's talking about. Keep going lower, Rob.
So it's ultimately going to be 54 plus another 10 on China.
Until we become reciprocal. Yes, the U.S. had an overall trade deficit of $918 in 2024, with the largest gaps coming from China, 295, EU, 235, Mexico, 172, Vietnam, 123. That's the numbers that we have there. Then Cambodia topped at a chart of 49% tariffs, followed by Madagascar, 47%, Sri Lanka, 44%, Vietnam, 46%. If these were the two countries you said they don't have people there, I think they got people there. So if we go a little bit lower, keep going. Here's a full list from Newsweek. China, tariffs charged to the U.S., 67%.
That's just not...
Us to them, 34%. EU, 39.
This is the list that the White House put out, and all economists are looking at this and going, what are they talking about?
Can fact check
Yeah, they're not going to put out false information.
Newsweek can fact check this. If not, that's Newsweek. You don't believe in fake news.
The President of the United States just held up the thing.
You believe in real news. So Taiwan, 64-32. Japan, 46-24. India, 52-26. Who the hell negotiate? Look at, by the way, each one of them is almost 2x. 26 times 2 is 52. 25 times 2 is 50. 36 times 2 is 72. 31 times 2 is 62, but they did 61. 32 times 2 is 64. Malaysia, 24.47. Go a little bit lower, Rob. 49.97.
I'm so bad at math.
10.10 UK were the same. So South Africa, 36.
I just kind of went like, sure.
Brazil, 10.10. Bangladesh, 37.74. 2x. If these numbers are true, Sam, let's say somebody on the left, okay, fact checks this, and this is someone that's a person you respect. If these numbers are accurate, what do you say then?
I'm going to read from CNBC since you guys won't Google this. Many observers said the U.S. appeared to have divided the trade deficit by imports from a given country to arrive at tariff rates for individual
so we can show it so the audience
countries.
can see it? What's the title
Google
of it?
CNBC. How did the U.S. arrive at its tariff
figures? There it is. Go for it. We're not uncomfortable showing clips.
Okay.
Just say it, he'll pull it up. So which part do you want him to read?
Well, scroll down right there. Just number 2. Many observers said the U.S. appeared to have divided the trade deficit by imports from a given country to arrive at tariff rates for individual countries.
Many observers.
Such methodology doesn't necessarily align with conventional
Yeah, Sam just caught what they were doing. Many observers.
Which the calculate.
Oh my God, that was so embarrassing because that was Vinny.
Tariffs. I mean, they've just made up what the tariffs were.
No.
Sam.
Okay, maybe their methodology
Sam, but
is
let's
different.
do this.
But what are the actual tariffs?
This is my question, though.
Google the tariffs.
I actually want to know this here. Rob, you can
mighty peptones.
Ask Grok to fact check it. You can go under Charlie Kirk.
Fucking Grok. They love their Grok. They Grok so much.
And just type in Grok. Is this accurate, these numbers? You can go to ChatGPT. That's ran by Sam Altman, who is an enemy of...
I love how they're just like, we could go to our fact checker that we trust, and then you could go to your fact checker that you trust, and then we could get the alternate facts because that's a thing now.
Musk, and see what that one says. You can fact check both of them. This is all I want to...
Honestly, when Kellyanne Conway said that shit, we entered a parallel universe that we can never return from.
Ask you to see what's your credibility with being able to reason. If those are correct, that they are charging us more taxes than we are, what do you think is the right thing to happen? If those numbers are correct.
I think we should look at what industries we want to build in this country. Car industry, let's say. Let's say we want to build solar panels, which is one that I would choose. just as an example. We could go down the list, right? And I would also look at like, okay, what regions do we have in this country that need more jobs, more manufacturing? And then I would target tariffs, not necessarily on the whole country that's coming.
Master of Peppers is a good one. I was
but
actually kind of thinking
I would
that.
target on those products coming from a given country, because that is what is called a plan.
Does it matter
as
what
opposed
the
to this
product
buckshot?
is? No,
Absolutely.
So you're willing to pay more you're willing to allow the other person to tax you more for a product you're buying than you're doing it to them? Who needs who more?
They're not. Not taxing me.
But hang on a second. The reciprocal tariff is simple. It's saying if you charge me an additional 30, let's match it. I'll do 30 as well.
The point is that when let's say China has a 50% tariff on our cars.
Yes.
Okay. And they do that because they want to build their car industry. It is not going to create inflation in China because they have such a high tariff on our car. We may have, and certainly by we mean corporate America.
Politicians,
and maybe
not corporate America.
It's corporate America.
It's politicians.
Listen,
I
saw in the 90s like how corporate America was so freaked out by Tiananmen Square. But I'm telling you,
my question is, if that's
my buddy just met John Cena,
accurate,
like randomly.
If those numbers are accurate, that we're
I'm not going to punish the American people with a regressive tax because you have some elementary school notion of fairness.
Elementary school. Here
Honestly.
we go. If those are true, okay, on them charging us more, would you sit there and support?
They're charging more for our products to get in there.
Do you think it's fair for us to pay twice as much as we're charging them? Do you think that's fair?
I don't think that fairness has anything to do with it.
I've had that one. That was coined by somebody at my high school.
You're the fair point. You're the one that claims you're a fair guy.
What's best for the American public?
Okay, so let me ask another question.
I would ask.
Who needs who more? Does YouTube need you, or do you need YouTube?
I probably need YouTube.
Why do you need YouTube more?
Because they have a lot of other people they can go to.
Oh, thank you. Who needs who more? America? Do you need the American customers, or do we need Bangladesh? Who needs who more?
We better hope that a lot of these countries don't. I mean, Canada is starting to develop a different.
It's actually kind of funny because now, I want to hear somebody that listens to PBD that makes something, that ships something out of this country. And I want to hear their take on this. I want to see if they're still PBD fans, or do they feel betrayed by that statement? Did they lose subscribers over something like that?
Relationship with China. I mean, this is going to ruin a lot of.
It's going to bring jobs to America. This is why Apple said, "I'm investing $500 billion here." This is why EU,
the Chips Act.
UAE said $1.4 trillion. This is why Saudi said $600 billion. This is why all these companies said hundreds of billions.
From your mouth to God's ear.
But why are they saying that, though? Why are they saying that?
I hope this goes well.
But why do you think? Why did Rolls-Royce say we're going to move our different plants that we have from Mexico, Canada, and China?
Guys, get this. Rolls-Royces are going to be cheaper for us.
To U.S. Why are they saying that? Why are they saying that? These are jobs for your American people that are not getting paid. Trump's trying to get those people jobs. Why don't you support?
Meanwhile, 900 people just got fired from Stellantis. Another, I think it was, I forgot the exact number, but a couple hundred got fired from the Whirlpool plant in Indiana.
There may be some benefit in terms of manufacturing, but overall, you're going to have a regressive tax on Americans.
If you
it's not targeted. When you target cars, I agree with you. Tariffs have a place, but there's no plan here. The idea of just blanket fairness doesn't mean anything because you're forcing Americans.
Dude, the guy's done more in the
regressive
first 60.
We have literally seen his plans in effect, and they seem to not be working that well, dude. So also, you guys, for how much you love business, refuse to look at his business track record. And dude, I would actually posit to PBD. How would you run a casino? Do you think that you could ever bankrupt a casino? And I would go from there.
Days, then the last.
Actually, that is kind of putting them on the hot seat there.
Previous,
because no matter what, they're gonna have to they're either gonna have to talk shit about Trump in the fact that he, like, who did he, because wait. Well, they try to be like, well, it's who he hired. I'm sure it wasn't his fault. I'm sure he delegated and it was his company that failed.
4 presidents.
See, never mind. I'm already there.
Not including him.
And I
excluding
hope
him,
the courts
did the first
continue
2
to
years.
inhibit what he's doing.
Yeah,
Right.
well, that's
And-
good job. Sam,
that's
just,
where
let
you
me
go
just to build on what Pat was saying, Apple promising to invest $500 billion, SoftBank,
Chips Act,
Oracle, $500 billion, Nvidia,
again, the Chips Act,
TSMC, the
Because of these tariffs?
$100 billion, $200 billion, Meta, $500 billion, Eli Lilly, $27 billion, Johnson & Johnson, DMAX, CMA, CGM, Stellantis, GM, Hyundai. The list goes on. All these companies are basically saying we're going to bring back
which is funny because of the Chips Act, like, being canned. Now we're going to have to pay for the chips, that we were going to be reproducing, which actually are, it's a huge fucking industry, but
manufacturing jobs to America. Bringing back jobs will stimulate the economy. Isn't that good for America?
Part of why I respect Sam Seder is the following. Let me tell you why I respect Sam. Do you know why I respect Sam?
Can be helpful.
Here's what I respect Sam.
We're not going to get huge banana production in the United States,
check
but
this
now
out.
your bananas are going to cost an extra 10, 20%.
Hundreds of billions of dollars.
But he's not going to give you credit. He's not. You don't understand. He just said earlier, I'm not going to give my money to a private corporation.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
He just told you
I
earlier.
said I'm not going to give it to Clear at the airport.
No, you said private
I have
corporation.
TSA pre. Why would I give it to the
we
private
can go
one?
back and play what you exactly said. This is recorded. So for me, I'm already at a point that I ask you, if it's the same, if those numbers are accurate, do you support it?
No.
I would go, okay, so no matter what Trump does, you're not going to support.
No, I would support targeted tariffs.
If trillions of dollars are going to be invested in the U.S. economy to create jobs, you don't support that.
What's that?
If trillions of dollars of money is going to be invested into our economy to create jobs, you don't support that.
No,
you want that money to go to the 10 million illegal immigrants that came here that was open order under Biden. That's what you're saying. And by the way, the fact that you're open about it and you're honest about it.
No, that's not. And that, dude, oh my God, I hate disingenuous fucks like this. Like, seriously. You ever talk to me like this in real life? Like, God damn it.
Great.
Okay.
At least
how do these people?
You're not playing games.
Oh no, actually, I got the answer. These are people that have never been hit in the face before.
At least you're saying that's who I am. I would much rather give my money to TSA because it's a government entity than Clear. It's private. I would much rather give my jobs to illegal immigrants than give the jobs to
Clear
Americans.
is also like double the price. It is. For at least
Yeah,
you get what you
that's
pay
now
for.
you're
right?
changing now the
I
argument.
mean,
to go to.
I even had a problem, to be honest with you, paying TSA pre because it is sort of just creates two-tier system.
Would you be comfortable if there was no Clear and no TSA pre-check and everyone just had to be exactly the same, just everyone TSA?
I mean,
would you be comfortable with that?
Comfortable in this? I mean, the way that it was.
There's
before?
no paying for anything. There's no Clear.
I do think
there's
it's
no TSA
unfair
pre-check.
to people
Everyone
who can't
just
afford to pay that they have to wait in line and that rich people get to fly through. I do struggle.
Did you
with
fly
that.
first class on the way here?
No.
Have you ever flown first class?
Back in my show business days.
What
they
an
would-
elitist you are. Have
they
you ever
would-
flown
they-
private?
They would pay.
Have you ever
Listen,
flown
I
private?
enjoy- No.
So everyone should be the
You
same.
probably drink
Everyone
free
should
beer.
just do TSA. Everyone should fly economy.
I like how the idea of somebody having one good day is elitist. Like, guys, Duke, actually, I want to know what your thoughts on this are because honestly, you're the one I have the most conversations with about this. But like, at what point do we just stop doing that? Because like we do it. Like look at the way that the left policed Hassan's house buying, and like I've had people pop up here and say that it's like, oh, look at you contribute to consumerism. How do we fight back against something like that except for just going like, dude, we're not talking about the same like type of elitism here. Like you're talking about me flying first class one time and enjoying like, some free drinks and living it up one time like a vacation where that's your life. You live every day like that and you're fighting for the fact that you might have to give up one day of that.
Economy. It's very unfair if some people.
I think
is that a fair assessment of that?
Are doing-
Wow, I'm stammering real bad today. Sorry, guys.
better than
I
others.
think we can. I think
I get
we
it
can
now.
agree
I get it now.
that it is a little unfair that money will get you through that line at the airport, which is like supposed to be mass communication. Yeah, I mean, mass transportation. Yeah, I do think.
Wait, what? Do you only take the regular basic Uber?
Do I only take the
basic Uber?
Lyft?
Lyft? Do you never use the black? You never use the SUV?
I did to come here.
What an elitist you are.
That was the one you sent.
Oh, so you won't pay out of pocket, but if someone will pay for you.
But wait, there's one thing. But Sam,
what, he's not supposed to take the ride from the airport for this just because, oh my God, nice things, me so scared, me leftist? Like, again, this is them doing the thing where I guess you're a leftist, you don't deserve nice things. Because you think that nice things are bad because you associate nice things with the capitalists and the evils of money. Therefore, no, go back to your tent, you disingenuous weirdo.
Dude, you're a straight up communist. I love it.
Hold on, there's one thing that you said that
I respect the fact that you're here. You're just espousing socialist communist ideas. Massive respect for you coming here. You can embrace it. It's all good.
The one thing that kind of we just brushed over.
That's who I am.
What up, some rebel? How you doing?
No, is you saying that you hoped that these judges keep interfering with Trump's agenda, which is you're basically cheering for unelected bureaucrats to go against the will of the people. Like, you're hearing yourself. That's not democracy. That's a power grab. So you're happy with all the judges and all the law firm and everything going after Trump.
Bureaucrats.
Yeah, those unelected guys. You're cool with that? So if it happens to your guy?
I am cool with judges appointed by Bush and Obama and Biden and Trump stopping the unelected bureaucrat Elon Musk from shutting down key functions of our government. Yes.
Okay, our government has been broken for, like, what has anybody done to fix any of the problem? All the money going, all the everything. The fact that you're happy with them trying to, Sam, this is the will of the people. How many, 70-some million people? You could laugh.
Oh, Vinny, you just, thank you for that gift.
All you want, but you're happy with judges interfering with what the president of the United States has been tasked to do. He has a mandate and he's kicking ass. And I feel, Sam,
I will quote from Elon Musk. This is a referendum on Trump. This is a referendum on Doge. This is a referendum on Musk. And 2 nights ago, he got clobbered in Wisconsin. And he was there on the ground in front of a big American flag, telling lies about Social Security and the American people in Wisconsin. Not all, 60% of the people in Wisconsin, this purple state, basically said, go home. Enough so that Trump has to leak that he's going to get rid of Musk and kick him out. I don't think he actually will.
I don't think
but
so.
He felt the sting enough that he realizes he has to do that because Doge and Musk, and I suggest Trump, very unpopular. I mean, obviously we're talking a margin, right? Because there's going to be 45% of people who are going to be in favor of whoever the Democrat is and 45% who are going to be in favor of whoever the Republican is. But on the margins, yes, 6 months ago it was different, but today it's very different, I think.
I think it's not as much a problem as the left makes it out to be, and the way you combat it is laugh at them, move on, and don't give it legitimacy. Okay. And you take that approach because you understand these narratives are pushed by the right cynically, and dumb people and bad actors always exist. Cool. There's nothing you can do to fix a lot of these things will always exist in a tiny minority, and people will fixate on them. You must push back. Don't take them seriously.
But Sam,
or you must push back, or push back. Don't take it or them seriously.
And here's the thing. Okay, so Trump is.
I wish there was a way I could do like 2 separate funds, so it's like I could just be like, hey, here's Pep's glasses fund. Full disclosure, I kind of just pieced out the math. It's been about 4 years since I've had my my prescription updated, and it's definitely starting to affect me.
Done after this, right? 4 years, he's gone.
You promise?
Can't see shit.
He's gonna be gone. Like he likes to troll all you guys, and you guys all lose your minds, and I get it.
I haven't.
But
really
what? Here's my thing. Again, and this is going back to the beginning. What are you guys offering? What is your side saying?
This is coming from people that put up "Let's Go Brandon" flags and thought that a 90-year-old was the dooming of America. So
Okay, besides the Trump evil Hitler, because that shit didn't work, your side literally called him Hitler.
You were literally doing the same shit with the fucking, like, this is what I hate about these guys, is the fact that they pretend that there's like somehow like somehow better. Like,
and the guy got
guys.
shot in the freaking head. Okay, that's your party. Now he's gonna be gone. Okay, who are you guys gonna
shot in the head? Wow.
Put up. Who is it? Because it looks.
Wow, these guys.
Looks like it's gonna be Gavin Newsom. He's podcast all this shifting to the other side. You guys literally have nobody.
I would bet you any amount of money that it's not Gavin Newsom.
It's going to be the front runner for this upcoming.
I will bet you any amount of money that the nominee in 2028 will not be Gavin Newsom.
That nominee, or is he going to be running?
Guys,
is he the front runner?
Guys,
no, he's going to run, but he's not going to be the front runner.
Yeah,
$100.
$100?
That's all?
Let's do $500.
Oh, look at this.
No, $500.
Look
Shook it for 100. Shook it for 100.
Don't be a pussy.
Adam, shut your freaking mouth. I bet you.
No, $500. Don't put your money where your mouth
$500 all the
is.
freaking time.
Uh-oh. I'm starting to think that Vinny doesn't get paid as much as we thought.
Bet in the middle at 250 right now.
I still want to know who would you think?
Hold on.
In 2028.
Sam.
Let me finish. In 2028, who is going? If right now, I know it's.
Dude, this is why he's the best. Right there.
It's a while out.
He's just like, got him.
Who in 2028 is going to be the front runner for the Democratic Party? If it's not going to be Gavin Newsom, who that slithering snake is making the move to do it. Who is it going to be? I'm very...
Real quick, welcome everybody that's new to the channel that has not already subscribed. If you guys can, I'd appreciate it. If you guys could like the channel, then please also do that. And yeah, just in general, I really appreciate you guys being here.
Curious.
I will bet you 1,000 it won't be Gavin Newsom, but you're stuck at 100.
But,
someone finally did it. Pepper bet David.
I don't know. I think there's a chance that like if I had to guess, and this is not necessarily who I would support, and I'm gonna wait. I don't really, to be honest with you, I have spent zero time thinking about 2028. But if I had to guess, I would say somebody. No, it's absolutely true. I would say Pritzker, Whitmer.
Pritzker.
Wow.
Pritzker.
Okay.
A billionaire.
You're comfortable with the fact that he's a billionaire?
No. Like I say, I'm just guessing based upon like what I'm seeing out.
Do not put us in a position where we have a right winger running for governor. No.
Out there. I think Buttigieg also not a fan. I think he's going to run. I think, like you say, Newsom's going to run. I would imagine there's going to be a couple of people in Congress who are going to run. I don't know if I could, even in a list of people that I would name, I would feel that confident that I would know who would win.
So if you could
Stalin, Mullen have been dead for so long.
That's funny. If you could root for one person, like I would like to see this person.
Did he just make a Stalin joke because he doesn't know who Karl Marx is? These people are certifiably retarded. I'm not even holding back on that one.
Who would it be?
No. These guys need, the hard R word on these ones.
He said it earlier.
Bernie.
AOC or Bernie.
Oh, Bernie?
Yeah.
Well, no, Bernie's,
I'll give you one more argument to convince you of this perspective. You don't need to, but you used Hassan as an example of left yelling at him, house car, what happened? He is still on top dog on the left. It's not real yet.
So AOC?
No,
is that your favorite
AOC,
candidate?
I don't think would win.
So who's your person? If you could put your money on one person.
That was my point. They don't have anybody. That was my point.
No,
they have nobody.
I don't speak for the Democratic
Party.
Exactly.
Wow. It's almost like it's not a fucking election year. We just got off an election season and we have this whole burnout like every American. But here you guys are, and the barometer for like popularity at this point is you guys don't even have anybody. You guys got nobody. When we obviously do. It's AOC and Bernie. They're fucking, dude. They're bringing numbers that Trump couldn't get, which scares the crap out of them. That's why Vinny's face is so damn red.
I'm asking Sam Cedar. I'm not asking the Democratic Party.
I want to.
You got to have someone in mind that you would like.
My man's got blood pressure like that. I mean, dude, his heart rate monitor must always read over 100.
I think Murphy's also going to run. I want to see what people like. Who shows up with what?
I'm not even speculating. I'm asking who would you want to see? You.
No. But
you don't have anybody?
Yeah, you don't understand.
Really?
Yeah, I want to see who's going to.
You're a big podcaster. You don't have one person you'd like to see
to be president?
Yes.
It really depends, like on.
Just give me a name of who
I
you.
don't have like.
How do you not have a name?
Well, that
bro?
was my point. They don't have anybody, bro.
But
That's the whole point
I'm
I
not
was
saying
making.
I'm not asking them. I'm just saying Sam Seder, professional podcaster, progressive, democratic socialist. You don't have one person you'd like to see?
As president.
Just be careful because that is considered a slur and ableism. Moronic is a much better word and more politically correct.
Isn't it?
That's also why I used it, is also because it conveys the point of how stupid I really truly think they are. Trust me, I'm not using it all the time because I don't know how to think of a lesser word. Trust me, I get
Himself,
it.
I'd vote for.
I'm not using it because it's ableism like that. And honestly, this is the shit that they're kind of talking about right there.
Yeah.
Like, calm down.
That's it.
I mean, I'm curious.
I'm using it to convey that they're fucking stupid. Okay, I get it. But this is honestly, you lost this debate back when Donald Trump won in fucking 2016.
Curious, like,
like honestly,
I just don't know enough.
That was the original, like, oh, you guys are the language police now. I mean, they're doing it again. Oh, look, comedy. You can't do comedy.
About like someone like
can't say anything anymore.
Andy Bashar.
Okay. Fine. If you need me to get that out of my lexicon of words, fine.
Just say who you like.
Push back.
I don't have that kind of relationship with politicians.
You don't know their names? You don't know their names?
Listen, I've had on the show.
Come on, Sam, bro. Do better. Just say a name and we'll move on.
Jasmine
AOC?
Crockett.
No, I don't like her policies.
Who do you like?
I mean, Jim McGovern from Worcester, Mass.
There we go.
My
Jim McGovern. There we go.
Former congressman.
Congratulations, Jim
I would say
McGovern.
Jim
That
McGovern.
wasn't.
I don't think.
There's our boy.
There he is.
Future president of the United
Look at
States.
Jim.
Jimmy McGovern.
Let's go
Get
to the
it,
next
Jim.
story.
Making America great
Let's
again.
go to the next story. I'd like to do two more. I'd like to do two more.
He's a
stories
great,
and then we wrap
actually,
up.
congressman.
No doubt. No doubt. He's got a chance.
Texas high school football star.
You know, you should also keep an eye on Pat Ryan. I mean, there's some stuff I disagree with him on policy, but he's also pretty good.
I'm just looking out for you, making sure. I appreciate it, Sylvie. Thank you.
18th.
All right. Now you know names. I love it.
Texas high school football star Austin Metcalf.
I'm not even kidding. Thank you.
Stabbed in the heart, left to die in twin brothers' arms at track meet. This is a very, very difficult story. This is the father. And Vinny, maybe you want to preface what happened with the story.
Okay,
here.
so they allegedly they went to a track meet.
Yeah.
And I guess the guy in the bottom said something like the guy in the top said, hey, you're in the wrong area. He stands up, stabs that kid on the top in the heart, and the other guy runs away, and then his twin brother comes and holds him as he's taking his last breath, and he dies. And then this is the father, which is this is probably one of the most humble Christian, based freaking interviews. He's getting a little bit emotional, but listen what he says about the whole situation.
He died in his brother's arms. They were twins, identical twins. And his brother was holding on to him, trying to make it stop bleeding. And he died in his brother's arms. And I rushed up there, and I saw him on the gurney. And I could tell. They said he wasn't breathing. I could see all the blood. I saw where the wound was.
Austin, his father shares, was born 2 minutes before his twin brother Hunter, the two inseparable, as you can imagine. Austin is being remembered as an outstanding student at Memorial.
What is with it today? My buddy, I'm not sure if he's watching this right now, but he just sent me a completely random text. And here. I'll just read this for you. Oh my God, where'd it go? Oh my God.
Memorial High, his football team's MVP and a young man of faith. His father grappling with loss and forgiveness.
I'm not trying to judge, but what kind of parents did this child have? What was he taught? He brought a knife to a track meet, and he murdered my son by stabbing him in the heart. The son.
He is quoting a line from Papa Roach. Would it be wrong or would it be right if I took another slice of pepperoni as dynamite?
The guy was in the wrong place. They asked him to move, and he bowed up. This is murder.
As I'm contemplating.
I don't know. I know they have someone in.
I'm going to say pepicide.
And you know what? I already forgive this person.
By the way, I don't think he's watching this, so that just happened randomly.
Already? Wow. God takes care of things. God's going to take care of me. God's going to take care of my family.
Wow. Yeah, it seems like he did.
Tom.
I think this is one
Sorry, guys. Like, I know. But you know what?
of the most amazing testimonies I've seen
Is it?
in a long, long time.
God loves him so much, took his son. Man, you guys must love the book of Job.
And I think there's two
Guys, just so you know, that's how God treats good Christians.
things here. And he's asking without condemnation, just the question I think we all should be asking. What was up with the parent?
All right, Jeff, that's the best one you've had so far. Deaf Peppered. You got it.
Is this
That's a good
a
one.
single parent household? What sort of guidance was there? What sort of enablement, are we giving? And to
They're trying to say that he was black without saying that he was black.
stand up and say, I forgive this, most people won't understand this.
They're doing like this is all dog whistling.
Say, I can't forgive him. I want him to go to prison. Well, maybe that's what you want now, and maybe that's what you're going to get because there's consequences for crime. And if this young man, the one that's photographed there in the mugshot that's being circulated, if that's the guy and this is what he's done, and the witnesses confirm it, then he's going to go to trial, and that's all going to shake out, and he's going to go to prison for a long, long time. And I think consequences are different from forgiveness, and the forgiveness this guy has in his heart, which appears to be led by Christian values, is tremendous. And what it means is I'm not going to let eternal bitterness here hurt me. Is he going to hate what happened? Absolutely. And the loss he's got for his son, the grief has just begun. But he's also saying, I'm turning to the Lord to remove my bitterness so that I can go forward and live. And there's going to be consequences here on earth, this kid. There's two tragedies here. The tragedy is we have...
Well, no, but forgiveness is divine.
One young man, apparently, if this is the guy, who's going to go to prison for a long, long time.
And if he repents, then he should be then completely,
So he's going to be gone.
These guys never actually believe any of this shit.
On to his friends and family, just as this
Oops, I bet myself.
young man that was murdered is gone to his family. And the question is, what was the core of the belief structure and the life support and the
Welcome any new viewers over on YouTube. Just saw a few of you guys pop in.
examples and the mentoring and big brothers and people around that leaves this guy? Why do you bring a knife to an event? Because you have intent and you're going to show people.
Why do you guys bring guns with you everywhere you go? Is that intent? What? This guy's really stupid.
And you're going to do things. This is all
Okay, apply the same to why you guys need guns in Texas.
well documented in the failures of
Oh, he had a scary knife, guys. That's not a knife.
what goes on. And I have a lot of I just got so much respect for the father at this time of grief to be speaking this way. But I've also got it. It says,
Are you going to remove your bitterness to voice the left, mister?
you get what you want. You get what you vote for, and you get what you want in this country. And
The spicy pepper incident. Is that what it was called when I got banned on MR Discord?
And if you want things that are going to help, kids develop differently and better,
rock and roll.
Let's get behind that. But there's a flaw somewhere in the heart of this kid that, number one, he's carrying a weapon that he intended to use, apparently, and he used it.
Sam,
And
what are your thoughts on that?
Let's go look at that.
Please, Sam. Carry and conceal.
I think
all
it's.
day.
Anything involving like children is difficult as a parent. That's always difficult to see, and I think very admirable. The father's response to it. It is sort of reminiscent of what they call restorative justice, which I think has application in some areas and in others, a little bit more difficult. But that's what you're talking about when you talk about that type of forgiveness and making.
God tortured and killed his son for a week and sacrificed him to himself to forgive humanity for violating rules that he knew they'd violate prior to creating them and said rules. Very logical. Yep.
Sure that the
But he's a jealous God.
victims of the crime or the family.
Kirk, I think that we logged it. You've been literally doing this for 2 hours.
The victims can move on and live their life without
2 hours and 20 minutes
being stuck in that moment. To the extent that you can. I can't even imagine losing a child or a sibling, frankly. But I think
narrative, story, heartstrings, never systematic, never material, anecdote, glorification is this is brainwashing.
it's
Yep,
a little bit.
it's the same thing as that Lincoln Riley.
Exploitive to assume that this is such a
Lose one white girl and then the fucking whole, every immigrant gets, thrown out. Brock Turner gets acquitted.
this is necessarily a political issue.
We live in a very fucking just great system that is totally fair. Rah, rah, America, people.
I mean, yes, I don't think people should be carrying weapons in public. I don't know where this took place, what the gun laws are, or what. But yes, I am against people having weapons in public. I don't know why this guy brought the knife in his pocket when he left the house. I don't know what goes on at his house. I don't know if the guy was on the other team, or I don't know any of the details about it. So I wouldn't make some type of like larger political statement that this has something to do with electoral politics. I mean, we have a society that in many ways
They're trying to make it a black guy gunned down a white Christian, and the father said he wants to forgive him, and they want to imply that they have more morals than anybody on the left because of this.
Elevates violence. And
Mad's kicking in. Good night, y'all. Go pep yourselves.
And I think you could argue.
Thank you for being here, Kirk. I appreciate it, man.
The violence that we pay for, in other countries, and get back pictures on your TikTok every day of what our weapons have done. Certainly, MLK said, every bomb that we drop in Vietnam blows up here. And the idea behind that was that, you cannot have a society that condones waging violence and not expect that violence to end up being self-inflicted. So,
Adam.
Well, it's a sad story. I mean, hurt people hurt people. I think it's entirely appropriate to speculate who raised this young man. You're 17 years old. You're bringing a knife to a track meet. Someone asks you to, hey, get out of the way in the wrong place, and you end up stabbing them in the heart. I mean, what's going on with this person? What type of emotional pain, what type of anger, what type of hurt was this person already dealing with, that this was how he enacted his revenge for being told to move at a track meet? Texas has the death penalty, if I'm correct. So I don't know what's going to happen with this kid. He's 17 years old. I'm sure he'll be tried as an adult, in my opinion. But my message is to one person and one person only. It's to the twin brother who's still alive, Hunter.
Well, wait, that sounds like you want the death penalty, but the father's already forgiven him, so that should be completely taken off the table. I'm sorry, pal. This is your fucking, what is so Christian about having bloodlust? You do know that the eye for an eye thing didn't just end at eye for an eye, and that's what they always do that. They're like, the Bible says eye for an eye. It's like, it says eye for an eye leaves everybody blind, you dumb fuck.
And I can't even imagine what this guy is going through right now. Because
this is, again, gun-toting Jesus, gun-toting GOP Jesus.
Father took the high road, obviously probably a man of faith, a Christian.
Major bombing right now? Oh, shit.
And I understand his perspective. The twin brother, who looks identical, I believe, I can't even imagine.
You okay, Ryan? Everything good? Do you need, obviously, do you need to go?
The hurt.
Wow. I mean, now I feel awkward. I'm I've never been in this position before.
The pain, the grief. Every time he looks in the mirror, he's going to see the brother that was killed and died in his arms. Oftentimes people say, hey, I'm praying for you. I'm praying for you. Genuinely, I think anyone that runs into this guy in his life, give this guy the biggest bear hug you possibly can and help this guy cope. I recently was in New York because I had to go to a funeral for one of my closest friends' younger brothers. And they were incredibly tight. And to see the hurt in the family and the pain in the family and the hurt in my good friend's heart because he lost his brother was so tough to deal with. And all I could do was give him a hug and say I'm there for him. So Hunter, the brother who's still alive, you're living for two now. My message to you would be honor your brother, live for
stay safe
for him, and make the most out of this life because you got 2 people to represent for. So God bless.
Yeah, that was a very good take, Adam, on a story like this. You hear this, it breaks my heart.
So you're telling him in his grief that he now needs to feel the burden that you have now instituted on him to feel that he needs to live for his brother as well as himself. That's kind of fucked up, actually. That's not as good as he thinks it is. As somebody who's going through severe grief right now, that's actually a very selfish take of him. And that's instituting the way that he perceives this shit. Gotta say, just coming from my own grief, fuck that guy.
As a parent, you don't have anything to say. And for the father to react that way, I mean, give me a break. Like, there's not more class to be shown than to handle that. I don't see the story everywhere. I don't see people talking about it.
Weird.
I don't see it, where it's being publicized or talked about. You said this is, what word did you use? You said, I don't think it's a story for us to use as anything. You said something about political. I don't think there's political or anything to it.
But you're doing just that.
The question that a lot of people would ask is, what would have happened if this was the flip side?
Oh, forget
Who would
it.
be covering it right now?
Oh, my God.
Everybody.
Where would it be right now? Where would the story be right now? That's the divisiveness of what America's sick of. That's the divisiveness. That father gave a message that's a unifying message. That father gave a message that is a...
Actually, that's a good question. Who did cover that?
Example to other fathers that you try to. You're like, oh, my God, the standard. But to me, when we think about why America flipped in certain places and why maybe mainstream...
Those evil cities, guys. Those evil liberal cities with all their woke bullshit. Don't you know?
Media has been getting a blind...
Honestly, isn't this are we getting to that point where this shit's getting a little old? Like, to the point where it just doesn't, like I responded to that one chatter today where it's just like, what does this woke, what? You're telling me that I'm cool? You're telling me that I'm based? Okay, cool.
Black guy.
Like, at this fucking point, where's the insult?
Just as much as a Democratic...
Although I'm just saying that. It's not as much as the insult. I think it's just so they can control the narrative and just be like, yeah, see, woke. And because nobody goes, what's that? They just go, yeah, that means leftist thing with trans people, which I don't get. So, ew.
Party just as much as the U.S. government, just as much as CIA, just as much as FBI.
I don't think it's healthy to fix on random acts of violence beyond a systematic analysis because it can only give you a heightened sense of criminality and emotional manipulation.
Because
look what happened yesterday in the conversation that me and Anna had.
American people are just sick of it. They're fed up.
There is something to be said about that. And yeah, I am essentially the victim of that a little bit too.
They want to go back to living a normal life, and they want these divisive messages to slow down and find ways for us to sit down and have a conversation together. Sam, there's probably less than 10% of...
This is why I think a large driving force behind reactionary thought in women is their obsession with true crime. That's an interesting theory. I haven't heard that before.
Policies you and I would agree with. But the more and more I listen to you speak and say the things that you say...
I might have to think on that one tonight.
And your approach to it, I sit there and I say,
shit, that's
I can't understand this guy, why he believes what he does. But you know what I will say? Tremendous respect for you to come here. You came, you gave your arguments, did your thing, you leave. This is the second time we've done this.
Thanks, bud.
Not a lot of your peers do this often. And they...
Yeah, because not a lot of people want to go into a 4v1, almost 3-hour podcast to constantly be challenged. And not, like, again... Even Piers Morgan has the sensibility to be like, hey, I'm going to give you somebody that agrees with you so you can kind of, go back and forth and, like, bounce opinions off each other. This is insane.
All get invited. They all get invited. But they don't come.
I don't know that I have any peers.
No, what I mean is from people on the left
no
that are...
Peers, Sam?
You got 1.76 million subscribers. You put up 26,000 views. You are somebody that in your space you speak, and you have an audience that listens to you. They like to see your perspective. But a lot of people on the left, when we invite them, for whatever reason, they don't show up. And I got
It's a long trip for me. It's just a straight shot down from New York.
Respect for guys to come in, sit down, have the conversation, And everybody that's watching this, whether you agree with him or not, you have to respect that he came here. Because that, to me, is a very, very high level.
Everyone likely did cover it. What they want is to lionize the father to push Christian nationalism. Yep.
Level of respect of anybody.
Yeah, that story and the way they were talking about it reminds me of the way that my school used to do that. Like, in current events, that's the kind of story that would literally be talked about for months.
That's willing
months
to have the
like, we would invite that that dad to come and speak at our school.
Conversation. If you do that, we need more of that, and let the American people decide and say, I don't agree with Pat. I think Pat is wrong here. I don't agree with Sam. I think I agree with that. I think I agree. No problem. You get to decide, and we get to have the conversation. But
let me at least return the compliment to you, because I, according to Tim Pool, was blacklisted by all the right-wing shows 2 years ago when you had me on, and I think I think it was my opportunity to say, like, I can be well behaved sitting here, and we can get into arguments and whatnot. You were the only show that would do it. Now, Tim has since
F off. We love true crime because of the psychology of why they're messing up, or why they're messed up in research.
Sort of oddly reversed. And I was on his show in November, but after, I think he sat right here and said that I was a grifter. But be that as may, so I appreciate that, and I appreciate the fancy car that took me here and the hotel.
Next time we'll just do it.
Reminds me of how they explain that. Yeah, she said no. She said no. Yeah, Some Rebel. Yeah, that was huge. 8th grade. We actually read that book, and yeah, she said yes. No, she said yes, because when she was asked if she was a Christian, she said yes, and they shot her.
Put you in economy, Sam.
Feel free.
Sam, she was a martyr for the cause.
It's a 2-minute ride.
Publicly, please come back again, would you? A year from now, whatever.
What do you mean? Sure. Even in 4 years with the bet, it's
whatever.
$100.
Exactly.
$100.
Adam, we'll let
I'll
you
come
know
back for that $100.
Yeah.
We should charge interest on that.
So tomorrow we have Terrence Howard.
All right. Well, that was fun. Holy shit, 2.5 hours, man. Between me pausing and just fucking discussing this shit. Damn. That took up pretty much the entire show. Wow. That's fun, though. My theory is it's under an influence. Wow, look at you getting apologetic. All right. That was a good time. I enjoyed that. Stocks plunge. We did that. Let's see. Trump's new tariffs lead to the biggest Dow wipeout since 2020.
Experience the essence of comfort at Lot Business.
Is this mono? Let's see. This is that opening. Wouldn't you hate to be like, that's your special day? That's your special day. Your company's going public, and then it just happens to be the day after Trump declares disastrous tariff policy, and they're just like, ooh.
Experience the essence of comfort at Lot Business Lounge.
No, stop with your fucking experience the essence of comfort. No, go away. You don't get to do that. Walter. Here we go. I wanted to watch this one with you guys because honestly, I like the Infograph channel, and this was something that I wanted to watch in just in general. And when I saw that it just had come out, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna watch this with you guys. So,
a cold wind cuts through the ragged tents of Hooverville. A mother huddles over a makeshift stove, stirring a pot of watery soup. She remembers the radio's advice: stretch the food, make do. She tries her best, but she knows it won't be enough. Not for her children, not for her husband. Standing miles away in a bread line, his once proud suit now caked in dust. This was America in the Great Depression, a nation brought to its knees. And all this devastation was caused by something you weren't expecting, tariffs. Or was
This is something that nobody fucking talks about in history, and gee, I wonder why Trump wants to attack learning history right now.
Did tariffs really trigger the worst economic disaster in modern history, and could they do it again? We're breaking it all down on today's episode of The Infographic Show. Did tariffs really cause the Great Depression? You've probably heard of the Great Depression, everyone has. Stock market crash, bank failures, millions unemployed. By 1933, 1 in 4 Americans was jobless, and it wasn't just factory workers or farmers. Even doctors, lawyers, and upper middle-class professionals saw their incomes plummet by up to 40%. Families who once lived comfortably suddenly found themselves struggling to survive. Their savings were wiped out, their futures uncertain. It was a time when make do or do without wasn't just a saying, it was a survival strategy. Families stretched every meal, patched and repaired old clothes, and walked miles instead of driving. Because with unemployment at record highs, owning and fueling a car was a luxury few could afford. The financial strain tore at the very fabric of families and communities. Divorce rates dropped, but abandonment skyrocketed. Men, ashamed and frustrated by their inability to provide for their families, often disappeared without a trace, leaving their wives and children to fend for themselves. To understand how things got so bad and what role tariffs played, we have to go
And every Republican watching this was just like, based.
back, way back, and not just to 1929 when the Great Depression began. No, we're talking about the depression that started it all, the one history barely remembers, the Forgotten Depression. The Forgotten Depression lasted just 18 months, from January 20th to July 1921, but it was brutal. The U.S. stock market tanked by 47%, and corporate profits plummeted by over 90%. Unemployment hit nearly 12%. It was just 1.4% during World War I.
Again, nothing having to do with Trump policies at all.
In the aftermath of this war, the U.S. faced a tricky transition. Factories shut down, 1.6 million soldiers returned home to flood the workforce, and inflation soared.
Oh, Ben Stein was talking about this at Ferris Bueller's Day Off when he was talking about the tariffs and Great Depression in the beginning.
In response, the government slashed
Bueller.
spending by a staggering 75% and hiked interest rates to a steep 7%. The result was a 32.5% collapse in
Another Chicago favorite of mine.
industrial production, the worst in history at the time. Prices plunged over
Had to eat at that restaurant before it closed.
15%, and businesses failed en masse, leaving millions struggling to survive. The real turnaround came when President Woodrow Wilson cut federal spending by 65%, from $18.5 billion to $6.5 billion.
And again, Joe Biden, worst president ever. There's literally no history. But the thing is, if they go and learn history in Woodrow Wilson, then they're going to learn that what Trump is doing is very similar to Woodrow Wilson. Oh my God, what? We can learn from history, or we're doomed to repeat it? Who said that?
Austerity helped stabilize the economy and eventually fueled the Roaring '20s. By March 1921, Warren Harding had taken over, and his presidency was marked by important change.
Wow, him and Trump had a very similar haircut. Ain't that funny?
The return to higher tariffs in the U.S.
What do you mean? I love his hair.
U.S. has had a turbulent relationship
Great-looking guy.
with tariffs. One moment it's championing free trade, and the next it's slapping high tariffs to protect domestic industries. It's an economic roller coaster, swinging between protectionism and open markets, depending on the political and economic climate. Protectionism refers to government policies that restrict international trade. Think of it as putting up a fence around your country's economy to shield local businesses from foreign competition. That idea is simple. Limit imports and domestic industries have a better chance
Actually, I don't. Who?
to thrive. Imports can be restricted in several ways. Tariffs are arguably the most common among them. Tariffs are essentially taxes on imported goods that make foreign products pricier, encouraging people to buy local instead.
Aristotle?
America's early days were heavily marked by protectionism. However, in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the U.S. was riding high on relatively free trade, with an understanding that international commerce made large-scale wars too costly. The Underwood-Simmons Tariff of 1913 was the one to break the tradition of protectionism by lowering tariffs and introducing an income tax. This was a bold step toward free trade, but it didn't last long. World War I put nations, including the U.S., straight back into a protective mindset. By the time the U.S. emerged from the war, the political landscape had changed. European economies were recovering, and U.S. industries were facing new competition. American farmers who had been selling crops to Europe during the war were now losing those markets as European agriculture bounced back. To protect American industries and farmers from competition, the Emergency Tariff Act of 1921 was passed. But that was just the beginning. The real game changer came in 1922.
Again, parallel much?
During Harding's presidency, it was the Fordney-McCumber Tariff Act.
God, we're almost by a year.
Which raised tariffs above levels seen in 1913. This law wasn't just about higher rates. It also gave the president the power to adjust tariffs by as much as 50% to balance domestic and foreign production costs. The goal was simple: protect U.S. industries from foreign competition. But there was a catch. The Fordney-McCumber tariff had an unintended consequence. It crippled European exports to the U.S. With fewer American dollars flowing in, war-torn nations struggled to pay off their debts, deepening economic tensions. Instead of helping the global economy recover after World War I, the tariff made things even worse.
If iPhones were made here, they'd go up $3,000.
Creating
That's something that nobody wants to talk about.
Friction between the U.S. and its allies, and slowing down Europe's post-war rebuilding efforts. Meanwhile, in the U.S., tariffs kept creeping up through the 1920s. These increases had a major impact on global trade, creating a skewed relationship between the U.S. and its trading partners. By the early 1930s, the world had fully embraced protectionism, and the U.S. had set the stage for the trade battles that would shape the global economy for years to come. This brings us to the very beginning of the Great Depression, a moment when the world seemed to spiral into chaos. The 1920s had been a decade of wild growth in the
I like how a Necron was responsible.
U.S. These roaring 20s were like a fever dream. Everything was booming: new cars, radios, household appliances. Americans were buying it all. And they weren't just buying goods, they were pouring money into stocks. People were in a frenzy, jumping into the market with both feet, hoping to get rich quick, and fueling a market boom that seemed unstoppable until it wasn't. Stock prices skyrocketed. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, the stock market's key index, soared nearly 162% in just 5 years. But as anyone who's been on a roller coaster knows, what goes up must come down. And this ride was about to crash hard. And the ride would start going down in October 1929. That's when the unthinkable happened. The stock market crashed. It all started on October 24th, Black Thursday. The market began its freefall, and the panic spread like wildfire. A brief rally followed, but that was a false hope. By Black Monday,
Anna, I have a feeling you're telling me.
In Black
I actually know.
Tuesday, the damage was irreversible. The Dow plummeted, losing nearly 90% of its value over the
Russia.
next few years. The American dream turned into a nightmare for so many people. But the crash wasn't
I'm
the
sitting here hopeful like,
end. It was just the beginning. Once the market collapsed,
do I get an A?
everything else followed. The economy froze, banks failed, businesses
At least a gold star. Give me the gold star.
went bankrupt,
Red
people
star.
lost their jobs, consumers, seeing their wealth vanish, simply stopped buying. Factories and stores shut down, the whole country ground to a halt. And let's not forget the farmers. They'd already been struggling with overproduction after World War I. Crop prices were falling and they had debts they couldn't pay. It was a perfect storm and it was only getting worse. Then came the fateful decision from the U.S. government. President Herbert Hoover, who had already enacted several major policies, decided to sign the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act into law in 1930. The Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act was often called one of the most catastrophic acts in congressional history. And that is not just political rhetoric. That is straight from the official U.S. Senate website. When even Congress admits that they messed up, you know it was bad. But how did the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act earn such an unflattering reputation? Well, it didn't happen by accident. This was a slow-motion train wreck years in the making. It was the culmination of years of escalating protectionism, political maneuvering, and let's be honest, a whole lot of economic short-sightedness. We've already talked about tariffs being a favorite tool of policymakers looking to shield domestic industries from foreign competition. But compared to what was coming, those earlier increases were just a warm-up act. When the Great Depression came, everyone in Washington was panicking, desperate for a fix.
I like how it looks like Donald Trump.
Lawmakers turned to an old familiar trick, tariffs. And that's how the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act came to
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna shoot this little arrow.
be.
It's got a percentage.
The bill was originally meant to
It's gonna go down to 0%.
help struggling farmers by raising duties on agricultural imports. But as with most things in politics, it didn't stay simple. Lobbyists for various industries saw an opportunity and jumped in, tacking on protectionist measures for all sorts of products. By the time the bill was finalized, it wasn't just about farming anymore. It was a full-scale tariff hike on over 20,000 foreign goods. It's no surprise that roughly 1,000 economists literally begged President Hoover not to sign it. But despite his own reservations, Hoover went ahead anyway, officially signing the Smoot-Hawley
Oh my God, it's almost like what happened yesterday.
Tariff Act into law on the 17th of June 1930. But other countries weren't just going to sit back and take it, and that's the thing about tariffs. They often come with
April 2nd, 2025.
Unintended consequences. And so Smoot-Hawley ignited what economist Chris James Michener called the mother of all trade wars. 9 countries, Argentina, Australia, Canada, Cuba, France, Italy, Mexico, Spain, and Switzerland, retaliated almost immediately with tariffs directly targeting U.S. goods. Canada's response was particularly felt. After all, the country was America's biggest trading partner at the time. In 1929, 18%
Sound familiar?
of all U.S. exports went to Canada, and 11% of U.S. imports came from the country. That economic relationship was obliterated almost overnight. Initially, the Canadian Prime Minister at the time, William Lyon Mackenzie King, slapped tariffs on just 16 American products. But when R.B. Bennett took over in 1930, he cranked up the pressure. Canada raised tariffs even further on U.S. goods, while simultaneously cutting tariffs on roughly 270 products from the United Kingdom and its dominions. By 1932, Canada hosted a massive trade summit with the other British territories, laying the groundwork for a trade bloc that actively excluded the U.S. Essentially, America's protectionism pushed Canada right into Britain's arms. Canadian exports to the UK surged, especially in agriculture. The very industry Smoot-Hawley was meant to protect.
Guys, this is literally happening right now.
In the U.S. But this was just the start. A total of 25 countries would eventually strike back with tariffs of their own. Countries already struggling from the Great Depression.
She used canned food and replaced them afterwards. Fresher cans will last longer. Buy canned foods that you can eat regularly and stock up on
Suddenly
those.
faced even higher barriers to selling goods to the U.S., making an already
Bloodzone. See, I'm one of those people that lived through COVID that also still lives like he lived through COVID.
bad situation worse.
See, everybody was talking about like how like we were like the Depression, era people. Well, yeah, COVID did that to me.
U.S. exports to retaliating nations fell by 28 to 32%. Even countries that didn't retaliate still cut U.S. exports by 15 to 23%. Global trade collapsed, dropping by 66% between 1929 and 1934. One country hit particularly hard was Germany. Already drowning in debt from World War I reparations, Germany relied on exports to earn the money needed to pay its bills. Smoot-Hawley cut off one of its key revenue streams, worsening its economic crisis. Nobel Prize-winning economist Paul Samuelson described it best. Cynics were delighted at the spectacle of a country trying to collect debts from abroad and at the same time shutting out their import goods that could alone have provided the payment for those debts. In other words, America wanted its money but refused to buy anything in return. Germany's financial collapse didn't just deepen its suffering, it paved the way for Adolf Hitler's rise to power. With the economy in ruins and desperation at an all-time high, extremist voices suddenly didn't sound so extreme. As businesses crumbled and unemployment soared.
It's almost like he's trying to have his cake and eat it too. See, he's taking both lessons. It's almost like he watched this video. He's like, guys, I have an idea.
Hitler's promise of economic revival and national strength became terrifyingly appealing. Less than 3 years after Smoot-Hawley was signed, Hitler was the Chancellor of Germany. But the backlash against Smoot-Hawley wasn't just economic, it was also political. 35 governments lodged formal protests against it, and nations even formed new trade alliances to deliberately exclude the U.S. This fit right into the broader trend of American isolationism in the 1930s. But this kind of economic nationalism wasn't new. The phrase America First was already commonly used at the time to describe protectionist policies, despite President Woodrow Wilson winning the Nobel Peace Prize in 1919 for creating the League of Nations, a forerunner of the United Nations, the U.S. never even joined it. Smoot-Hawley only reinforced this isolationist stance, making America seem less cooperative and more self-serving. But all this doesn't answer the main question. Did tariffs really cause the Great Depression? It's easy to assume that the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act of 1930 only made the Great Depression worse, especially since the crisis officially began in 1929. But the reality is more complicated, which is why the true impact of tariffs on the Great Depression remains a topic of debate even today. Economists hold different views of the matter. Some argue that Smoot-Hawley was the spark that ignited the Great Depression, turning a recession into a global catastrophe. But what about the timeline? If the stock market had already crashed, was the tariff really to blame? Or was it just pouring gasoline on an already burning fire? Well, before the tariff was signed into law in June 1930, The economy was struggling. There's no doubt about it. However, there was still hope for a recovery. But then Smoot-Hawley slammed the brakes on global trade, cutting off U.S. businesses from foreign markets just when they needed them the most. The ensuing trade war slashed U.S. exports from $5.2 billion to just $1.7 billion, a massive 67% drop. And the hardest hit sector was agriculture, the sector Smoot-Hawley was trying to protect before all the lobbyists got involved. Crops like wheat, cotton, and tobacco, which relied on international demand, were hammered, pushing farmers into bankruptcy and causing small banks, especially in rural areas, to collapse. But that's not even the most shocking claim about tariffs causing the Great Depression. One economist, Jude Wanniski, claimed that the stock market crash of 1929 was actually triggered by tariffs. Well, the anticipation of tariffs, that is.
You don't even need to institute them.
According to Wanniski, the market started anticipating the act as early as December 1928.
That's why his little poop tweets are way more dangerous than anybody gives him credit for.
That's almost 8 months before Hoover even signed the bill into law. It's as if Wall Street could sense the impending protectionist storm, and it panicked. This view suggests that the mere fear of looming tariffs was enough to spook investors. This triggered a chain reaction that ultimately led to the stock market collapse and the official start of the Great Depression. But let's turn the lens to the other side. Some economists argue that the Depression was already underway by the time the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act took effect. This would mean that the tariffs didn't cause it. By 1930, when the bill was passed, unemployment was already climbing, the stock market had already shown signs of instability, and the economy was already heading south. The proponents of the theory point to the fact that the exports only accounted for about 7% of the US GDP in 1929. So how big of an impact could the tariffs really have had? Remember, the US had raised tariffs in 1922 too, and it didn't trigger the Great Depression then. In fact, some argue that the Depression caused the decline in trade, not the other way around. Many experts agree that Smoot-Hawley didn't directly cause the Depression. It just made an already bad situation worse. You can think of it like this. The Depression...
Yeah, but who are the people arguing that? Are they the people right now arguing for instituting policy that is very similar to Smoot-Hawley?
was already a storm cloud hanging over the economy. Smoot-Hawley was the lightning strike that turned it into a full-blown thunderstorm. So it didn't create the storm, but it definitely made it worse. It caused the whole vicious cycle of retaliation, where one country raised tariffs and others strike back. As a result, trade shrinks, and the recession deepens. Smoot-Hawley was a disaster. It's as simple as that. Even if it didn't single-handedly trigger the Great Depression, it definitely made things worse.
Don't you love how there's people that love Trump that are still trying to defend shit like that, even though it's unilaterally unpopular?
The sharp decline in global trade, the collapse of...
It's almost like they can see a parallel between what they're doing.
Agricultural exports and the retaliation from other countries all point to one undeniable fact. Protectionism simply doesn't work. It's like trying to save a sinking boat by patching one hole while drilling another. So whether the tariffs were the final straw, the main cause, or just a bad idea that added fuel to the fire, one thing is for sure, Smoot-Hawley should have never happened. President Franklin Roosevelt realized this almost immediately. That's why he set about fixing the damage, working to undo Smoot-Hawley's catastrophic effects as soon as he took office in 1933. And his response to the tariff disaster was bold and swift. The New Deal, Roosevelt's game-changing blueprint for America's recovery, wasn't just about saving the banks and putting people...
Thank you, Trumpers, for setting up the successful presidency of AOC.
...back to work. It was about shaking things up and tackling the issues that the Smoot-Hawley tariffs had messed up in the first place. And one of Roosevelt's biggest moves was cutting down those sky-high tariffs that had caused an international economic food fight. Remember, the Smoot-Hawley tariff strangled global trade and dragged the economy even deeper into the mess. So Roosevelt's plan was to do the exact opposite. One of his boldest moves during these efforts was the Reciprocal Trade Agreements Act of 1934. This wasn't just a tweak to the system, it was like hitting the undo button on the disastrous protectionist policies that had been put in place. Roosevelt had the authority to negotiate directly with foreign governments, cutting tariffs on both sides of the Atlantic. His goal was to break the cycle of retaliation and get trade flowing again. After all, a world that is trading is a world that is thriving. Roosevelt's act set the stage for the U.S. to pivot from isolationist policies to become...
Well, it's a self-creating Hitler, because what? Trump is going to get so mad at himself and just become that?
The global champion of free trade. So in the year
Piers Morgan simultaneously goes, why did you call him Hitler? Why would you call him Hitler? Why would you do that?
years that followed, the U.S. took the lead in establishing major international trade agreements, including the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, or GATT, which later evolved into the World Trade Organization, or WTO. By tearing down tariffs and
we hate them.
the doors for international cooperation, President Roosevelt showed that protectionism wasn't the way out, it was the way to stay stuck in a never-ending economic slump. But while Roosevelt's efforts were crucial, the real end to the Great Depression came with an unexpected twist: World War II. When the U.S. entered the war in 1941, something dramatic happened. Unemployment plummeted from a staggering 8 million in 1940 to just over...
That's kind of what happens when you employ all of your, almost all the men in your country to go to war.
1 million by 1943. But in reality, more than 16 million Americans were conscripted into the armed forces. So real private sector unemployment actually stayed a lot higher than those numbers suggest. After World War II, international trade channels opened up and reversed those crushing price and wage controls. Suddenly, there was a massive demand for cheap goods. The government, as a huge buyer, gave the economy the much-needed fiscal stimulus it had been missing. This jump-started industries, created jobs, and paved the way for private investment to surge. In fact, private investment shot up from $10.6 billion in 1940 to $30.6 billion just 1 year after the war wrapped up. By the end of the war, the economy wasn't just back on track, it was booming. The stock market went on a bull run, and things started looking up for the American public. And that's what ended the Great Depression. The economic shift triggered by wartime demand, investment, and global trading channels. However, just because the U.S. managed to come out of the Great Depression doesn't mean the road was a smooth one. Quite the contrary, it was rocky, treacherous, and full of lessons that, frankly, we would rather not repeat. The damage done by the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act was catastrophic, and the scars from that period are still a part of economic history. So let's be clear, no one, and we mean no one, would want to go down that road again, right? Well, it turns out history isn't as far behind us as we might have hoped. Just when we thought that we learned the painful lessons of the past, tariffs are making a dramatic comeback. The U.S. administration's rhetoric about tariffs today even has a certain nostalgia to it. The latest approach to tariffs isn't just about protecting U.S. industries from foreign
America first.
competition. It's about using tariffs like a weapon of power, aiming them at Canada, Mexico, China, and even Europe, all while claiming that these measures will improve the U.S. standing on the world stage.
My state, Nevada, is moving forward with anti-trans and sports legislation.
Tariffs are being used to force political concessions like immigration control or geopolitical.
I keep reminding everybody, if you need, I'm not even kidding about this. If you're in a position that you can start looking for jobs and you are trans and you need a place to live, look for Illinois.
Leverage. But history
It's a little more expensive up here, but yes, it's protected. Also, look into Boys Town. Like, it's called Boys Town for
has shown
reasons.
that tariffs are a risky game. And
but honestly, it's LGBT town.
that is putting it mildly, especially today. Unlike the pre-World War II era, the global economy today is far more interconnected.
Actually, not legislation. The board is moving to limit it. All right.
Complex supply chains,
Well, and don't freak out. Just quiet.
particularly between the U.S., Canada, and Mexico, mean that
Bigots are going to bigot, but hopefully enough people stand up against it.
even small disruptions can cause major ripple effects. And that is where things get complicated. This isn't just about damaging one sector or one country, it's about jeopardizing entire economic ecosystems. When one domino falls, the ripple effects can be felt worldwide. America's tariffs, especially the ones imposed on China, could lead to real economic downturn. Experts warn that these moves could raise household costs, shrink U.S. economic output, and even trigger a broader trade war that could make the global recession of the 1930s look like a mild inconvenience. And while it's too soon to say whether these tariffs will push us into a Great Depression 2.0, the potential for a repeat of history is undeniably there, especially if retaliation from other countries turns into a full-blown tit-for-tat. The America First approach might seem appealing in the short term, but if even a sliver of the chaos from the 1930s comes back, we could be facing a far grimmer reality. We can only hope that we've learned from those past mistakes. Do you think the Smoot-Hawley tariff helped trigger the Great Depression, or was it just one piece of a much bigger puzzle? Could we be headed for
Thanks for asking us after watching your video.
a Great Depression 2.0? Or do you think other factors would have to line up before we reach that level of crisis? Let us know your thoughts in the comments. Now go check out What If the US Imposed 100% Tariffs? Or click on this video
Really?
instead.
What if they did? Oh. I don't like doing complete what ifs. Like, yeah, the 100%. I might get so active. I'm about to go cause some noise, get some. I mean, honestly, I love your gusto because I think that we're all going to be there. I mean, for real. Like, I'm trying to be. I don't want to go full doomer, but it's getting bad, guys. I'm not feeling great about things, so. Yeah. But hey, if you're a new viewer over on YouTube, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Makes it cool, it's free, and I'm almost to 1,200. I'm one sub away from 1,200 subs, and you can help my OCD by subscribing to the channel, so. I had a heart transplant. I have a right-winger bark at me about it. They got more pissed off when they found out it was from a girl? What? What the fuck? What is wrong with people, man? Dude, I remember the first time that I asked somebody, because I was very ignorant on the subject, where I was like, why are right-wingers against IVF? And, leave it to somebody that I used to go to school with that's still religious to just tell me. They're like, oh, it's because what they're doing is against God's plan. I was like, what? They're like, oh, them having a baby is against God's plan, man. I was like, ooh. So the same God that gave you your gift of a child will deny another person that gift based on what? Did they sin? Like, what happened that they don't get to have that gift? Like, dude, that shit, like, really started getting me, like, to go, oh, these people kind of are selfish pricks. So, join the Pepper Patch Squad. Oh my god, we're at 50-50 right now? Dude, oh, come on. How the hell did we get to 50-50? Wait, where are we at? Shit, 22 votes? Alright, guys, who's gonna be the tiebreaker? We got 1,200 subscribers. We're this close. And then we have a poll that is 50-50. If you are over on Twitch and you are not over on YouTube yet, please hop on over there and give us your opinions, because for real, I will not be able to leave until this has resolved itself. It's just not happening. Docs TV, huh? God gives you challenges. Oh, yes. Yes, the challenges of God. Why are they always so disproportionate per person? How come some people don't have any challenges? Honestly, man, I like pepperonis. What is chili? It's just meat sauce? No, it's got beans. Nah, you had beans, you had some hot sauce, like, yeah, you had other hot sauces to it. It's not just sauce. What are you talking about? I mean, it can be used kind of like that if you're doing it in, like, bread to sauce ratio. All right, I might give you that. But chili's chili. LOL, what is chili really? Well, once upon a time, there was this supergroup called TLC. One was named T-Boz. The other one was named Left Eye. And the other one was named Chili. Am I on the right path here? What kind of root beer he be drinking? Root root beer. Only the finest from the Wisconsin region. Jeff, blowing up my spot, man. Damn. All right. Oh shit! Here, guys. You know what? I wanted to watch this with y'all before we go, because I gotta eat soon. Check it out. We got Facebook here. Yeah, fucking Facebook. I'm using Facebook. Kill me. Wait. What's going on here?
What is your take on that?
Are you serious? Restart. Here we go.
Gioni, I was reading up, that perhaps you've been supportive of what he did. What is your take on that?
If you were reading up, I don't think you read up on it. Because I said what I felt about it, and I said what a lot of people said.
Some people took it that way. So could you clarify what you think?
No, I'm not going to just have some controversial moment so you can get clicks.
God, I love Bill Burr. He really is just the best. Like, come on.
I'm not doing that. I'm here for Conan. I'm not doing all of this. What are you going to bring up next? The Middle East? I went to summer school 3 out of 4 years in high school. I'm not qualified to talk about this.
I was just
What do you think about global warming?
You said about Elon that he was ruining Earth, I saw on The View. You're critical of him.
You made fun of Elon. Now you're going to feel bad for making fun of the president, Elon.
What do you think of all the boycotts, like even the violence?
I don't watch the news. I don't watch the news. I have no idea what's going on. I watch Instagram. I watch people wipe out on motorcycles. I watch lions and hyenas fight each other. This is the things that I do. And I don't think you should be asking a comedian. You're a journalist.
Comedians are on top of current events.
No. That's weak. That's you guys passing the buck. You guys need to have balls again, which you don't. You guys always goes, should we be thinking this? Duh. You guys present stuff like that. You guys used to have balls. You need to get your balls back. And it's not my job. I am a dancing clown.
I am a dancing clown.
What's your reaction to
Dude, I love it. You guys need to get your balls back. I mean, I am a dancing clown. The fact that he said it just like that, too. Oh, fuck. Bill Burr. Never thought. Dude, I didn't think it'd be him. When you guys, if you had told me a few years ago that Bill Burr would be, the darling of the leftist community, especially after his Red Rock special, no, I would not have believed you, but here we are. I mean, Bill Burr being cool as fuck. Oh, shit. Actually, we got Bill Burr being cool as fuck twice. Here, you know what? Screw it. Let's do this, too. I gotta get this out. I gotta get some segments out of the way. I have so many segments that I've pulled up in the last few days. So
for conservative people to act like they're not the biggest fucking babies also is fucking hilarious. Have you seen this fucking My People, Whitey? We're all fucking upset. There's enough of us to get it going, trending anyway. We're upset about the new Cinderella movie. The actress playing Cinderella isn't white. There's no prince. They changed the story. What am I going to tell my kids? The shit that my people get upset about. What am I going to tell my kids? Well, fucking talk around it the way you do we talk around the real history of this country. I think you can do that. You can talk around fucking genocide and slavery. I think you can talk around a stupid fucking movie about some broad who didn't exist. You can't do that? Go take him to go see fucking Pinocchio. I don't like Pinocchio because that fucking wooden puppet transitions into a real boy. First of all, I don't like trans people, and God only makes real boys, not some immigrant named Geppetto. What am I supposed to tell my kids?
That was another fantastic rant from Bill Burr's Monday Morning Podcast, and I think that everything he said there was spot on. Now, to be fair, he does take some swipes at liberals in that episode because he thinks that they're also a little bit too sensitive as well. But I mean, the current prevailing narrative in this country is that liberals and the left are by far the biggest snowflake pearl clutchers who support censorship and tone policing and all that.
Yeah, but dude, then just play both. Like, show how he made fun of the left and acknowledge it and just go, we can suck too.
That bullshit.
This is my problem, is where he, like, channels like this, they only show the one side because it's easy and it makes it look good for, you know, his leftist community.
But in reality, the average right-winger is far more hypersensitive to things that offend them than the biggest snowflake on the left is. So it was really cathartic as a leftist for him to challenge that prevailing narrative and give most Americans a much-needed reality check. But I think that the reason why the right has gotten away with being the supposed warriors against political correctness for so long is because they've been able to successfully frame their anti-woke outrage as a response to the era of political correctness catalyzed by SJWs. But more Americans are starting to realize that the right has become everything that they once denounced. So the shrieking about something being woke or DEI and being triggered by trans people and gay people, it seems hypocritical to a lot of people who were told by right-wingers who are seemingly offended by everything that you shouldn't be so sensitive. You should maybe take a joke from time to time, legalize comedy, as they say. But I mean, think about it. They went from lambasting cancel culture in 2021 and 2022 to full-throatedly embracing cancel culture by 2023 and 2024 with book bans and anti-woke scolding and boycotts of companies that were too woke. They've become everything that they said that they hated. And Bill Burr is pointing out that hypocrisy in a hilarious way. And it's about damn time. Somebody needed to say it. I've been saying it for a long time, but nobody's going to listen to me, but they will listen to somebody with cultural clout like Bill Burr. Now, to clarify, I think that he was referring to Snow White and not Cinderella. And to my understanding, the casting of Rachel Zegler, the actress in that movie who plays Snow White, really marked the beginning of the right-wing outrage for that particular movie that he's referring to, since she is a Latina.
Who gives a shit?
And they want Snow White to be white. But she's remained a target as well because of political views that she's expressed. She's made anti-Trump posts on social media. She's spoken out in favor of Palestine. But when it comes to, you know, somebody like Gina Carano, the right is very adamant that actors and actresses should never be punished for expressing their political views. But when it comes to somebody like Rachel Zegler, who is not in agreement with them, all of a sudden she's bad and she should be canceled. And also she's not white. So, or she's not white enough, I should say. So she shouldn't be Snow White. So they're complete fucking hypocrites. But with regard to this movie, there really is something for everybody to hate because it also stars Gal Gadot, who's an Israeli that openly supports her country, even as it commits a genocide in Gaza.
And she's just bad.
But I mean, putting aside all of this, the movie just looks like shit. So I don't know why anyone would watch it in the first place. With that being said, Snow White is just the tip of the iceberg.
If you guys want to laugh, and I would get copywritten for this, look up Gal Gadot bad acting on YouTube. It is very funny.
And it's one example of right-wing outrage that has been so over the top that it looks cartoonishly fucking stupid. It almost looks like a satire, but it's not. It's real life. I mean, shows like Star Wars The Acolyte, as well as games like Assassin's Creed Shadows, have been the subject of so much right-wing outrage that it almost feels...
The Acolyte's biggest sin is that it went too fucking slow and it didn't, like, narratively, it didn't give us a tease in the first episode.
Like we're watching a parody, like something from Idiocracy. And all of this outrage stems from people being mad about the race of certain characters. And this type of right-wing backlash has become so common that the developers of Assassin's Creed actually expected to be harassed simply because they made one of the characters black. And even though this rage is obviously fueled by explicit racism, the grifters who farm outrage off of racist anti-woke content and DEI, they don't frame it that way. Instead, they frame it as an attempt to impose progressive cultural values on consumers and to erase straight white men from video games, which implicitly communicates the inherent evilness of privileged straight white men whose cultural hegemony should ultimately be opposed and replaced. Now, according to them, it's not about equality because representation in their mind is a zero-sum game. So black and brown people becoming more visible in culture, in their minds, invisibilizes white men. But I've got bad news for all of these people who buy into this horseshit. It's just racism, pure and simple. We know what you mean when you say you don't like Miles Morales in Spider-Man.
This is true.
And because he's a DEI character. We know what you mean when you say that a movie like Jurassic Park went woke because they casted a black actress.
To be fair about the Ultimate Spider-Man one, never had anything to do with Miles. Miles could have gotten his powers and become Spider-Man. Would have been fine. It's the fact that they killed Peter Parker in both universes at the same time. That pissed me off.
In the movie. And they think they're being clever, but they're not being clever. And these rationalizations barely conceal the true nature of their outrage. Do you think that people in favor of segregation during the 60s just straight up said that they were racist? Of course not. They cloaked their racism in a pseudo-intellectualism. So rather than just admitting that they were racist and they didn't want their kids to go to school with black kids because they were racist, they argued, about the inherent differences between the races and how race mixing would uproot societal harmony and would be bad for all children, including black children as well. It wasn't that they were racist. Quite the contrary. They liked black people. They loved them, in fact. They support equality for both races despite arguing that they needed to remain separate. Separate but equal. I mean, we look back at that argument and we can see why they said what they said. They wanted to be racist without explicitly saying that they were racist, but they were making a racist argument. I mean, you can apply this to basically any civil rights battle. Do you think that the bigots during the 2000s argued against marriage equality by just admitting that they hate gay people and they think that gay people are icky? Of course not. They would talk about how, marriage is just a cherished institution that was ordained by God, not the state.
They still do.
And so by allowing the state to grant marriage rights to anybody, you're taking away something that's supposed to be God's. I mean, till this day, conservatives insist that the Civil War wasn't about slavery. Rather, it was about
states' rights.
States' rights. Never mind the fact that, the states wanted the right to own human beings as property, but it wasn't about slavery. It was about states resisting a tyrannical federal government that wanted to impose its will on them. So nobody's going to just...
Yeah, she was a fitness instructor in the IDF, and yeah. No, I actually read up on that one. Trust me, I get it. I can just say that Gal Gadot is a shit actress.
Straight up say what they mean. Because explicit racism in today's society is rejected. There's backlash to it. So they cloak it in some other argument that's more palatable to people who might not notice that.
Watching her in the, Fast and the Furious, 8? There's so many of them.
So I say all this to say that you can...
That was the first hint that I had, and then she showed up as Wonder Woman. I was like, oh, she sucks.
Try to apply a thin veneer of intellectualism to your dumbass bigotry, but at the end of the day, it's still just bigotry. You're not fooling anyone. Well, I shouldn't say that. You are fooling some people, but only the dumbest rubes in society. But society has regressed to the point where there's basically a cottage industry that's emerged to embolden anti-woke white supremacists. There's a woke-busting app that helps you to avoid woke brands so you don't accidentally purchase a...
Oh, shut up. Like there isn't a conservative fucking boycott fucking app.
Product from a...
Shut up. This shit right here, fuck you, because you'd be all about the fucking boycott app.
Company that might offend.
No. Mike needs to be called out on this one because seriously, I hate this disingenuous bullshit. At least, again, consistency. I think it's fucking ridiculous on both ends. No, dude, honestly, if this got you points and some fucking clicks, you would probably be like, yeah, you know what?
There's also a curated list of Steam games that helps consumers avoid woke games and anything that...
You do this!
Includes DEI, LGBTQ+, or anti-capitalist content that might...
Are we good to go back to Goya?
Might be offensive.
Are we good to go back, to, Home Depot?
To anti-woke gamers. But, I mean, you can call it anti-woke, you can call it... CRT, you can call it political correctness, you can call it PC outrage, you can...
This is why I think boycotts are bullshit on both ends.
You call them SJWs, but at the end of the day, it's the same bullshit. Same shit, different era. It's just presented in a new package. But you see, the problem with the anti-woke right, like their evangelical predecessors,
feels obsessive, a little bit,
from the 2000s during the Bush era, is that they went a little bit too far and got a little bit too hysterical to the point where
I have an app that tells me what any product. Yeah,
where
see,
they're
right there. I'm just saying, it's the same shit though. I'm gonna call it on both ends. I think it's fucking both ridiculous. Just buy whatever's cheaper for you. Life's too short to fucking care.
are now basically turning off the normies.
Boycotts work. Is Target closed?
They're now the ones being met
Did Bud Light go out? Is Bud Light not being sold anymore?
with backlash, so much so that farming outrage off of them is now becoming lucrative. Case
You can boycott whatever you want personally, but the fact that, of the matter is, it doesn't do shit.
in point, Opera GX announced that they're
I disagree, Anna. I don't think boycotts fucking work.
developing a feature for their browser that removes Grums, an anti-woke game developer, from the web so you don't have to hear him bitch and moan about woke video games. On top of that, the official Assassin's Creed...
Because trust me, in my leftist communities, I've seen that Target's taking hits. No, they're not.
Twitter account ratioed Elon Musk into oblivion on his own app after he attacked Hassan Piker for playing their game on stream. And they pointed out how he literally paid someone to boost his character in Path of Exile.
I'm just saying, based on my experience as an American with boycotts, no, they don't. Right and left, they don't. Both of them look silly.
So that way he can look like...
It worked for apartheid in South Africa for reasons that don't tie into why it looks ridiculous on both sides here.
An elite gamer and come off as cool to the gamers, which is just so pathetic and embarrassing beyond belief, but that's besides the point.
Like this shit. The right looks ridiculous because they were trying to boycott Assassin's Creed. It's still the biggest AAA game.
You know, they also dunked on Grums for shitting on their game while pointing out that their game is out, which...
Oddly enough, I know plenty of right-wingers are still playing it.
Which is a reference to a game that he supposedly...
No, I'm saying it's fine, but if you think that you're going to prove your point and win with it, you might have something else coming.
We've been developing for a decade or...
Like the Target crowd, because Target has been remember, the right-wing boycotted Target back when they were doing LGBT stuff. Now we're taking the victory because we boycotted them because they got rid of DEI hires.
So that hasn't been released.
You know what's still fucking around and they still seem to be pulling a profit?
In other words, we're already starting to see the culture shift back in the opposite direction, which is going to be really tiring for all the corporations who are currently cutting DEI, because in a couple of years when they bring it back or bring up something new to replace it, they're going to have to figure out a way to rationalize that once the culture shifts again. But I mean, it's gotten so bad where now apolitical game streamers are so tired of having to tiptoe around anti-woke sensibilities of right-wing snowflakes that they're just going off on them.
It's just too hard to get enough people on board with it. Yeah, that's why it's pointless.
At this point, because they don't want to hear their bullshit.
And honestly, people like me, I don't give a fuck. I'll be honest, guys. I'm not joining you in that one.
Example is Fightin' Cowboy.
I'm not taking the time out of my day to fucking just be like, oh, well, I need some wood. Well, the closest place to me is Home Depot. Well, unfortunately, I boycotted them because of reasons.
He's a massive gamer in the Soulsborne space, and I've enjoyed his content personally for years myself. He makes really good walkthroughs if you play Dark Souls or Sekiro. But a couple of weeks ago,
it would take a lot for me to full-on boycott a company.
He went on a glorious rant against racist dipshits.
If I have the choice between a company that I know has like a left-wing CEO and a right-wing CEO, or they have better policies, like for instance, we have a grocery store that is employee-owned, Woodman's. I tend to shop there as much as I can. The problem is, even they're not left-wing enough with their employee-owned model. So then what? Am I supposed to boycott them because the guy donated to Trump's campaign, even though they have a socialist sensibility?
Took issue with him playing the new Assassin's Creed game. Listen to what he says.
I don't give a fuck what your opinion is of this game. I don't care. Your opinion is worthless to me. The quality of health of my morning shit.
Duke, if you're threatening me,
had a bigger...
Like, honestly, bro, like this is where I was kind of going with that earlier.
Impact on my thought process today.
Remember what I was saying about the whole, like, how right-wingers do their shit and they can take a joke or they can take a fucking thing, but whatever, man.
Than you being upset that there's a black guy in Assassin's Creed. So shut the fuck up. All right? We're not doing this shit.
Honestly,
it's a fucking video game. If you are upset that there's a black guy in a video game, fuck off. I don't want you here. I don't care. Stop.
See, I'm with this guy.
I'm not doing this fucking argument. Every goddamn game these days. Oh, it's woke.
Like the boycotts can work for me, I guess.
Oh,
it's the same
there's a
for
black-
like me, where I'm just like, I'm not going to fucking go to any channel that says that like the black guy in Assassin's Creed, which again is so stupid because if they even knew history, they would know that it's actually based on a real person. No, they don't give a shit.
Guy. Oh, there's a trans person. Shut the fuck up. Either play the game or go the fuck outside, bro. It's not that hard. God damn. I've been on this earth 30.
Duke, if you're going to talk about doomerism and nihilism as being a problem with me right now, gee, why would I be nihilistic?
7 fucking years.
It's almost like the political atmosphere and like the fact that my life has crumbled down around me has made me a little bit more nihilistic than most. But I still am here, still trying to make you laugh. But here you are, threatening me, saying, I'm going to leave this community if you say the wrong thing.
When I was a kid, guess what? If a game came out and I didn't want to get involved with it, I didn't fucking play with it. I didn't go on the internet and cry like an entitled little child, wah, 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 wah. The game doesn't have stuff that I want. So shut the fuck up and leave, bro. Are you that much of a fucking loser that you're seeking out streams of a game you don't like? Just to be like, wah, I don't like this. There's a black guy. Shut the fuck up. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. That's all. This is the only rant. I'm getting this shit out of the way now. Stop. Because any comment, any fucking comment, I'm just gonna ban you. I don't care. I'm just gonna fucking ban you. I don't care. I don't have time for it.
Seems like every streamer kind of hits this point.
Bro, I'm here to play a fucking game, not listen to you cry about a black dude that existed in history, that was brought over to Japan as a slave and then taken on by Nobunaga and made a fucking retainer. All right. If that
Why is this suddenly a big deal? Because we have tariffs and they need to distract us with something, and this is the easiest way to distract the Trump community that came in on the YouTube or Twitch side or any of that bullshit.
Sets you.
You make it about a video game and not about like the way that their lives are about to get way worse.
If that makes you not feel like you're in your special place, that's not my fucking problem. Go talk to your therapist about it.
That was incredible. And Cowboy went massively viral for that rant because it resonated with people. You know, like Bill Burr, he's acknowledging
life is too short to care about dumb things that don't affect you, Duke.
What other
And honestly, if a boycott that isn't going to actually shut down the company or whatever the fuck, and you have to like make a inconvenience for yourself to tiptoe around it, even though like I'm done with that shit, dude.
People are
sorry. That shit I'm done with.
starting to see, but too afraid.
I've never been about it. I'll be completely honest with you. I've never, like, if you guys want to, like, I'm just going to fucking hardline it. If you guys think that because I don't believe in boycotts working, that you need to leave this community, then at this point, I don't know what else to say to you guys. Like, do you guys want to leave? Are you, like, this goes right back to what I've been saying before. Every time you fucking threaten me, I'm going to react this way. Are you looking for an out? Do you not want to be here? What the fuck, man?
Afraid to vocalize, because if you dare speak about how the right-wing snowflakes sound identical to the SJW caricatures that they've been whining about for years, they'll harass you in the same way that...
And I like how as a streamer, I can't get frustrated. I can't voice these things without people being like, oh.
That they harass non-white actors and actresses for taking roles that they think white people should have instead. And they'll accuse you...
And yes, I'm coming at it from a frustration. I'm frustrated. I've had a lot going on recently.
...of being woke.
And it's not just the dead mom card. It's literally with everything going on with the fucking, I don't know, economy, politically, the fact that I'm trying to also join movements, trying to like actually do the right thing, and also, I don't know, get people to like me online. It seems that maybe I am hitting that fucking like, oh God, I just can't win anywhere I go.
Yourself or pro-DEI or whatever bullshit they can cut.
Principles are more important than boycotts.
But predictably, you know, some of the loudest grifters in that space...
Well, I just want to know where the boycott of like a Home Depot, like what did that accomplish?
Seized on that.
And when does the boycott go up? Because they supported Trump? Like, because that's the last time I remember this shit. Like, now what?
Viral clip of...
Oh, yeah, it was who supported Israel.
Cowboy to farm more outrage off of him and portray him as some sort of a liberal cuck.
MR just did this. They were going after one of Majority Report's sponsors because apparently they somehow supported Israel in some way, shape, or form, but they could never actually just say what it was. They were like, well, I think they fund this in Israel.
But he had
but then it turns out that they didn't.
Perfect response to them.
Everyone's so fucking caught up on dumb bullshit about fucking race wars and gender wars and all this bullshit. This big.
Yeah, but you know what's really weird? These are the guys that have, like, this motherfucker, he probably pulls in, like, as I'm going to quote somebody, my tens of viewers. This motherfucker's probably pulling in hundreds, maybe even thousands. And he probably, you know, he may have started just recently too.
Big fucking stupid grift machine that's designed to make you angry. You want to know who you should be angry at? Look.
Him. Be angry at him.
Look at the fucking people upstairs, bro.
Be angry at the YouTube algorithm for promoting this shit.
The people
you want to help fucking leftists? I don't know. Don't harp on this bullshit.
In charge want you to be angry. Because when you're too busy blaming the fucking dude down the street.
I was just say that if we do it all, if we all do it, it could work. If you don't like doing it, that's okay. But I think it's a good principle if you have it.
Who's just trying to live his life, they're sitting there fucking counting money. You want to have a real.
Let's put it this way. So if Target tomorrow decided that they were significant, or I'll just put this, they were significantly anti-trans, like they were aggressively anti-trans in their messaging, that's an easy boycott.
Or let's have a fucking.
I'll say that much. But I keep using Target because Target seems to be the one where it's like, well, you're not left enough. You're not right enough. At what point do you just go, this is ridiculous. We're boycotting a grocery store.
Class war. Let's get rid of the fucking billionaire dickheads that are literally fucking our country and taking money from it. But that won't fucking happen.
That dude stinks. I could tell by looking at him.
Because
yeah, he probably smells like some Jim B.O.
Want to know who these dick?
Not gonna lie, I do like the Guts poster behind him from Berserk, but he's also got them psycho eyes. Jeez.
Heads that keep telling you to be angry are getting paid by the same fucks that are robbing you of pennies on every single dollar you earn.
Yep.
They want you to be angry and to blame the black guy and to blame the gay guy and the fucking trans shows. Because those are boogeymen. So you don't look at them while they take your fucking 401k.
Yep, which they just did.
And dick it down.
And continuing to do.
10 out of 10, no notes. Or I should say 5 out of 5 because that's the scale that Cowboy uses to grade games. But I mean, everything you said there is spot on. That's the same thing that I say on this show all the time. Scapegoating people who are marginalized, has long been used by the right to distract people from the exploitation of the capitalist class. Because if you're fighting each other...
I do offer principles, not shop at Target. When they removed the LGBT merch, just because some right-wingers complained that was enough for me, I'm like, nah, man.
You're not going to fight the people at the top.
See, that's the thing. That only happened apparently regionally. They never did that around here.
Who's exploiting everyone. And to be clear, anti-woke...
If anything, they doubled down. Weird how that works.
Outrage.
What up, Swag Master? How
is
you
not
doing?
a
I'm good.
New phenomenon.
Hope you're doing well.
Conservatives have always understood that capturing culture is their key to political success, which is why they've invested heavily in the online right-wing ecosystem. It's why they're forming their own anti-woke movie studios.
And that's fine. If it's for you, that's fine. It's the whole Listen, you're not the problem. It's the people that are arguing that if you do not support said boycott, then you're part of the problem. Those are the people I have a fucking problem with.
To produce anti-woke movies. Things that they say Hollywood would never greenlight.
And I have consistently felt like this. So again, have I not told you guys in this community, I'm not going to sugarcoat how I feel. You may disagree with me. And honestly, I do kind of feel this way where you guys have like this weird expectation of me because I have capitulated a lot with you guys that you expect me to always do that. That's not going to happen. You might disagree with me on some things. So either go agree to disagree or piss me off to the point where I'm just like, you know what? Fuck this. Especially during the most stressful time of my life where honestly, what I need is a little support from the community and a little bit of affirmation. What I don't need is the fucking threats and pushback. If you're gonna fucking do that, then fucking go.
It's why Elon Musk bought Twitter to control.
I have been in enough of an emotional state to not fucking have to deal with that. I will regrow this goddamn community.
Discourse.
Fuck.
And culture. It's why there's a concerted effort to frame conservatism as a subversive subculture, as if it's the new punk rock or something.
I'll be honest, guys, that has been weighing on me. I'm glad I let that out.
Shit like that, which I don't know who buys that, but some people do. But it's nothing more than the same shit in a brand new package. It's new marketing. See, when I was a kid, the right would shriek about spiritual warfare. They still do to some extent. And they would talk about how the devil is waging spiritual warfare through media and pop culture. And they'd whine about video games like Pokemon and how evil it was because that taught kids inadvertently about evolution, which, you know, is bad because
Talon, I don't need your shit right now.
Creationism is what you're supposed to teach your children, even though it's wrong. Now, as a kid, I remember my pastor made a huge fucking stink about Pokemon, and my family then pressured me and really guilt-tripped me into getting rid of everything that I had that was Pokemon. My Pokemon cards, my Pikachu stuffed animal, my Pokemon stuffed animals, everything. Because, you know, if I didn't, I would go to hell. And this was one of many things that I had to get rid of because of anti-woke right-wing snowflakes. I was told that I would go to hell for playing Animal Crossing because
probably not the best idea, Talon.
One of the characters had a crystal ball. So, you know, that was the occult. And if you play that game, even if you avoid the character with the crystal ball.
My pizza just got here thinking about watching The Last King of Scotland.
Well, you're still basically doing witchcraft.
Wait, that's the one with oh my god. Oh my god, it's in Rogue One.
So, you know, I've been dealing with right-wing snowflakes for my entire fucking
Forrest Whitaker
life.
Right?
And I've been sick of it. They've always
shame people for not being 100% on board. It just pushes them away, and they'll voice their disdain, and they'll push even more people away from that cause. Sylvie gets it, guys.
Whined about pop culture.
Thank you, Sylvie. I appreciate that immensely, because honestly, this is the shit that I'm honestly getting a little fucking sick of.
And things that are evil, that offend them. But the right learned that you're not...
Can you not just be a little annoyed with me and not fucking threaten me? Like, Duke, that was not fucking cool.
Gonna win over the normies by simply saying...
Like, I consider you a big part of this community, but you're like, oh, if you say that one more time, I'm gone. That's the second time you pulled that.
That you shouldn't...
What should I do with you? Should I be like, one more time? 3 strikes and then you're fucking gone?
Watch a movie because it glorifies the devil or the occult. They learned to get a little bit smarter and try to cast a larger net. So instead of saying...
And honestly, if you guys are going to get like on me about like this attitude, look back through the chat and see where I did that.
Hey, this movie is evil because, you know, it's promoting a culture that we don't like. It's anti-evangelical, or it has themes that might be conducive to somebody questioning their faith. They say, well, you know what? This movie is anti-white. Or, you know, it attacks your masculinity. That's an attack on you and who you are, the essence of who you are as a man. And when the anti-woke era inevitably comes to an end, which it will, there's going to be something new to take its place. You know, we just had CRT a couple of years ago. We don't hear about that because it's been replaced by a new acronym.
Well, at least you got it. Talon, you got it.
DEI. There's always going to be something new. They'll change the marketing, but it's the same fucking thing with the same goal. But unfortunately for them,
which is funny because because I'm pissed off, this is when people will start doing the, oh, well, we can't even challenge you right now. It's like,
we've now reached the point with the
It's like you don't see how much I've just kind of let go and just been like, okay, well, I've agreed to disagree here. I've agreed to disagree here. I've agreed to disagree here. But
woke bullshit where once again, people are...
I push back against fucking boycotts and all of a sudden that's the fucking... All right.
Sick of the shit, including some of the peddlers of anti-woke outrage themselves.
And then I say something that like a little nihilistic, you know, when I'm definitely in nihilistic form. I don't see much of a point of anything. Fuck, you think I see a point in politics? You think, like, Duke, you're lucky I'm even fucking here doing this because realistically, it's so easy. It's so easy for me to just be like, you know what? My mom died randomly. What is the point of life? She literally died in her sleep. She was a fucking firm believer in God. What's the fucking point? But here I am, carrying on. But that's not good enough.
And I say this because Asmongold, a gaming streamer who's...
Jesus Christ, this anger is actually like... Man, Duke, I'm not going to demand an apology, but I would like an apology from you. And honestly, if you can't see why...
Unfortunately become...
just the same way that apparently you are scapegoating me.
One of the largest right-wing political channels on YouTube.
Take a breather, bro.
Well, he was playing Assassin's Creed himself on stream, and he liked it. And it was clear that his audience wasn't getting what they expected from him. They wanted him to shit on the game for being woke, but he wasn't doing that because he enjoyed the game. So what resulted was this hilarious tap dance that he was
Honestly, I should have just
doing, where he had to avoid the elephant
just had to stream an hour ago.
in the room. Just look at this short clip.
You plan on beating Shadows? Yeah, sure, I'll beat the game. Why wouldn't I? Don't force yourself to? No, I'm not. I've been enjoying this. I've been enjoying this.
So clearly he's afraid of the audience that he cultivated, which is funny to me. But at the end of the day, it just goes to show you that nonstop outrage.
Which it's almost weird. It's almost like Asmongold isn't actually a right winger. It's almost like he's doing it because, you know, that's where these fucking, you know, incel idiots are going.
Which is not sustainable. Certainly it can be effective in some ways, but you've got to pick and choose your battles wisely. And the right has not done that because they're not good at reading the room. They never have been able to read the room because they're out of touch, they're clueless, and they just have one political project.
Take a breather, bro, is insane.
Which is to distract people so they can get in office and gut the government.
Oh, from a first-time chatter. A little bit.
And
Spider-Man's male lover. Really?
Give tax cuts to rich people. So whatever.
So Harry Osborn, right?
Whatever they can say to make the peasants applaud and be distracted, that's what they're going to opt for. But I mean, if you don't pick and choose your battles, and if you say that every fucking thing is woke, the veil is going to slip, and people are going to start to recognize the hollowness.
Welcome to the stream.
Of the grift. If everything is woke or DEI, life just becomes too exhausting for regular people, and they get overwhelmed, and they end up just tuning out entirely and resenting the people who are trying to dictate what they should or shouldn't like. I mean, Kid Rock, who spearheaded the anti-woke boycott against Bud Light, was
fucking Assassin's Creed. The Platinums are dumb as fuck, and as I watched the story,
seen drinking
or a story online.
A Bud Light during the boycott, because at the end of the day, playing a woke game or watching a woke movie has no material impact on your life. And eventually people realize this, because once you remove the woke menace from your life and you filter out every single movie or video game that has woke and DEI in it, you begin to realize that you're still broke, you're still miserable, and life still sucks. You're forced to reckon with the fact that you were being distracted by a movement that wasn't really offering you anything substantive. They were just profiting off of your temporary rage. And the grifters on Twitter and YouTube continuously pump out this bullshit to their viewers because...
It actually annoys me when people are on others for showing emotion. It's lame. It's just not cool. Do you know how many times I've taken that, Sylvie, for actually, like, blowing up? And then, again, the threat. Like, Duke, you fucked up, man. Like, I'm going to just call that out. You fucked up. When you threaten me in chat again, like, bro, like, come on, man.
Ginning up racism and bigotry to farm engagement from online algorithms is the easiest.
Like, I'm honestly this angry because I'm that passionate. You've been a day one viewer. My mother even thought that you were, like, hilarious and, like, one of, like, the ride or dies, and you're going to fucking sit in here threaten me again?
Way ever to make money and stay relevant. If you don't actually have any talent,
be part of the community, then go. I'm not taking this bullshit. I'm really not. This is like one of those fucking relationship things that I'm not doing. That's toxic as fuck.
Anything of value to say.
I know what I offer here. I know how much, like, no.
So in conclusion, I think that it's clear that the growing backlash to right-wing snowflakes, in my mind, is an indication that the temporary cultural dominance that right-wingers are finally experiencing is not long for this world. It's already starting to kind of fall apart. And I'm thankful that people like Bill Burr and Fightin' Cowboy are holding a mirror to the faces to all of these people who have complained so long about cancel culture, but now have become the cancel culturers themselves. It's just, you love to see it. And I think that it's long overdue for people to start shitting on them.
Woke mob. Woke mob.
Woke ideology.
Woke ideology.
Woke ideology.
Woke ideology.
Woke ideology.
Woke test.
Woke ideology.
Shit, pretty good mix. So, guys, it's a little awkward that I finished the video there, but I'm gonna just be honest with you. If you're part of this community, especially a long-term part of this community, and you're gonna fucking threaten me, you're gonna do that shit, like, bro, you don't see that I'm like, I wasn't threatening you when I said, like, oh, you're lucky I'm here. I'm literally saying, bro, like, it's a miracle that I'm even able to get through the mental fucking, like, process of going through my mom's death and then being able to do this. Like, wow. Wow. Like, just fucking wow. If you truly believe that it is irresponsible for you to be speaking on politics, you should either be taking a break or go into a different field. I cannot endorse telling people not to care. I was telling him not to care about everything. Did you misread that much, Duke? That you missed that I was saying like not to care about everything, not just politics. I'm talking about everything. Like, seriously, like, I'm not asking you to go, and honestly, I would like to discuss this, but for real, man, like, do you not see where you're wrong in this? Hold on, Duke. Are you doing that? Are you doing a right-wing thing where you're just gonna fucking say some shitty stuff to me? You're gonna hold me to a standard that, honest to God, is unfucking fair, and then you're just gonna piece the fuck out? All right. I feel like I'm losing a friend here, guys, because, like, that's fucked up. Doesn't even want to discuss where they might be wrong. Like, that's fucked up. Like, Duke, what the fuck, man? Because, like, are you not charitable enough to see where I'm coming from? I'm honest to God asking you. I think chat should moderate some couples therapy right now. That's just a long-term viewer, so. Hey, thanks for the 420 there, TK. Appreciate that.
TK $4.20.
You can't care about every little thing?
F the haters.
No, I know I can't care about every little thing. It's the second time that Duke has done this where he's kind of threatened me. Like it was like a veiled threat. If I say this again, then he's leaving the community kind of shit. I need to know, like, seriously, like, so what kind of charitability do I get? How much charitability do I get? Where are you willing to teach me on this situation? But right now, I can see what you're doing in it. Like, dude, honestly, Duke, you deserve what you're getting right now. Oh, he said he was going to leave if I kept going on about the fucking boycott bullshit. And, like, at this point, I have actually kind of lost objectivity on it. Like, this sucks, too, because I really have to pee. I haven't eaten. And I gotta say, like, I'm actually hurt and a little pissed off because it is like, wow, so no charitability. Cool. It's ironic because he is boycotting in essence. Fucking A, brother. I mean, like, fucking A. You hit that one. Isn't that weird? It is kind of ironic that he's talking about don't care so much about to boycott everything, and someone who is threatening to boycotting for a stupid ass reason. A boycott is organized. This is one person. Come on. In this small of a community, that's just one person out of like 20 people that actually interact with this channel. You don't. Come on, Anna. Are you really going to be that uncharitable to me right now? Seriously? Like, this is what it took, was for me to just recognize this. Like, fuck, man. Yeah, 120 is 5%. Yeah, it's still fucking hurtful for somebody that's that fucking, like, invested in the community, who has literally given me, like, what they think of everything. They've even told me that I'm moving the right direction. But apparently I just can't be the streamer that they want them to be. Like, honestly, I know that most people wouldn't, like, most streamers would just fucking move on, but, like, dude, this shit's fucked up to me, because it's like, wow, like, how am I not supposed to see this as a broader, like, problem with the left when Duke is, like, seriously being, like, the arbiter of the fucking left here? Oh no, I understand the emotional side. He's been there for a long time. My bad. I gotta fucking piss. I'll be right fucking back. All right. It was the life's too short thing. If someone thinks life is too short, you think you don't think like that's really dumb. That's caring too much. Minds change over time, but it, in an instant can sever ties. Well, that's honestly where I could say, like, I know that I'm the streamer here, but for everything Duke is trying to accomplish, how does this not try, like, I'm not going to be pushed to the right. I'm not so weak-minded. I'm not going to just pivot on a dime like that over one person, but how does he not see that that's what this causes? And on top of it, the fact that he was so uncharitable to me in that regard, like, with everything that's been going on in this community, like, listen, guys, I understand, and I apologize that if I hardlined and I came off a little fucking rough, but that was all pure emotion. That was all coming from a place of 100% pure emotion. I was upset, saddened, confused. Like, there was so much of that right there where I was just like, what the fuck? Like, really? Over something like this? Like, I gotta be honest, guys, that really... No, read it again. I'm on your side. I know. I'm coming down. I'm upset. It's a little difficult reorientating myself, like, after something like that, especially with somebody that I respect a lot. Like, literally was just talking about how much my mom loves him. I hope he's still in the community. I hope he wasn't so fucking weak that he just would leave. And sorry if I'm insulting you, but if you left, like, if he left, then yeah. Like, I'm in a very emotional state right now, and that was the last fucking thing I need. Dude, I was like this close to just ending stream and just going, like, but then we get into a fucking argument, like a really stupid argument. And that's it? Like, the one thing that I've learned in my therapy is that people that like do that shit, like, if Duke doesn't see that he's been manipulative in that regard, like, come on, especially with the streamer here, like, come on. And the thing is, I thought, like, internet friendship counts. Thank you, Ruben. The thing is, I thought that we were kind of a family here. I thought that you guys, like, gave, like, especially now, I thought that you guys would give me a little bit of leeway, but apparently it's that easy to get lost in your own fucking shit, or like lost in the fucking like Trump bullshit, or whatever the fuck is going on, that the streamer, the person that like has been here for the many hours of entertainment, fuck him. Man. You do have a point, yes. Thank you, Duke. And I appreciate you. Dude, you've literally been a day oneer. Why would you think this wouldn't fucking hurt me? Like, you're not just a rando on the internet. No, I get you, Pep. I think it's a miscommunication thing. Don't let one person in the heated moment affect your view of the entire community. It's not the entire community, guys. And that's where I am apologizing that if that was the way it came off. And on top of it, Duke, this is why I'm explaining. This is why I was hurt by it. I wasn't just sad by it. I was hurt. Again, like, you've been here since the fucking first day. I have had a life-changing event in the time that you guys have seen my first stream to now. And this is why I do kind of hold where I'm like, oh God, if I were to lose somebody from day one over an arbitrary, fucking stupid political argument, that would make me rethink, like, it's not going to make me rethink doing stream. It's not going to make me rethink the community, but it's going to make me rethink how I engage with the community. How I apologize. I think we are all stressed. Yes. Thank you. I accept your apology, Duke. Thank you. No more drama. No drama. And for real, Duke, for what it's worth, I love you guys. Like, I do. Like, this is why I reacted that way. You guys are... I view you guys as my core community. Like, no matter what happens in this community, like, I know I've got at least you guys that are entertained by this, that you hold me to account. You also are teaching me, like, fucking A. Like, there's so much value in this stream outside of me just doing it and, like, the entertainment of any of this shit. Like, you guys are teaching. I'm teaching. You like, there's so much. There's a lot of I would hope reciprocal respect going on here, and that's also where, again, like, I felt like, really, come on, man. But as I said, I'm not gonna harp on it too anymore. No, I'm done. You're right. I apologize. Sorry for making it awkward, guys. I know how it gets, where it's like, oh, Pep's getting mad. But I get mad because I'm passionate. Like, would you rather just have a despondent fucking, that was a roller coaster, love it. Well, let's all smoke and chill, okay? As I said, Duke, don't leave the community. I appreciate you, brother. I also appreciate what you were saying. Like, I got it, but it was more so your veiled threat afterwards, where I'm like, fuck that. The issue I care about, political project, firstly, telling people not to care is deeply... I think you misunderstood what I was saying. I think my first reaction was too much for that, sorry. No, I agree. And I think you misunderstood what I was saying. I wasn't saying it about, necessarily politics. I was saying it about everything. Especially since you didn't even advocate for anything. You just shared your view. Yeah. Imagine that. I leave. Okay. Ryan, that would not happen. Are you fucking kidding me? I hope you don't see that, bro. Come on. Like, I really hope you're joking, because I hope that's not the fucking case. Like, dude, out of all of y'all, like, seriously, I got a bunch of OGs in this audience right now that I could say, like, no, that would suck. And I respect you guys. Like, this is also why I am, like, a little fucking, like, I don't know, like, there have been times where I have, like, the one time I had over 30 in the audience. Even that was like, I was like, oh, Jesus. Like, it did make me realize how much I appreciate this. Like, I love my corner of the internet. I'm not looking to, like, if I become bigger, great. But this idea that, like, people are going to make fun of me for being, like, a fucking, having tens of viewers or whatever the fuck, like, fuck them. He was looking for deep water in a shallow thought. Now that was deep. I wouldn't up and leave without saying my goodbyes and maybe even send you a more detailed reason in the DMs. Oh, well. Oh, don't. That sounds like you're... Hey, you better not be. You better be having a great time. And honestly, man, fuck. We're so close. Like, once you're out, then we could actually have, like, not so contentious fucking discussions. Like, because, dude, I know how, like, this must look like with your with your whole situation, where it's just like, well, not even look, like, how it feels. But I don't know, I hope that you have gained some respect for, like, the other community there, where it's like, it's not as bad as you thought it was. Like, I'm sad that you thought that leftist communities were all, like, not accepting to your story, and that makes me sad. And I'm glad you're here, man. Realistically, that's bottom line is, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad that we can all engage. I'm glad that we can all have fun. I'm sorry again. My apologies for getting a little impassioned there, but that all came from the purest place, where it was like, no, like, that was enough to just make me, like, go, oh my god. Like, because again, I don't want my, like, passion for doing this ever weaponized against me, Trolls can have fun all day. That's kind of the funniest part about all this is like the trolls can say whatever the fuck they want. It's the fucking like, I'm leaving. Like that's where I'm like, oh. Aw. Yeah, that was my first fault for sure. I appreciate you admitting your fault, man. Thank you. I appreciate that. For real, man. Cheers. You know I love you, brother. Otherwise, I would have just been like, get the fuck out of here. But that ain't happening. Should have said I would leave, but it killed me to hear you say that. And I'm sorry. Like, I should have been more clear because that's not what I meant, by the way. Like, if that's what I said, then that's not what I meant. Because I'm thinking back, I'm like, yeah, I might have even elaborated a little politically. Like saying, like, even politically, it doesn't matter. That's not what I meant by it. It was literally just, I was trying to generalize that, like, everything could just not matter. And that's where I was trying to go with that. But you know what? Fair enough. I might not have been clear enough in my language. So I see my fault. I try to, at least. This is why we have the stereotype of purity testing, everyone. It's kind of where I was going with it, too. I think you all know that it annoys me that that's even a thing. That's why, Sylvie, when you said the thing about the R word, I was just like, really? Oh, fuck yeah, bro. Hey, I can do it. Do you know how long it took me to finally, like, just be like, wait, gotta work out. Yes, live long and prosper, guys. Long and short of everything here is long live it. Live long and prosper. And realistically, like, yeah. Thank you. Like, Duke, I'm glad that we could resolve this. And in front of, like, you know what? I don't give a shit that this is happening on stream because I'm glad that we can make an example where it's like, yo, we can have a disagreement. We could even have a blow up. But then it's like, no, man. I'm making it clear where I stand. You made it clear where you stand. And then we can fucking come together and go. I'm sorry. A one-time statement is nothing to have a large fuss over. A large action. Always address and elaborate with someone that you have an issue with. Yes. I agree with that. And I could be better about that too. I'm not saying that just like no. Like as the streamer, trust me, I value you guys as the chatters to tell me that. Like if there's ever a power dynamic there, then fuck, like, shit. That's what I'm trying to avoid, where it's like, no, I know I entertain you guys and all this, but, like, don't ever be afraid to just tell me, like, hey, this is, I think that, like, maybe you could, you know, reevaluate this or whatever, but, and I think you've been the most effective in that, like, where it's, like, the way that you challenge my, you know, my thought process, and then also will respect it. Like, no, I appreciate that, and even you, Duke. Like, there have been so many times where, like, before, like, this specific one, where it, like, that's exactly how it went. And I think that's why I reacted the way I did, where I was kind of, like, it was almost like confusion, too, where I'm like, what the fuck? Where's this coming from? And yes, I will also just admit that 90% of that was coming from a just hyper emotional place that honestly you didn't deserve, so my apologies. Wax Nightmare, Godzilla, what's up? Where, Godzilla? It's behind me. Yes, my Godzilla. I got John Cena. I also got my little Pepper that has his little pot leaf crown on him. He's awesome. Oh my god, it is a... Okay, I gotta get going here, guys. I just realized that I have to get dinner. Because, yeah, the end of that, dude, again, that's not how I wanted to end stream. But I'm glad that we could at least have this conversation, get this out in the open, just fucking... Also, you know what? as much as it, like any other streamer would usually be embarrassed by this, where it's like, like, no, man, like I'm admitting where I'm coming from, man. Like, dude, how the fuck am I not coming from a hyper emotional state? How? Huh? Like, how? That's why I kept bringing it up, where I'm just like, we ended on a more positive note. It's okay. No, I know. No. I'm talking about overall, like the last half hour of it, where, like, I was just trying to watch that Mike Figueroa thing, you know, just for fun. But it's like, what? Fuck you. What the fuck? Ryan, ignore him. Don't let him get to... Wow, that's all I needed. Wax? You really are Wax Nightmare. You live up to your name, you son of a bitch. And now I push you out. Ah, come on. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't take the bait. No. He's being an asshole. He's calling, I don't know, he may not even be calling you anything, but just saying poggy woggy, like he's being condescending to you. Don't take the bait. Hi, Pep. Hi, Wax. It's been an emotional stream. It really has. I mean, part of it's been you guys, but I think more of you for displaying your emotions and reasoning things out with people. What the fuck do I... Like, see, this is my attitude. Life's short. What the fuck do I have to lose by showing you guys how to, like, how my emotions react? Oh my god, somebody might clip me being emotional. Ooh. Maybe that's the benefit I actually got of this, is like, okay, so you guys don't take my lessons from this, but at least I got something positive from it. You were right. I need to be more thoughtful. Tensions are high. Thanks, brother. I appreciate that. I love you. Like, for real. Like, you're one of the OGs. Thank you. And this goes for all of you. I love y'all. You guys are the shit. I enjoy interacting with every single one of you people. Like, I really do. Even the noobs. You guys rule too. Fuck. Like, most people, I hope that people are like not, like, other streamers don't just like view their streams so superficially, where it's just like, I don't know, man. I always felt that way, like when I would watch like a Vosh stream, where it's just like, I kind of feel like he would have his community like Sake Tanuki and a few of those other guys, but then he would just be like so superficial with other people. Should go naked cow tipping. What is with you and... Okay, so the cow tipping, fine. Naked cow tipping? No. Why do you need to be naked? Just... Oh no, someone might clip me being based. Whatever. That's that. Whatever. The clips that I have been sent have been funny. Some of them, whatever. I finally had my first one where somebody tried to clip me out of context and make it sound like I was being a racist, but whatever, man. What am I made this choice. I put my stuff out here online. Like, don't worry about it. And what I'm gonna worry about, like, is at least being true to my community. Like, this is also why, like, I like, my main worry is that where it's like, oh, if I am like super just like unmoving, where I'm just like, no, I'm not gonna move because you told me I should. That it is just like, well, that's a bridge too fucking far for me, bruh. Whatever. Fosh is universally hated, and I don't know why. I don't hate Fosh at all. I watch his content. It's just it's his demeanor, which invites a lot of people to just be like, oh, because he doesn't have humility. He doesn't have that aspect of things. He meets things with the same emotion all the time, which works for him comedically, but other times it makes him seem super disingenuous, in my opinion. I hate him. Anna, what did he outside of the file, what else, you must have had something else with him. I'm just curious at this point. I don't give a shit. I'm not trying to sell him on you. I don't give a fuck. He's an elitist. Ugh, come on. I called Anna elitist. Words. I still can't remember who he is. Then you're not terminally online. On the left. Wait, really? You don't know who Vosh is? All right, without starting a new segment here, let me at least show him who Vosh is. I don't need your opinions on the guy. I have a feeling I know. You either love him or you hate him. That really is the thing with this guy.
Isn't Polytopia like...
This guy. There. Wow, he uses a much smaller screen than I do. Let's see. Wait, how does he do that? Oh, it's camera to field. Oh, it's this ratio of actually okay, so, and then he has a zoom. All right, I'll figure that out. I've always hated this widescreen, I'll be honest. But whatever, I've been dealing with it. But yeah, that's Vosh. Shit. It's kind of funny how I just figured that out. Where I was like, oh, it's because he does the thing where he has a proper. I'll be honest, this bothers me. Just from watching my own videos, I have too much stuff. Actually, you know what? I can fix that here. Oh, that's right. No. It's because I want the background stuff. Never mind. How the hell do you not know who Vosh is? Oh, Ryan not knowing who Vosh is? Because he doesn't watch a lot of left-wing content. That's why. But Mrs. Hugh proceed to show the most base thing in the world. I'm terminally online, just different circles. I don't really engage in online politics outside of here. Nice. I do apologize for that awkward, back and forth. But I'll be real, guys. Yeah. I'm just letting that out because if I don't, what else? I'm just gonna fucking blow up on another stream. Just trying to be as real as with my feelings as I can be, because right now that's the healthiest thing I can do. So, I feel like I have a good I feel like I have good reasons for not liking him. Sylvie, what are your reasons for not liking him? I mean, I'm always genuinely curious. Again, I'm not gonna stop watching him just because you don't like him. If you present me with a good case, maybe. God, the one that I have stopped watching because of all the cases made, because of everybody's evidence against them, is Keffels. Used to watch Keffels. I no longer watch Keffels. So, I don't think I need another reason besides the child. Okay, yeah. But he is snobby and elitist. He has no appreciation for nuances of politics, are strangely pro-democratic and toe the line despite... I mean, I would say... hold on. Alirda, I would say that about me. I toed the line a little bit. I'm not as, diehard leftist as I think you would like me to be, but I'm also willing to... let's put it this way. The moment that we start getting momentum, it's yeah, push! Has incredibly... Oh! He has, Oh, okay. It's an authenticity thing. Okay. Honestly, and that might be like organically why I haven't watched him in a long time. The snobbiness, his ability to like claim autism for just being an asshole does bother me. Yeah, and I think the authenticity thing, now that you said that, like, I guess that does bother me a little bit. I'm glad you said that, because I actually kind of, like, cleared up why something has been bothering me with him. Despite, also, I think the file incident is enough for, whatever. Honestly, I've looked enough into that one where I'm like, despite not having not read a book and blaming it on ADHD, he thinks he's smarter than everybody in the room. Oh, the fact that he's self-diagnosed does bother me. The guy's never taken a DSM because his parents were afraid that he would be put into special classes or whatever the fuck. But he will hide behind the veneer of his autism, especially the fact that he claims to be like a little farther on the spectrum than most. Like, I gotta be honest, like, that's bothered me too. You know what? Now that we're opening up about it, cool. Yeah, it's bothered me. I mean, if he ever wanted to address it, I am more than happy to address this shit. As a small YouTuber that needs, a little bit of exposure, but for real, like, if you were to ever call me on that shit, just be like, hey, I heard you said some shitty things about me online. It's like, yeah, because honestly, you've said some shitty things online. You've done some shitty things online. It's like, what the fuck? Free kitty?
Mitesh $5. Midnight snacks. Free kitty.
All right. Free kitty. He's coming. There he is. I got him from Food Time. Oh. Hey, buddy. Say hi. You say hi first. Alright, now you can go. Where you go? Where did he go? He just like disappeared. Oh no. Where? Oh. Don't chew on the plastic, dude. Just clean those comics up so you can come in here. Yeah, his probation's pretty much up. I have like one project to do. Oh shit. Actually, that reminds me. There we go. Hi. And then we got the pooch. All right. You got your midnight snack, and I freed Kitty. There we go. Oh, come here. You're going towards the computer. Why you go towards the computer? Oh, why? You gotta be a pain in the butt. Always a pain in the butt. Yeah, you shouldn't. heading back to base. Nice. My pleasure. Yes, everybody thank Mitesh for bringing the kitty down, because that was a Mitesh thing. The only thing it needs to be for me, though, I don't like people who are too quick to drama frog. Yeah, I have I not shown my apprehension for like going into drama content? Like I'm really not trying to. Like I'll let my opinions go if I have them, but I'm not gonna just, you know, force myself to formulate opinions based on drama. That stuff is gross, and that's honestly what leads to drama frogging, where it's like you don't actually have a real opinion on it. You're just doing it because it's popular. Step on there. Are you really gonna be? Come on, man. All right, here he goes. My cat is something else. Hey, how about not doing that? Nope. No. How about not? This cat. You know what? Next time the Houthis fire a rocket, I'll send you what it looks like on the map on this. Oh. He's being a pain in the butt. This is what he does, though. Like, he is the quintessential cat. If you have a glass of water, he will just be like, "Oh, is that yours?" All right. I missed my Destiny and Vosh debates. Destiny, Sexpestiny. We have not brought up the Sexpestiny in a while, but you know what? There's a good reason, because we don't need to. My man's got he got properly canceled. So yo, you do not attack your brother. Nope. Nope. Damn cat. That's why I like you. Oh, thank you. I just realized that my cat's gonna be stuck in the basement for like the majority of the night now. So probably best not to call him my man anymore. But Dash, you don't have to bring up my past. My dude, my guy. I mean, oh, now we're testing vernacular, eh? Vernacular. Yeah, I can talk. Oh shit, guys. All right, I gotta go. I have got to eat something. I think that's also why I was like a little peckish. But for real, to wrap this up, I do want to actually just say, like, my apologies for any uncomfortability there. Do your cat and dog get along? Here, actually, before I go, let's see. Come here, bud. Hi. You good? I literally have to tell him, like, don't attack him. Please don't. Come on, Bob. Cat, dog. Come on, dog, cat. Where is he? I caught you. You were in the trash can, you little fucker. You was in the trash can. I'll go let him up, and then I'm gonna say goodbye to y'all. All right, y'all. Sex pest, you need the Zionist. Can you walk back the Zionist thing? I'm not trying to defend him. I thought he'd like actually even say it's just like, yeah, you know what? Maybe I was wrong. But then again, I might have dreamed that. I don't fucking know at this point with him. Thing is, I don't care. He's pretty irrelevant at this point, so. Tash, good night, y'all. All right, y'all. I will catch you all tomorrow. Normal time. So I hope you guys are ready for that. I don't know. It looks like he only lost half his views. Half is still half. I mean, that's a lot. For like how many he had, that's a lot. So, all right, y'all. Give me 1 second. Let me do this real quick. There we go. I can't want to kill me. Aw. Well, that sucks. Thanks for the stream. Good night. Good night, y'all. I will catch you all tomorrow. Look out for the stream, 4 o'clock sharp. All right. Peace.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.